2 tampons may mean my marriage is over. And this one is way worse than you'd ever expect. And let's get into it. I, 29 female, have been with my husband, 30 male, for 7 years. Married for 4. I've never had reason to suspect he was unfaithful to me or even remotely dissatisfied with our marriage. He likes to joke that we're still living the honeymoon phase at nearly 5 years and 2 kids in. I wouldn't have questioned that, or him, were it not for a surprise I found in his car last month. When buckling our daughter into her car seat, I noticed something slotted between the cushions. I pulled it out and saw that it was a tampon. This wouldn't have been so unusual had I not had an IUD that has stopped my period for the past year, and I didn't even recognize the wrapper style. I brought it to my husband's attention, and he didn't seem to understand what it was, let alone why I was holding it, until I told him where I'd found it and why I was almost certain it wasn't mine. He shrugged and said it probably belonged to his coworker, Fiona. It's not uncommon for my husband to carpool to lunch with his coworkers, and we're both fairly close to Fiona and her husband. So I figured it was entirely possible the tampon had slipped out of her purse whenever he had driven with them or offered her a ride. No big deal. I put it out of my mind until we had dinner with Fiona and her husband a couple of weeks later. I had sincerely wanted to believe my husband. I just couldn't get over the way it had been tucked in the seat and how my husband had seemed not to have any regard for it whatsoever. Maybe played dumb. I don't know. I did something that I now feel kind of crazy for doing. I faked an emergency and asked Fiona if she had any tampons while we were out together. She handed me one almost identical to the tampon I'd found in our back seat, and I breathed a sigh of relief. So the tampon there was probably the same tampon here. And in all likelihood, there was an innocent explanation as to why it had been in the back seat in the first place. I thought I had seen the last of the out-of-place feminine hygiene products until I found another tampon this morning. This time in my sock drawer. I feel physically ill at the thought of my husband having an affair, and even more nauseated at the thought that the woman might have left these tampons out for me to find. If it was my husband's coworker, why would she give herself away by offering me one the other night? In any other situation, I would want to talk to my husband about this, but I feel too sick and embarrassed to approach him with what I found. What should I do? And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, I've had a period 30 years and never put a tampon in a sock drawer. Trust your gut and get cameras. And the OP responds and says, neither have I. I've considered so many explanations for the tampons that wouldn't implicate my husband, but none of them make sense really. I'm terrified to set up a camera if it means confirming what I suspect right now. And someone else says, has Fiona been over to your house and had time to plant the tampon? And the OP responds and says, she's been to our house many times and vice versa. To my knowledge, she wasn't over any time in the past week. So if she planted that second tampon, she had to have found a window of time when I wasn't home. Anytime she and her husband visit, we all stay downstairs, and you'd have to go really out of your way to make it to our bedroom, i.e. around our dogs, over the safety gate, past the other bedrooms. Not saying it's impossible, but definitely tricky to do on a quick bathroom break, I would guess. And then someone else says, how old are your kids? Could they have found a tampon and put it in a random place? And the OP responds and says, 2 and 4. Both have a mischievous streak. So I didn't want to rule out the possibility of one of them moving stuff around, but I can't imagine how they would get their hands on one. Possibly 2 random tampons that I never bought. And then we get an update post 18 days later, and let's get into it. The post reads, contemplating every possible source of 2 tampons has been my personal hell for the past 2 weeks. But I wanted to share an update. Shortly after posting on here, I told my sister what had happened: the tampon in the back seat and the sock drawer, my husband's cluelessness, the tampon from Fiona, and all the things I suspected but didn't want to believe. We compared tampons, save for the backseat one I had already discarded, and they were a match, just in different absorbencies. I hadn't left either in a place where my husband or daughters would have found them and moved them around. My daughters didn't know what they were or where they had come from. My sister was convinced it was Fiona, either having intimacy with my husband, effing with me, or both. Direct confrontation of either party still seemed like a bad idea, so she suggested inviting Fiona and her husband over for a Labor Day barbecue. Unfortunately, they already had plans. My sister and I agreed that it was too soon for cameras without any other evidence, so it was just a waiting game from there. Watching my husband for any changed behavior, there was none. Our house for any misplaced/foreign items, there were none. And even the girls for any new friends they might have met. My sister's husband was adamant on the last point, and partly why he was inclined to believe that the tampons were harmless. If anything had been happening in or around our home, he said it would be nearly impossible to keep it from me and the girls, since my husband was the one taking them to and from daycare and most other activities during the week. I felt a good bit of consolation from that. It wasn't until my youngest daughter, 2 years old, came down with something last week that I felt any differently. I wanted to be the one home taking care of her, but my husband insisted that I stay at work while he stayed home with her. I was okay with that. My sister and her husband figured it was a good sign that he would take the time off at a moment's notice, and at that point, we were all already beginning to put the tampon fiasco behind us. By the third or fourth day, I was just happy to see a near-healthy child and a husband who was helping see her through it. Toward the end of the week, though, I came home to something strange. The toddler that I'd left that morning in an old PJ set was now dressed in a onesie I had never seen before, with a tiny clip in her hair. I can't say I have the sharpest memory, but I have a pretty good sense of what my kids wear on a day-to-day basis, and particularly what kinds of clothes they wear. I'd sworn off the full-length sleep suits with snaps across the front long before we'd even had our second. The long snaps are just a pain in the ass and a no-go for efficient diaper changes, in my opinion. It's just not something I would dress her in. And my husband knows as much. He doesn't plan for or buy the girls' clothes, and he certainly doesn't accessorize them. So I was bewildered and kind of floored at the thought of someone around our sick child without my knowledge. I didn't think twice, and I went straight to my husband to ask if anyone had been over to see him or the girls. He seemed confused, like before, and asked me why I would think that. It had just been him and the kids all day long. I asked him again if someone had so much as stopped by to say hello, and he denied it. He told me to calm down. I might have lashed out and come forward with the accusations right then and there, but our older daughter was in the room, and she sensed something was up. In a calmer voice, I asked him a third time if anyone had been around our children, and my husband swore that the girls hadn't been around anyone but him. He also denied buying new clothes or doing anyone's hair. With our daughter in the room and my emotions all over the place, I decided to leave it. I couldn't make sense of it then, and it hardly seems clearer now, after I've driven myself half crazy with explanations that aren't adding up. And the OP adds some more context in the comments, and let's get into it. The OP says, to answer a couple of questions, my 2-year-old can only string together a couple of words at a time, and when I ask her about her time with daddy, or her clothes/bow, she answers based on the cues I give her. Example, who gave you that pretty bow? And she repeats pretty bow back to me, or mama/daddy over and over. My older daughter, almost 4, was at daycare that morning, and she can't recall anything different from that day. Doesn't remember the PJ change or the hair clip, so my guess is she was changed sometime that morning, but I'm not totally sure. I have a 45-minute commute to work, so stopping by for lunch isn't really feasible. My sister has been kind enough to leave work and drive past a few times here and there, and she hasn't seen anything out of the ordinary. We have a Ring camera at the front door, and I have got the app on my phone with notifications on. Nothing there yet. If anyone has recommendations for more discreet surveillance, I would be open to it. I'm just the least tech-savvy person and worry another camera will be easy to detect. And yes, we get our carbon monoxide detectors tested regularly. And now let's get into some other comments. One user says, "Is it possible one of her hair clips came from daycare?" And the OP responds and says, "I could see the hair clip being a possibility, but less likely on the onesie. My younger daughter hasn't been to daycare in days, and if either of them had returned with something like that before, I would have noticed, especially since it was the kind of onesie I hate with a passion, lol." And some people comment that they can't wait to find out the ending to this saga, and the OP responds and says, "My money's on the Hollywood horror ending. Hopefully dreamed up the dogs too, so I can finally stop picking up their imaginary shits and whatnot." And then we get an update 16 days later. And let's get into the update. It reads, "After nearly losing my mind over a hair clip and a onesie, I realized I wasn't getting anywhere with the accusations and half-baked guesswork. I'd gotten so absorbed in the paranoia and misery of my situation that I wasn't sleeping, eating, or caring for my kids the way I should have been, and I wasn't getting any answers. So I decided to finally buy the cameras and have them shipped to my sister's house, with my brother-in-law agreeing to help with the install/setup over at mine. Before the cameras were ever delivered though, I got my long-awaited confirmation last week. A Ring notification had alerted me to motion at the front door while I was at work. Half expecting to see a delivery person, pet, or lawn care salesman for the 15th time, you can only imagine my surprise when I saw a clip of a young woman leading my daughter into the house hand in hand, with my husband and other daughter close behind them. The girls were supposed to be in daycare and my husband at work. The woman, as far as I knew, was living 2 states away with a court order keeping her there. I immediately called my husband to ask him what was this woman doing in our house. He didn't answer, so I texted it to him. Even in his stupidity, he probably realized he had messed up by going through the front door, knew I had gotten the Ring notification, and wanted to delay the inevitable. By the 5th or 6th subsequent call though, he did pick up. The woman on the camera was my husband's sister. As I would come to find out later, she was the likely source of both tampons, the onesie, and the bow. She is also a registered SO and a recovering addict who spent the better part of her adolescence and young adulthood coercing the silence of another one of my husband's family members after she had violated them. I hadn't seen or heard from her in years, and from the way my husband talked about her, I didn't expect I ever would. But here she was in our house with our children. Suffice to say, I was livid. It wasn't an affair at all, and still somehow infinitely more disgusting knowing who it was and why all of this has been happening. Apparently, my sister-in-law, fresh off another stint in rehab, had wanted to reconnect and make amends with people she'd hurt, and my husband was high on that list. My husband didn't want me to know, or worse, try and keep her family, our children, away from her. So they'd been meeting in secret, often at our house while I was at work. They would enter through the garage in my husband's car, so the Ring camera at the front door wouldn't tip me off. She spent the night on a weekend I had been on a business trip and slept in our bed. She babysat our girls on a night my husband told me he had dropped them off at his parents'. She bought the girls' clothes and dressed my youngest in the onesie and bow that my husband had promised on his life I had dressed her myself. My husband swore this was all in my head. The tampons, the onesie, the bow, and all the rest. He was perfectly content to watch me agonize for weeks over a woman he insisted did not exist, shrugging off each progressively more unsettling discovery like it was news to him and telling me I was being irrational. He insinuated that I was experiencing postpartum depression, 2 years after I'd given birth. 4 years after I told them that one of my biggest fears for motherhood was to suffer PPD like my mother had with me. To not be fully present for our babies and be left with a world of guilt and regret as they grew older. He told me I wasn't sleeping enough, that I missed the girls too much, that I needed to take a step back and reevaluate the state of my mental health. I gave him the benefit of the doubt because he was my husband, and because no other version of events made sense. Now, after a month of this, I have nothing to show for my trust but this pathetic situation and a lot of anger. And the top comment says, call the cops and a lawyer. And the OP says, already on it. Believe me, we are going scorched earth on this guy. And this is the last we have ever heard from the OP. And oh my God, what a horrifying twist. I mean, I was expecting an affair to come to light. I'm sure you were expecting an affair to come to light, but it turned out to be the OP's husband's sister, who was a registered S offender and someone who went to prison for violating one of her own family members and also a recovering addict. Wow. That was a twist I was not expecting, and just gross and disturbing. And it's honestly scary that the OP's, I assume now, ex-husband would put his kids in a situation like that. You know what I mean? Like, why would you ever trust your sister, who's a registered S offender? Why would you put them with your kids, who already has a track record of violating their own family members? God, this was just so disturbing, and I feel so bad for the OP and the OP's kids. I mean, this situation is horrible. But let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, I hope the dad isn't trying to get custody. OP's lawyer is going to have a field day with the fact he brought a S offender in contact with his children. And someone says, not even just bringing a S offender around the kids, leaving the kids alone with an offender. And someone replies and says, there are no words for how horrifying this is. Every parent's worst nightmare. And they couldn't have said it better. This truly is every parent's worst nightmare. I mean, someone you thought you trusted, someone you loved, someone who swore up and down that they weren't lying to you, and then to soon find out that they were lying to you. And it's infinitely worse than you could ever imagine. And we just have to hope that the OP's husband's sister, I hate to say it, I hope she didn't do anything to the OP's kids. Like, they left, or he left her alone with his kids. And she has a track record of violating her family members. And God, I don't even want to think about that. Like, hopefully the OP's kids aren't traumatized, or hopefully they weren't violated, because, I mean, this situation is already horrible. But unfortunately, that's a possibility. I hate to say it, but that's just all speculation. But like that commenter said, the husband left his sister alone with the kids. And God, such a horrifying Reddit thread. And like I said, this is the last we have ever heard from the OP. So we have no idea what happened, how the divorce went, or what happened, or if the OP's husband's sister went back to prison, or who knows. But God, let me know your thoughts on this down below, because yeah, I would love to hear what you guys have to think. But on to the next one. OP's girlfriend shot him. The first post being titled, "My girlfriend pointed a gun at me and I can't stop thinking about it." I've been with her for nearly 4 years, and despite all the arguments we've had, there was never a single violent moment. That's probably why I was so shocked when she did it. I've been having trouble sleeping, and whenever I see her, I basically freeze up. She has apologized and I told her I forgive her, of which I do. I really love her, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking, but what if next time she doesn't hesitate? I know Reddit really isn't the right place to say this, but I know if I tell my mom, she'll tell me to leave her, and I don't want that to happen. Sorry if this wasn't worded properly. My hands are shaking, and I can't think straight. Let me clarify things. I actually want to still be with her, and I don't plan on leaving. She's a really beautiful soul who has helped me through so much, including the traumatic experiences with my dad. She was with me all the steps of the way through therapy, and she helped heal me. She's literally my source of happiness. I should have started off by saying this. Maybe you'll change your opinion. Plus, the majority of comments are from men telling me to leave, but the women have different opinions. I feel this is just a rough patch that most couples go through. It's my first and only relationship, so I'm not really experienced. But I feel the women here would be in a better position to tell me the next step to take, since they've probably been in my girlfriend's shoes at least once. No disrespect to my fellow men. You all are great too. Edit. My girlfriend just saw the post and she texted me asking if it was me. I'm going over to her place now and we are going to work things out. I'm not giving up on her just yet. I'll make an update in about an hour when we are done working things out. Thank you all for the support and encouragement. I actually felt better putting this out there. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "Dude, do you realize how this sounds? Would it be better if the next time she actually shoots you?" And the OP replies and says, "I know her and I know she won't do it again. I just need to find out a way to forget it happened." And another commenter says, "I'm sorry, but I think you are in an abusive relationship. Pointing a gun at someone is not a mistake. It is a deliberate threat on your life. I would do two things. Number one, think about whether or not this is the only incident where you felt scared or trapped by her actions. Does she tell you who you can be friends with or not? Does she try to control your relationship with your family? Number two, take a little bit of time and read several other threads on Reddit of people posting about their significant others abusing them, and see if the way you are reacting is comparable. The bottom line here is that this will not be a one-time occurrence, and next time, she's probably going to shoot you. Good luck." And the OP responds and says, "It's not abusive. Everyone is blowing it out of proportion. It was just a one-time incident." And guess what? The OP comes back one day later with an update titled, "My girlfriend shot me after I broke up with her." The update reads, "I am currently in the hospital now, and I've gotten the mental clarity needed to see just how foolish I was. If not for the fact that I had friends here in Texas, I would have been dead. I'm just lucky to be alive." This is an update from the previous post. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "Please tell me she is facing legal consequences." And the OP says, "No, I don't think she will. That will be up to the prosecutor. I won't be pressing charges." And then the OP also says, "If I do, then I will go to jail as well. There's no way she won't bring me down as well." And that makes me think, did the OP do anything drastic before the OP's girlfriend shot him? I mean, like, why would you not press charges? And why would you go to jail as well if you are completely innocent? So that makes me wonder, did the OP do anything, that warranted being shot? Like possibly, making her feel threatened or whatever? I don't know. That is, that's concerning. But then someone actually responds and says, "The fuck did you do that you'd go to jail for her literally shooting you? Bruh." And basically everyone says, please press charges, and people want the OP to elaborate. And yeah, this is a wild thread. And someone else says, so based off your comments, it sounds like there is way more to the story. You say you'll go to jail to do, was she protecting herself? We clearly aren't getting the whole story. No one is just totally cool with being shot, not wanting the person to get consequences. And then the OP gives us an update the day after, and it reads as follows. The OP says, I grew up in a terrible household. My dad would come home drunk and beat up my mom for sport. I have never been so scared of anyone like that in my life. He made me watch and told me that's how a man does it. Some nights I'll stay awake hearing my mom cry as he R-words her. He never allowed me to go out, and my mom was the only one who homeschooled me to the best of her abilities. Sadly, my dad passed away due to some medical reasons, and I was finally able to go out now that he is gone. That was when I realized just how damaged I was. I had extreme social anxiety, and I didn't have any degree. I started doing some work for money, and that was when I met my ex. My mom started becoming a bit violent after my dad passed away because of the burden of providing for the family. So I stayed with my ex. She helped me overcome my anxiety. She paid for courses online and put me through anything I didn't understand. She bought books for me on how to read and gave me an education. She bought me my first phone and taught me how to use social media. Without her, I wouldn't even be able to type this. She told me every day that I meant something, that I am loved, and I am capable of doing so much more, and I shouldn't be limited to anything my dad said I was. She told me that as long as I have her, nothing bad will ever happen to me. Some of you grew up in fancy lifestyles, so you won't understand. This girl loves me. I just know it. I'll admit I don't know why she did what she did, but I just can't let go of everything she has done for me. I'll keep listing everything she did for me until y'all understand. And wow, what a disturbing Reddit thread. And this is the last post we have ever received from the OP. So we have no idea whether or not he pressed charges, whether or not his ex-girlfriend, as he refers to her in this last update, went to jail, or what happened. But this is really, really disturbing. And we don't know what prompted the OP's ex-girlfriend to shoot him, because it clearly seems that way, that he provoked her in some way, because, you know, he's like, I would go to jail too if I press charges. She's going to bring me down as well. And so who knows what happened? I mean, I really wish we had an update on this, but, you know, we just have to wish for the best for the OP. He clearly was going through some stuff, and he's clearly in a bad mental situation, and just, you know, his life is in mess right now. I mean, he just got shot. And so hopefully he was able to recover, and hopefully he was able to realize that this girlfriend of his, or ex-girlfriend, is completely abusive, or maybe the OP was abusive. I mean, like he said, he would go to jail too. I don't know. There's a lot of things we can think about and theorize about, but like I said, that's all theorizing. Nothing substantiated on if he did anything to her. But I just want to hear what you guys have to think. I mean, this was a extremely disturbing post, but yeah, wow. On to the next one. My stepdaughter died 4 weeks ago, and I caught my husband and his ex-wife in our bed. My stepdaughter, Becca, who was a teenager, died 4 weeks ago. I have been in her life since she was very young. We were extremely close. My husband, Derek, 40 male, his ex-wife, Sam, 38 female, and I, 35 female, get along very well. There has never been an issue in the 7 years that I've been with Derek. Sam has always been kind to me. She didn't even care that Becca called me mom too. Right after Becca's passing, Sam had so much anxiety and depression that she was unable to be by herself. She has no family besides us, so we invited her to stay with us. Sam hardly leaves the house. She mostly just sleeps in Becca's room, which is completely understandable. I always tell her that I'm here if she needs me, and that I want her to take time with grieving, and that there is no pressure to go back to her home. Today, I needed to run some errands. So I asked Sam if she'd like to join me to get out of the house a little bit. But she declined and said she'd rather just stay at home and sleep. I told Derek that I was leaving and that I would be back in 2-ish hours. He works from home. I also told him to check on Sam every once in a while and maybe try getting her to eat something. After stopping at the post office, I realized I forgot my library book that I needed to return. So I went back home to get it. As soon as I walked in the door, I heard moaning coming from mine and Derek's bedroom. I immediately knew what was happening, and my heart completely broke in that moment. I wasn't completely sure what to do, but I ended up deciding to confront them. So I walked to the bedroom and opened the door and began yelling at them both. Sam started having an anxiety attack and ran to the bathroom, while Derek kept apologizing profusely. I asked him what the hell was happening. He told me that he made himself and Sam some lunch and they began talking about Becca and shared some memories. And then Sam ended up kissing him and he didn't pull back. And then it ended with them in our bed. They're begging me to understand that it was just grief that caused them to become intimate and that they both made a mistake. I don't know what to do. I love this man and I love Sam. I am heartbroken that they did this to me and put me in this position. I feel so stuck. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "That would be a hard no for me. I understand grieving, but how is this excusing cheating? What happens next time he is sad?" Edit. I misspoke when I said sad. Obviously, this is something beyond devastating. I still don't think it can be used as an excuse. And the OP responded and said, "I don't want to excuse his cheating. I think I want to divorce him. But I'm anxious about doing it right after we lost Becca." Another user says, "Probably together. Do you both own the home? If it's in your name, change the locks. Stay strong and don't listen to his excuses. I'm so sorry this happened to you during such a difficult time." And the OP responded and said, "Exactly what I was thinking if I'm being honest. And yes, we both own it. When I told him to leave, he kept saying sorry and then said that he would leave and respect me wanting him gone for a while." Another user says, "Are you seeing a therapist perhaps? You're dealing with a lot right now. It might be useful." And the OP responded and said, "Yes, I am in therapy. I've been with my therapist for other things for the last 3 years. She has been very helpful. I saw her yesterday and was able to figure some things out." And then we get an update the next day, and it says, "I posted an update to r/true off my chest, but didn't realize there was an update rule, so it was removed. I figured I'd post an update to my profile for those that follow me. I decided that I am going to file for a divorce. I can't ever trust Derek again. It sucks because we had an amazing relationship, I thought. He's always been great, so this was a complete shock to me. Last night, Derek came over to talk. He confessed to a lot. Turns out it wasn't their first time having intimacy like most people thought. They've been having intimacy since 3 months before Becca died. I am completely shocked and heartbroken. Sam also reached out last night and thanked me for everything I've done for her, and told me she was sorry. I didn't respond. I blocked her. I did so much for Sam and considered her a friend, so this hurts a lot, more than I can handle. This is all too much. As hard as this is going to be, I need to leave Derek and cut them both out of my life. I am ready to do so. I am done. Also, some people are saying I deserve this because I should have known better than to let Sam into our home around Derek, but you need to understand that I'm a giving person. I trust people more than I should. I truly thought Sam was an amazing person. I know it's unusual to become friends with your husband's ex-wife, but it's just how it went for us, and I shouldn't be blamed for what happened. Thank you to everyone who commented nice things and for the kind messages. You've all been helpful during this insanely difficult time. I appreciate it. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, out of curiosity, what are his excuses for cheating? Those two are going to be in a world of hurt once the guilt settles in. They are going to be asking themselves why it had to be Becca, and will eventually come to the conclusion that it's their punishment for what they've done to you. I can pretty much guarantee you that. And the OP responds and says, he told me that they just accidentally reconnected one night when I was away at my mom's. He was stressed we weren't conceiving and were having miscarriages. So he then vented to Sam. And then somehow that led to intimacy. It seems so icky to me. How can he vent about our struggles like that and then go and have intimacy with Sam? It's just awful of him. I don't understand it. And another user says, I'm so sorry. You did nothing to deserve this. Not now and not 3 months ago when it all started. I thought that this wasn't the first time, but 3 months is terrible. I will never understand the reasoning behind a person who cheats. I thought I saw you comment that your mom is coming to be with you. I hope she just gives you the biggest hug. You just need people who love you to be around you right now. I'm so sorry that you lost Becca. And now you don't even have Derek to grieve with. It's all just a horrible thing. I really hope you can find a good lawyer to help you with everything, so that at least that piece is something you can see progress in. And the OP responds and says, thank you so much. I'm so glad my mom is able to stay with me for a while. And I have lots of friends that have been coming by to check in on me too. All this sucks, but it's definitely shown me that I'm cared for and loved. And then the OP gives us an update 2 days later, and let's get into it. It reads, I'm getting lots of questions about some things, so I figured I'd answer a few of them. Have I told anyone about what happened besides my mom? Yes, I told a few friends and some family members. Most of them are supportive of my decision and aren't speaking to Derek. Where is Derek staying? Currently, he's staying at a hotel. Our friends refuse to let him stay with him. He's lost a lot of people due to his awful decisions. Has he tried fighting me on getting a divorce? Yes, he begged me not to file for divorce. But when I told him I needed him to just let me go, and that I was just too exhausted to fight him on this, he let it be and agreed to get in a divorce. Why isn't Derek staying with Sam? He told me he didn't want to continue to hurt me, so he told Sam he was done with her for good, and that they have no reason to speak to each other anymore. I have no idea if that'll last, and if they'll just end up together. But I truly don't care what they do anymore. I just want peace. What was Derek's excuse for cheating? He told me that they just accidentally reconnected one night when I was away at my mom's. He was stressed we weren't conceiving and were having miscarriages, so he vented to Sam. And then somehow that led to intimacy. Disgusting of them both, I know. Feel free to ask anything else, and I'll try to answer. Thank you everyone for your support and advice. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Some people ask the OP on what happened to Becca, and OP says, it was very sudden. She died in a car accident when she was with one of her friends and her friend's parents. And then some people ask the OP on her husband's parents being supportive or not, and if they know about his cheating. And the OP responds and says, I get along with Derek's mom very well, but he's also a mama's boy, so it's kind of complicated. She will always be there for him. He'd stay with her if she didn't live across the country. She knows what he did and told me she had a talk with him, but said that he's still her son and she'd help him with anything if he needed it. I'm thinking I need to cut her out of my life too, which makes me really sad because we are close and talked on the phone almost daily. And then some people ask the OP on if she has children with her husband, and the OP says, we have had 6 miscarriages total. All of them were in the first trimester. And then the OP gives us some more updates, and let's get into it. The post reads, I just found out that he is staying with Sam and not at a hotel. He told me it's too expensive to stay at a hotel, and Sam is the only one that'll help him right now. I had a weird feeling this would happen. Just knowing that they are still probably sleeping together hurts my heart. I talked to a lawyer this morning, and we are proceeding with the divorce, and Derek agreed to it. It's actually happening, and I feel some relief that he's not fighting me on this. My mom leaves on Sunday. I'm scared to be alone, but I go back to work on Monday, so I'm hoping it'll be a good distraction. I'll keep updating if anything else happens. Thank you, everyone. I am so grateful for you all. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, OP, how did you find out he was staying at his ex's wife's place? Anything he says should be taken with a grain of salt. He is not true to his words and going on contact with Sam. And the OP responds and says, he texted me this morning after we talked to lawyers and said he just wants to be honest with me. I told him to stop giving me updates on what he's doing in his life, and that is not something I need to know. It seems like he wanted to tell me to hurt me. And then someone asked the OP on how she is doing, and the OP responds and says, thank you. I'm doing a little better today. My mom and I went on some nature walks and went out into the garden this afternoon. That helped. Becca loves gardening with me, so it made me feel closer to her. And then we get another post the next day titled Becca's Diary. And this reads, I decided to go through some of Becca's stuff today. I just found her diary in a box in the back of her closet. Would it be wrong to read some of it? I feel like it would help me feel closer to her, but part of me feels like it's wrong too. I haven't told Derek that I found it either, and I'm unsure if I should tell him. What would you do? And now let's get into some of the top comments. One person asked the OP on if she was closer with Becca prior to her sudden passing, and the OP says, Becca and I were very close. It felt like she told me anything and everything, but I honestly think all parents feel that way about their kids, so I'm kind of nervous to read it. And then we get another update 4 days later, and let's get into it. It reads, I figured it's been a few days, so I should give a little update. My mom is leaving in a couple of hours, so I'll be alone. I'm kind of nervous about it. She helped me stay distracted and kept me going. I don't know how I'm going to handle her being gone. I go back to work tomorrow. First day back since Becca passed away. I'm looking forward to it though because it'll keep me distracted. Also, I did read some of Becca's diary. It made me love her even more. She was such a sweetheart. I went back a few months and saw that she noticed some weird behavior between Derek and Sam. Didn't mention that she knew of the affair, but she just wrote that she thought it was kind of strange that they all three would hang out more than usual, without me. I might read more, but so far, I haven't found anything that's disturbing. Just her being a teenager and talking about crushes, fights with friends, happy family memories, etc. Tomorrow, I'm also talking to my lawyer, so I might have more updates on that. Thanks for the continuous love and support, everyone. And then the OP comes back a week later with an update titled Last Update for a While, and let's get into it. The post reads, I started randomly getting a lot more messages / comments, so I figured I'd do another little last update. My first week back at work went great. I wasn't expecting it to go so well, but thankfully it did. My coworkers were so helpful and patient with me. On Friday night, I decided I didn't want to stay home all weekend alone, so I decided to drive up to my mom's. It helps I have a 3-day weekend so I can spend more time with her. I'm heading back home tomorrow. Also, for those of you that have messaged me hateful things for reading Becca's diary, I just have to say, you aren't in my shoes right now. Telling me I'm a bad mom because I'm reading her diary is just ridiculous. I learned so much more about her, about how caring and sweet she is, and it made me love her even more. It's how I'm able to feel so close to her right now. So please, don't tell me I'm a bad parent for just trying to get by one of the hardest times of my life. You have no idea what it's like. I don't have much of an update, so this will be it. I'll come back and update once the divorce happens, though. Thank you to those of you that have nothing but kind and helpful. You helped me feel less alone. I will forever be grateful. And then the OP comes back 5 days later with a post titled, Sam saw my Reddit post and is threatening to sue me. The post reads, Sam made a fake Facebook profile to message me and tell me she wants to sue me for telling strangers about what happened. Derek supports her, apparently. I don't need this. Am I not allowed to vent about my life to people online? I just want life to get better. I am so tired. F you, Sam. F you, Derek. Edit, Sam is in the comments and messaged me on here too. I blocked her. And now let's get into the top comments on this. One user says, she can if she wants to, but overall, why is she so upset for a problem she single-handedly started by deciding to sleep with the same man who was already in a relationship? In a married relationship. Whatever she does, she should think things through so she doesn't F up just like she did when she thought she could get away with sleeping with Derek. As for Derek, he is supporting her for the same reason he turned to Sam for help, a place to live and a woman to use. Sam and Derek deserve each other. They were both toxic to begin with and overall just disgusting. Sam, Derek, if you see this, and I really hope you guys can see this so you guys can get the effing point of all of this through those thick heads of yours. Becca would have been very disappointed in your actions for going behind her and OP's back for months. I'ma just leave it at that because I don't want to risk getting my account banned for something I know I won't regret saying. OP, I do hope you are finding a way through this and venting to strangers, and this is a normal writing it down or talking to a friend about it. I hope you're on your path to finding peace through this. And then the OP adds some additional information, and the OP says, I just ignored her. It might be an empty threat just to make my life feel harder, but I'm unsure. This is in reference to the message that Sam sent her, and the OP says her message said, quote, so I was scrolling TikTok and ended up on an account where they read Reddit posts, and guess whose post they read? Yours. First you tell your friends and family, and then you go to a bunch of strangers and tell them our life story. I can't believe you. It isn't just your business to tell. Becca would be so disappointed in you. Be prepared because I think I'm going to be suing you for this. This was no one else's business. You did this to yourself. Remember that. I'm actually baffled. She thinks Becca would be disappointed in me. WTF. And then we don't hear from the OP for a little over a week, about 10 days. But 10 days later, the OP comes back with a heavy, sad update. It's titled, I don't think I can do this anymore. The post reads, I have been as strong as I can, but I have been really struggling. So much is going on and I'm just so tired. How can I keep going? I just want to be with Becca. I miss her. I miss her smile. I miss her laugh. I miss how she tried to make you laugh when you were sad by telling dad jokes. I miss how she liked being in the garden with me. I miss seeing all her new drawings. I miss her beautiful eyes. I miss everything about her. I just want her back. I need her back. Edit. I am okay. I just needed a space to vent. I was getting so many messages asking if I'm all right, and I just wanted to say thank you to those that reached out. I am okay. I will be okay. Some days are harder than others, but I think I'll get through this. I am so grateful for the little community I have here. Thank you all so much. And then we get an update 1.5 months later, and this one is titled, Sam committed S-word on June 20th, 2024. The post reads, Sam ended up committing S-word on June 20th. I am still trying to process everything. She had hurt me deeply, but this isn't something I wanted whatsoever. And Derek blames me. I feel so many things and I'm going to be away for a while again, but I wanted to update you all. Thanks for the love, everyone. And then someone asked the OP on how she is doing after Becca's death, and now Sam's passing, and the OP says, I hope they're together again, and I hope they are both at peace too. That's all I hope for. Thank you. And then the OP posts 5 days later, titled Taking a Break from Reddit and Going on a Trip in a Week. This one reads, well, I'm doing it. I'm taking the advice that so many of you had. I'm going on a trip since my job doesn't need me till the middle of August. I was so lucky I had my mom come stay with me a lot, and had my best friend come stay with me when my mom couldn't. But I felt like I was asking too much of them. So I decided that maybe traveling might actually be a good idea. In a week, I'm going to Norway. Becca and I always wanted to go there one day. It was on our bucket list. I'm actually excited. I'm also thinking of getting a pet when I come back, but might wait till the move. Thank you to those that recommended I do this. Becca would be happy I'm doing this. She'd be so thrilled for me. You probably won't hear me for a while. I'm taking a long break from Reddit and all my social media. I think it's best for me, but just know I love and appreciate all of you that have been there for me. I would have been so lost without some of you. Yours truly, Alyssa. And then we get an update 3 months later, and let's get into it. It reads, hi everyone. I haven't been on here in so long. I got so many messages asking me to do an update, so here it is. Norway was absolutely breathtaking. I had so much fun and met some amazing people while I was there. I plan on returning in the future for sure. A couple of weeks ago was the 6-month anniversary of Becca's death. It's been hard, but it's getting easier to live everyday life. But it also pains me to say that because I feel guilty for moving on and healing. I don't know if that makes sense. Maybe it does to those who have also lost someone close. I moved out of Derek and my house a month ago and got myself a cozy little house all to myself. And oh yeah, I got a dog. His name is Charlie, and he's a darling little Cavalier Spaniel. He's been great. I absolutely love him. Also, I am officially divorced as of last week. It was a very easy divorce, and I'm so happy about that. But Derek didn't want any of Becca's things when we tried figuring out who gets what. He left it all to me. I tried hard to get him to take something because I feel like he will regret it, but he said he didn't want anything, so I have all of Becca's stuff. I have no idea why he didn't want anything, but I have it all in the guest bedroom right now. I'm trying to figure out what to do with everything. Derek is apparently an alcoholic now and quit his job. He seems to be doing terrible. Besides all of that, I don't know if I have anything else to share. I just want to say thank you again to all of my supporters. I have made some friends on here, and I am so thankful for you all. I appreciate every one of you. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, Alyssa, I think of you often and check back periodically for an update. I'm so happy to hear that your trip went well. Equally exciting to hear that you've moved on with your life. Have a new house and a dog. Becca's things belong with you. You will know how best to honor her. Wishing you the best life has to offer. Thank you so much for letting us know how you're doing. And then another user says, I've thought about this OP every now and then since her first update, and Jesus Christ. It's just heartbreak all the way down. And someone else says, I really hope the OP is seeing a good therapist. No one should feel guilty for moving on and healing from a tragedy. And this was the last post we have ever received from the OP, and this was about 2 years ago, so I really don't think we'll ever hear from the OP ever again, but I hope the OP has since been able to, recover and move on, but also remember Becca fondly. And I really do wonder what ended up happening with her ex-husband. I wonder what happened to him, but yeah, like that last commenter said, extremely heartbreaking situation and just horrible. OP suspects that her dad might be a predator. I think my dad might be a predator. I don't have concrete proof for this, and I haven't told anyone about my suspicions either. Maybe I'm just going crazy, but I can't keep this to myself any longer. I usually live with my mom, but she had to temporarily move in with my grandparents because of Grandpa's health. I've been staying with my dad since last month. I actually don't really know him, and he's kind of an a-hole. He lives with my aunt and my cousins. I don't really know them either, and my cousins are all younger than me, so we don't really spend time together. I noticed that my dad treats my male cousin very differently than he treats my female cousins. He pretty much only pays attention to him and doesn't seem interested in interacting with the girls. It might just be because he's a boy. But I noticed that most of their interactions involved touching of some sort, and that my dad almost always initiated it. I also caught him watching my cousin on multiple occasions, which isn't anything weird, but the look on his face was making me a bit uncomfortable. My cousin often wants my dad to play in his room with him, and they usually always close the door. A few days ago, I was walking past my cousin's room and heard my dad telling my cousin that he would show him something soon, but that he has to promise not to tell anyone. The way he was saying it just gave me the ick. I really want to tell my aunt about this, but I've only been here for a little over a month. What if that's just how they normally interact and there's nothing bad going on? Maybe I'm just reading everything wrong, but I'm just getting a bad vibe about it. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, well, how old is your cousin? And the OP responds and says, he's very, very young and his sisters are equally young and I am a teenager. And then we get an update 2 days later that's titled, My Dad is a Predator. And let's get into it. Hey everyone, I made a post on Sunday evening about my dad's strange behavior towards my young cousin. After I got home from school on Monday, I called my mom and told her everything I had noticed. She asked to speak to my aunt. I don't know the details of that conversation, but they talked for almost an hour. Afterwards, my aunt just handed me back my phone and went upstairs. I didn't follow her, but she came down about half an hour later with my cousins. He was crying uncontrollably, and she looked close to tears as well. She sat him down on the couch and asked if I could watch him. She went upstairs again while I tried to calm down my cousin. She came back with my dad's laptop and a box. Then she called the police. When my dad came home from work, they arrested him. They confiscated a few more things and asked us to give us our statements. We went to the station this morning to give a more detailed statement. There was a social worker who tried to speak to my cousin, but he refused to talk to her. He hasn't said anything at all since yesterday, and my aunt has been discussing different therapist options with the social worker. I think the worst part about this whole situation is that my aunt and my mom already knew what my dad was like. When we got home, I asked my aunt how she found the evidence in my dad's room so fast, and she confessed that she'd known he had it all along, but he had promised her to stay away from her children. I also called my mom again to give her an update, and she said she found the pictures on my dad's laptop shortly after I was born, which is the reason they broke up. On the bright side, my grandpa is doing much better, so she and I can move back home soon. And this is the last update we have ever heard from the OP. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, I'm baffled. Both aunt and her mom knew he was a predator and thought somehow their kids were still safe with the guy. Like, of course he won't say he will do damage to his niece or nephew. I bet if someone asked him if he was a predator, he would say no to that too. Did they seriously expect him to be trustworthy? Sheesh. And then someone responds and says, because it's an ignorable problem as long as it doesn't affect them. Notice how fast they acted the minute it did in fact start to affect them. And someone else says, those parents are an absolute disgrace. I know my reactions are strong as a survivor, but that father is just filth. That poor kid. The adults failed them. And someone else says, my father was a predator. My mother knew that going into marriage and having kids with him. Just like this mother and aunt. She hid it and let others suffer. They deserve the same punishment as him. Am I the asshole for yelling at and ignoring my girlfriend over a prank? I've 22 male, been with Nicole, 25 female, for a couple of years now. And she's always liked survival stuff and weaponry and all that. I absolutely don't. Really, really bad experiences with knives when I was younger, and Nicole knows about them. We both love Halloween and usually throw a party and dress up and goof around, cook up pumpkin seeds and watch movies. Anyway, the point is Nicole loves doing tricks with her knives, like 5-finger fillet, flicking it open and closed, twirling it, etc. And she'll do it when we're watching a show or movie together, forgetting that I've asked her please not to. Or she'll buy a new one and show it off, asking if I wanted to give it first bite, and pout when I say no. 2 days ago, she was playing with it again, and I asked her why she keeps forgetting, and she said, "Wow, okay, don't insult my intelligence again." And then that it was just a knife and therefore not a big deal, and therefore not that important to remember. After that, she put away the knife and we continued to have an okay night. But I was on edge and jumpy whenever she touched me. Yesterday, she called me into the kitchen. Only she was playing 5-finger fillet, and I startled her and she messed up. Badly. I lost my cool, screamed my head off, tried shouting what I knew about first aid at her while I raced to grab my phone, complete panic, dialing 911, only for her to start laughing and show me that it was a prank involving red food dye and a carrot. She had a nice laugh about how I would have known it was a joke if I wasn't so squeamish about knives, that it's proof I need to get more comfortable, that anyone with passing knowledge knows that it doesn't look like that when something like that happens. She kept explaining how she did it, how she practiced, how she could show me, but I didn't even answer her. It was like my head was underwater and my heart was beating out of my chest. Just moved on autopilot and grabbed my keys and drove a few blocks away before pulling over to breathe. Nicole tried to call me, and the first thing I said was, it wasn't funny at all. And she asked, "Are you crying?" Then I hung up on her. She kept texting me, saying she was sorry, that she didn't think I'd react so badly to a joke, that it just meant to be a good fun in the Halloween spirit. I ignored her. I texted her after that I was home, but ignored everything else. This morning, she sent a picture of the props to the group chat with a few of our mutual friends, and they chimed in saying, "It doesn't even look real." I've muted the chat since, and I'm wondering if I have a leg to stand on before I go back and apologize. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "Not the asshole. Knife phobias are no joke. She's not forgetting your aversion. She's being abusive. First bite? I think she might have a blood and blade fixation. Fidgeting with knives all the time? I knew a couple guys like that in the 90s, and they were pretentious, insufferable tools who thought they were tough guys. Gods, this gal is traumatic. That's hit some pretty deep anger on your behalf. It makes me want to yell at her and her bad friends. I'm really sorry you are dealing with this. Do not apologize. Get out. She does not respect you." Someone else says, "Not the asshole. Nicole is not a nice person. She repeatedly ignores your boundaries, and this was not a prank. It was a deliberately cruel action to make you think she was hurt. She needs therapy to give a sincere apology and do better with your boundaries, or I would end the relationship with someone who is so cruel and selfish." Someone else says, "Not the asshole. Saying is a prank isn't a license to do anything you want to." And she asked, "Are you crying?" This triggered me. And finally, someone else says, "Why are you dating someone who repeatedly exposes you to something you're traumatized by and doesn't care how hurt you are by it?" And then the OP makes a further update a few hours later that says, "It's overwhelming how much of a response this got, and I tried to read all of your comments. Some of them made me laugh, Some warmed my heart. Others had very hard truths that I still needed to hear, no matter how raw it left me. There are a lot of repeating questions and assumptions. First, we don't live together. At this point, I don't think we ever will. Second, I stayed primarily because the good seemed to outweigh the bad. You remember the negatives more than the positive. So obviously I just had to remember her positive qualities instead of being swayed by my focus on the bad times. Plus, it was always almost perfect after we had a fight, and I just assumed the boom and bust cycle was normal. I didn't know Nicole liked knives at first. A mutual friend, Crystal, who was in the group chat, and I met Crystal during a community college course, introduced us as I was new to the area, and at first Nicole and I hit it off as we had a lot of shared interests: music, art, outdoors activities, going antiquing, wine, food and cooking, just a lot of things. We started dating and eventually went on a camping and hiking trip where she used a knife to split some kindling and she was being dangerous with it. I remember telling her to watch out, and she asked me to relax because she, quote, did it all the time. She asked me if I wanted to do it myself, and I admitted I really didn't like knives. Later in the trip, we drank by the fire and talked, and that's when I told her about my trauma. She promised to protect me, and I remember that exactly because I had the mental image of her fending off a mugger, and I joked that she was my hero. My trauma has been brought up after that point, and neither of us were drunk at the time. My knife issues typically don't impact my daily life, except to make me more apt to be very slow in the kitchen when chopping things. It doesn't seem like abuse, especially when we're good. When it's bad, it's really rough. I don't have really any other baseline, as I was a late bloomer dating-wise. My dad always said that you should both give 110% in a relationship, but everyone argues. I thought working through the rough patches was normal. That's also why I was preparing to apologize, because it takes two in an argument, so I am responsible as well and need to apologize for my part. In this case, ruining the night with my reaction. I did go through therapy to help cope with the initial incident surrounding my aversion to knives. I was a lot worse when it happened, to the extent where I couldn't have anyone point the knife in the direction of any other living being, or certain songs on the radio that were playing at the time, or certain smells. I've made progress, but clearly not enough to stay with her and deal with her fidgeting with the knives. I will admit to backsliding a bit, in that I seem a lot more anxious when I stay the night and can't stay asleep, or having more nightmares, which is why I believed her when she said I was overreacting. Also concerning the fidgeting, it's not a constant thing. Sometimes she'd go weeks without pulling the knife out. Sometimes she would complain that I only focus on the fact she had used the knife versus how long she had abstained, which seems reasonable to point out. And then we get an update the next day, and let's get into it. It reads, I have no idea how to go about this, but I don't think this would be appropriate to post an Am I the Asshole per their rules, plus it's really long. So here is an update of sorts to this post. A lot of the conversation is paraphrased with quotes that stuck in my mind. I also kept adding to this as things developed, and I'm running on zero sleep, so I'm sorry if it's not very clear. I did reach out to Nicole again yesterday to talk, and I went with the intention of standing my ground and explaining things so she could understand my side. She greeted me with thanks for gracing me with your presence, and asked if I was here to act my age and talk like an adult. She slammed the door behind me and pointed to the couch so we could discuss things. Nicole opened with my reaction was unreasonable and completely out of line considering the situation. I said that things need to change because that prank wasn't okay at all, and she knows I have issues with knife violence, and I asked, what was funny about the prank? She interrupted me and said that ultimatums aren't part of any relationship. So I said, I don't think this is working out for us. I don't think we're happy together. Nicole froze at first, and I started to explain that the knife thing and our respective stances being so different is not fair to either of us. But she repeatedly asked, so you're going to break up nearly 3 years just because of this? I tried to tell her it was more than just this. It was everything else. It was that she keeps forgetting and triggering me, that she loves playing with them, but it upsets me. But she started talking over me and yelling that apparently I think she's an idiot and that I'm the best actor in the world because she never knew I felt so horrible, and that maybe I should call the cops on her for abuse. She grabbed her cell phone and offered it to me again and again, saying, go on, call. But when I said we just needed to talk, she interrupted with, no, you won't, because you know, I know, we both know, no cop is going to arrest me for a joke. Also, I'm not very tall, 5'9", and she's only 5'6", but she was standing right in front of me while I was seated, so I couldn't get up without moving her. After throwing her phone on the couch next to me, she stormed into the kitchen, shouting that she should get rid of all her knives because I'm so terrified. She threw a few into the sink and then the whole block of knives into the trash, the whole time asking, what about this one? Too sharp? Too scary? When I flinched at the noises, she said, oh, do you feel threatened? How do you think I feel when I have to defend myself against your feelings? Nicole told me to quit crying, that I can't just use tears to manipulate her, and mocked me when I said, please stop. She said she has to walk on eggshells because she has to deal with a boyfriend that can't handle a single joke without running off into the night. It's not hard to not overreact. Literally just think before you go crazy. It's that simple. And that it's ridiculous that a grown man can't handle a knife or a gun, and I refuse to let go of my victimhood because, quote, anyone normal would have gotten over it by now. It's been nearly 9 years. She called me stubborn and childish for picking this hill to die on, that I'm not innocent. It's not fair that I'm allowed to ignore her for hours, but she can't have a little fun. And is my ego really that big? It's sickening that I don't trust her or think she's smart or skilled enough to handle a knife properly, and it's sexist and fanalizing and insulting. At some point, I said I think I need to go home, and it was like a switch. And she said, please stop crying. I hate when you cry. Joked, I think, because she laughed. I guess hibachi dates are off the table, huh? And I should probably take the knives out of the trash now, shouldn't I? She apologized and said, since it means so much to me, she'll put in more effort. She admitted that I'm such a sensitive guy that if she stopped doing everything that made me uncomfortable, she wouldn't be able to do anything. She pointed that I cried watching My Girl the other day as proof that I'm overly emotional, and it made sense that she thought I would just be in my normal self. But she was sorry for not realizing sooner it was really upsetting me. She promised she would do her best not to bring the knives out when I'm around. Nicole hugged me and told me to let go. We can get through this. There's nothing we can't get over. And asked for a chance to start over. Fresh start tomorrow. No more jokes. It's stupid, but I just said yes. I wanted to go home, get out of her house, and leave while she was still acting nice. And I didn't hold my ground. I feel like an idiot and a coward. I got home and puked and couldn't get to sleep again. Today, Nicole came and dropped off lunch and coffee for me, gave me a kiss, and said she loved me. And all the old ladies in the office were gushing about how cute we are together. I'm going to reach out to one of the guys I'm closer to and the friend who set us up to find out when Nicole got so into knives, because I remember about 7 to 8 months in, it was shortly after the camping trip, and it was Nicole's birthday that she asked for a specific knife as her present. So, at least then, but I can't really remember there being anything else major before then. I'm going to break up officially with her tomorrow with one of the guys if possible, so I can get my stuff from her place. And let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, OP, that is a completely unstable reaction. Also, her toxic masculinity is over the top, and you do not deserve to be treated that way. I'm so sorry she scared you like that, and that she thought it was okay, and you just overreacted. You did not overreact. Your feelings and trauma associated with them are completely valid, and she sounds like a hateful, unkind person. Please do not go back to her unless someone else is there with you, and stay safe. Sending you hugs. You got this tomorrow. You are a strong person. Someone else says, she is completely unhinged. There aren't enough red flags for how she acted, and she honestly needs some professional help. She used fear to keep you around, and that is never healthy. I would not trust being in the same room as her. Seriously, run far away and don't look back. It's not a joke if it stirs up past traumas. The fact that she keeps calling it a joke when it never was is further proof that she doesn't care. She is completely manipulative, and you deserve so much better. Please wait until you can take a friend or two to get your stuff. Someone else says, holy hell, she is 100% abusive. You need to stay away from her. She zeroed in on your trauma and has been using it to exert some sick power over you. Everything she said was completely unreasonable, and she's gaslighting you by making you the problem, not her. Then the moment you resisted, she switched tactics and started to love bomb you. The lunch and coffee were part of the love bombing. Do not be around her alone, ever. She sounds potentially sociopathic. And pay attention to this. You are not a coward in any way. You are a trauma victim. How you react is typical of someone who has been through a trauma, and she's taking full advantage of it. Her standing over you, her words, her tone, her volume, all done on purpose to overwhelm you. She knew how to trigger your response, and she did it all. She is a danger to you. Take care of yourself. And then we don't hear from the OP for a long, long time. We don't end up hearing from him for about 3 whole years. And when he comes back, it is disturbing. And let's get into update number 2, titled Update Years Later to Am I the Asshole? It reads as follows. There's previous information in my profile concerning a post I made on Am I the Asshole a few years ago. I came to Reddit about my girlfriend and her knife prank. It's been a long while since, and I was uncertain if I could update here or there or whatever. Roll this back over a decade ago for more info. When I was a preteen, we experienced a home invasion that resulted in my mother and dog dying, and left me with a lifelong phobia of knives and anxiety surrounding blood and break-ins. Directly following the break-in, I was unable to handle a knife being pointed at another living creature. My brain caught on to stupid things and connected them to the events and made them into triggers. Mom's perfume, the sound of glass shattering or a door banging open, a song that was playing at the time. Even now, I still hate the song, but at least it doesn't trigger a flashback anymore. Blood on beige carpet featured prominently in my nightmares. I worked extensively with a therapist to process what happened and what I'd seen. Recovery took years of therapy, weeks of inpatient care, medication to help with the nightmares, PTSD, depression, and anxiety. We sold the house as soon as we could. I moved out of state as soon as I could. I kept up with therapy and continued to take my medication. My version of knives became somewhat minor in how it had impacted my life. I was careful in the kitchen, and I certainly didn't search out knife-throwing competitions, but it was under control in my daily life. It helped that everything seemed to be coming together. I made new friends. I was balancing work and school. I just met the girl who'd become my first long-term adult girlfriend. I know now it was just the honeymoon phase, but it felt like we were progressing well even once infatuation wore off. We stood together through highs and lows and the mediocre middle ground when there's nothing exciting, just the mundane. I thought that was the marker of a steady relationship. to be able to stick together even after the excitement of a new relationship has faded. We went on a few trips together, driving across state lines to meet her family or flying back to see my dad. One of our trips, we went camping, and my fear of knives got brought up. That led to the break-in getting brought up. She seemed to care at the time, even promising to protect me if something ever happened and offering to help install a camera in my apartment. After the camping trip, I don't know if it was always there and I noticed it more after or what, but she started to be more obviously into knives, practicing tricks in front of me, showing videos to me, starting a collection. She even asked for a knife for her birthday that year, showing me exactly which one she wanted. Before, she was into camping, into guns, which ironically I have zero issues with, and how to forage, make shelter, purify water, basic survival skills, and artillery and tanks. She did multiple courses about military history in college, and busted out the textbook sometimes if she remembered something she thought I would find interesting. But suddenly, it seemed like her focus was on carving and skinning animals, on knife wounds and tricks and collecting and displaying knives. She started doing the tricks more often, in front of me, even when sitting next to me on the couch or at the dinner table. She would gesture with the knife without thinking, and even pointed at me. Again, one of my major triggers being knives pointed at people or animals. She started sending me videos of news clips or other break-ins, or news reports of robberies ending in murder, between a bunch of other funny videos or pictures. So checking Snapchat became a game of Russian roulette. If I didn't check the links sent through text, she'd keep sending them and ask what I thought. She'd forget she had the knife in hand when she came up to me, sometimes from behind. My nightmares came back. My anxiety got worse. No matter how often I reminded her to please stop playing with the knife in front of me, or at least not next to me, she would always forget after a little bit. Some part of me refuses to believe there's no way she risked hurting someone just to unnerve me. It came to a head when she pulled a prank where she pretended to lose a finger. We had a huge fight, our biggest one yet. I wish I'd acted differently and hadn't stormed out, but I did. There was a lot about my time with Nicole I would do differently in hindsight. I was so sure I'd just break up with her for good. I don't know why I didn't stay broken up with her. When I did at first, I did it alone because my friend Jack rolled his eyes and called me a pussy for wanting backup. So I did it in a coffee shop instead, hoping the public eye could be my backup. Nicole stared at me with this affronted expression, and it was like I couldn't find the words anymore. Her eyes were huge and wide and hateful, like I've never seen anyone glare at me like that. She gripped onto the cup like she was going to throw it at me. I had it in my head to bolt the second she moved because I could see it so clearly. But then she started crying, loudly, and kept asking why I would do this to her, and that she hoped I found happiness with someone better, since clearly she wasn't enough for me, despite doing everything to be a good girlfriend. I felt like shit, and people were staring, so I wished her well and asked if she wanted me to call a friend, but she told me to leave her alone, so I did. I hate how I handled the breakup, but it felt, in the moment, like autopilot. In short, I lost the support of our mutual friends, who had become my only friends during my relationship with Nicole, which I understand as they knew her for much longer. Jack actually confronted me and called me a piece of trash for embarrassing her like that in public, calling me trash for leaving her sobbing alone and not even offering her a ride home. He wouldn't listen to my explanations and said I could excuse myself, but everyone now knew what kind of guy I really am. People at work mentioned how sad it was that we broke up. I didn't feel like it was the place to explain my reasoning, and after the confrontation with Jack, I didn't feel like I had a right to. I felt like crap, like a bad person, and I felt numb. I tried to move on, to find a new normal, After about a month of us being broken up, she called me and begged for me to come over to help her. She was scared she was going to do something drastic. I went to her immediately. I held her all night, helped her wash her hair after days of not being able to bring herself to. She admitted she'd done a horrible thing and that she couldn't stand how she treated me, that she wished she could go back and change so we could still be together. Didn't know how to address that, so I just stayed with her the whole night. And the next day at work, she came by to drop off a homemade lunch and to thank me for being there for her. I stupidly let myself get sucked back in. I get that it's my fault. Coffee in the morning became dinner and drinks out, became movie nights and going to shows and flea markets together because we still had similar interests. One time, she even noticed a booth with knives and directed us away. And while yes, it wasn't necessary as I could see a knife display and not be freaked out, it was a nice gesture because she would have gone there and either bought one herself or asked me to buy it for her. One of the multiple changes that made me think maybe she was truly making an effort, that at least maybe we could be friends again. I started to get invited back into the group somewhat. 2 months later, she kissed me. We were both drunk and it didn't go any further. I didn't talk to her about it because I thought she didn't remember. But then she approached me to ask if there was any salvaging us, if she'd proven that she was different now and things would be better. I thought maybe. I stayed because she really had been so sweet. It was like starting over, and we got back together. I was permitted back into the group in full, though Crystal had stopped talking to everyone and Jack still refused to talk to me. And while it was awkward at first, soon enough we were acting like we'd never stop being friends for even a minute. It felt so good to go back to normal. It was like a weight off my chest and like I could breathe again. It was nice for a while. She was so careful about the knives thing, and it really did feel so normal and steady. Sure, we had small fights, but we always made up shortly after, and she'd be overwhelmingly loving after the fact. It felt like it was before, so it felt normal. I can't pinpoint when it started to creep back, but maybe when she started watching documentaries on her phone with the sound so high while sitting next to me. Or when she'd poke or grab me while I was cutting up dinner, then laugh at my startled response. Or she'd scoff if I teared up watching or reading something, then tell me later that it was out of fondness, not exasperation, and I really needed to stop reading so much into it. Or she'd yell at me for forgetting something that she never even told me about, and then the next day she'd get frustrated that I didn't insist properly, that she was mistaken. Like it was all small things that on their own weren't even that big of a deal, and I didn't feel like I could just speak up about it, or else I was nitpicking her. In hindsight, I was making excuses and clinging to when she was nice to me, trying to do anything to make sure we just stayed happy and without bumps. Part of it was that I knew now that I'd be alone, that no one would understand why I'd throw away a good relationship, that being with her was the best thing that could ever happen to me. We moved in together 4 months after us getting back together. She was hinting around that it was the only way to prove to her that I'd forgiven her and that way we could move on and be happy. She insisted I move into her place because it was easy to move an apartment into a house than the other way around. It constantly felt like she was dangling that night where she was S-word over me, like one wrong move from me, and maybe the next time she wouldn't call for help. When we had fights, she paced through the house, flicking a knife, looping from the bedroom to the living room to the office, or said every single argument was really due to the fact I was holding a grudge over the prank and that we wouldn't be arguing if I just grew up and stopped taking out my trauma on her. She'd tell me not to piss her off because it would be too easy for her to, quote, make a mistake, and no one would think twice about what happened. A few times, she'd gone on a rampage and overturned tables and threw glasses into the sink and dishwasher and said we were done for good, only for the next day to blow up my phone begging me to talk this out or have her friends encourage me to swallow my pride and go back to her because she's miserable without me and she's trying so hard. Or she'd just wake me up with a kiss after making me sleep on the couch as if the night before never happened. If I asked about the night before, the fight would start all over yet this time. It'd be my fault because she was trying to move on, but I was holding a grudge. The following nearly 10 months were the most terrifying, anxiety-riddled period of my life, and I only had myself to blame. Coming home from work, I puked my guts out more than a few times on the way just because I didn't want to go back to her. I felt trapped. She threw away the blanket my mother had knitted me for my crib because it was dirty. It wasn't dirty. It was a knit blanket that had been repaired repeatedly and hand-washed frequently. So she'd accidentally put it through the wash and destroyed it, then bought a completely different throw blanket as a replacement, and got mad when I didn't consider the matter resolved. She pulled another prank, this time with a fake positive pregnancy test, and berated me for not being overjoyed because I immediately started panicking about the cost, bringing up a child in our dysfunction, and handling the stress, rather than being excited. I feel like she wanted me to be happy so that she could crush my joy, and so was angry that I didn't play to her expectation. That night, she threatened me with a knife, pointing it at me and saying she should just snip me right then since I didn't want to have kids with her, and then held me as I sobbed because I went into a panic. I didn't want her touching me, but I didn't know what else to do but let her, and do apologize to her. Another time, she did something dangerous with the knife during a fight and said I clearly want her to commit S-word, and didn't stop until I screamed at her begging her to stop. Sometimes when driving, she'd start speeding and swerving, or closing her eyes while on the highway, and saying my fear meant I didn't trust her. Nicole just kept getting worse by the day. I remember waking up one morning with a moment of clarity. I knew she would eventually kill me. I was sleeping next to my murderer. It still wasn't enough to push me away. Escaping her orbit seemed like too much, more than I could handle. Everything I had in me was focused on just surviving day to day. I never knew if she'd break up with me on a whim, or pick a fight, or be constantly pushing me closer to a panic attack all night, or if she'd flip and be so sweet and caring. I felt like every day was Russian roulette hour to hour. Every word I said or action I did or didn't do, a chance to start a raging fight. She tossed out my antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication one night, and then during the resulting argument, she made a big show of forgiving me for raising my voice. I shouldn't have done that. I have no excuse. And then helping me call in an emergency refill. For weeks after, because I said I wanted to break up during the argument, she would ask if I was going to try to run away. Every time that something went wrong. Takeout order wrong. I spilled a cup of water. Streaming service not working immediately. Oh, don't get your panties in a twist and run off. And do I have to worry about you leaving me over this mistake too? Eventually, that tapered off, but maybe once a month during a fight, she would tearfully go to our friends and ask them to mediate, then during the meeting say that I kept threatening to leave her again over nothing, and how scared she was of losing me when she didn't know what set me off. More than a few times, she showed me texts from them where her friends were saying how she deserved better and didn't need to put up with me, but she'd tell me, I don't listen to them because I love you anyway. She'd slap me and push me during arguments. I could never do anything right, because even doing what she wanted without argument, or not looking her in the eye, could be enough to send her off the rails. Sometimes, as a joke, just in general, one of our friends would pull out a little pack of tissues and hand it over to me in case I'd run out, or make a production of hiding the butter knife at dinner under the napkin. It was humiliating, but if I spoke up, suddenly I was oversensitive and embarrassment, no fun, and I had to learn how to deal with adult friendships and jokes, and they'd ask her how she could stand it. As a result, I didn't spend much time with them either. Usually Nicole would just go out with them, and I'd stay home, which was the most relaxing I've ever felt during that time, except for when she started randomly coming home without any notice or timeline, like saying she'd be home at 6 but then not coming back till midnight or early morning, or saying she'd be gone until 10 and coming early back at 2 or 3, or randomly calling the house phone to make sure I was home, and getting angry if she even thought I sounded breathless, accusing me of having left. She started hinting around that marriage would be the next logical step, and I was insulting her by not having proposed yet. Then she bought an engagement ring with my credit card and started showing off to all her friends how perfect my choice was. I didn't want to marry her. I felt bad for not wanting to marry her. I wanted us to be happy, and maybe giving her the wedding she wanted would help. I didn't want to marry her. In all those months, I never went to sleep feeling safe. I lied awake in bed, hyper aware of how close she was and trying to go over in my head if I had behaved well enough to keep her happy and what I could do to prevent another explosion. In hindsight, it's sickening how long I let this go on for. In the moment, it was just about all I could think to do. I often woke up with nightmares which would in turn piss her off and set her off in a mood for the next day. But if I suggested sleeping separately, she would rage about how I was calling her a bad girlfriend / fiance / etc. I started to keep a notebook at work and just writing shit down. Things she'd said or done. Incidents and what I'd done to set her off. It helped me feel more sane. And also more like a moron because I could read back on times she actually hurt me and I still hadn't left. Every time I thought about leaving, I felt sick inside. I'd lose every social contact I had. I would have to find a new place to live. I'd have to bar her from my workplace, but they can't do anything without a restraining order, and that itself felt like a hurdle too. I dropped all my old friends in favor of her and felt like they refused to even talk to me again. I was the idiot that let her back into my life and rekindled the relationship. Despite overwhelming feedback, I was stupid enough to deserve every bit of what was happening, and too dumb to deserve to escape after wasting my previous chances. I was super depressed and had frequent fantasies of just committing an S-word. The worst part wasn't the anxiety and terror though. It was when she was sweet and caring. For example, she always went all out for my birthday or anniversaries or Christmas with thoughtful gifts, except for the year where she kicked me out for the evening after throwing some decorations at the wall because they stopped working, for which she blamed me because I put them up. She was sweet and gentle one day or even for a week or two, only to slowly start ramping up the tension until she exploded yet again. She had an uncanny ability to blame me in ways that made me feel responsible for her emotions and for forcing her to react violently. When we drove out to visit my dad for Easter, things started to change. Dad was concerned about how quiet I'd become and that I hadn't come for Thanksgiving or Christmas or even called on New Year's Eve like I used to. That I looked tired, unhappy, and thin. Nicole was on her best behavior the whole time and even left her knives in the car. Even tried to get everyone to focus on the engagement ring. But Dad still saw something was wrong. For 3 weeks after, he kept trying to contact me, but she wouldn't let me talk without her in the room, and she checked my phone anytime she left me alone, and checked the records online to see if I deleted my calls. Eventually, I managed to get a burner phone and hid it at work, which allowed me to talk to my dad freely. He flew over with my uncle, and they helped me gather my stuff from her house. When Nicole started sobbing and begging me to stay, my uncle kept her from the kitchen knives and had his phone ready to call 911 if she tried to hurt us. When Nicole started to insist I was taking her stuff too, even though I was only taking things either I brought with me or I bought for her, I just let it go. She got to keep a few sentimental items of mine, and the loss hurts still, but the most important ones I was able to take. Like, I was able to get all of my documentation and cards out of her house. I didn't even bother with the ring. It was just money and she was already acting up. Uncle drove my car home while Dad had me fly with him. I'm ashamed to admit that the months directly following the breakup were almost worse than the time I spent with her, because I was out of survival mode and I couldn't force myself to function the way I used to. I felt like a parasite on my father. Unable to get my stuff together, falling apart over nothing, being so volatile it frightened me. I'm in therapy again. Sometimes I feel better, like I can see a way forward, But then I feel like I'm back in the thick of it and I'll never go back to normal and I'm permanently broken. Worse, every time I cry or get triggered or have a flashback, I can still hear a voice in my head calling me over-emotional and too sensitive. That I'd be fine by now if I just got over myself. That what I went through wasn't that bad. She sent mail to my dad's house for a while, threatening letters and pleas for me to see reason and stop overreacting. Pictures of us that were sentimental. Guilt trips. At first, I couldn't get a restraining order right away against her because I moved. Something about the jurisdictions and courts, but when she sent those letters, it helped at least make sure she couldn't continue to contact me. I found my old laptop a while ago, and it had the password repopulate. It wouldn't leave my mind, especially when I read what people were saying. Right now, I'm just rambling to get my head straight. To be honest, but my DMs were full of people saying how the intimacy must be amazing. How stupid guys get when they want to stick their pee-pee in something. That I don't have balls or a backbone clearly and I just need to man up. Basically everything I told myself to remind me of what I did to deserve being stuck with her. I don't know if I can muster the courage to address any responses to them, but I really just want to tie up this loose end in my life so maybe I can stop rehashing it mentally and finally move on. I might also give my therapist the notebook I kept of Nicole's abuse, but I haven't wanted to even look at it. There's still a box of stuff that I haven't opened up because it's all messed with my head so much. What I wish I knew at the start of all this was that any amount of genuine discomfort isn't an acceptable price in a relationship, and you're allowed to stop giving them more chances, even if they're trying and seem sorry. You're not obligated to help people change, even if you love them, even if they do slightly better. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "Glad you got out, OP. Wish you all the best, and remember, it wasn't and isn't your fault. She used every trick she could. You survived and got out. That's a lot. I think there are support groups, maybe worth looking into. Talk with the people who had similar experiences. Hope you'll find resources and support you need for recovery and will live happy life from now on. Best of wishes to you." And the OP responds and says, "I appreciate that. It's hard to remember how to keep on sometimes, so thank you." And someone else says, "Hi there, OP. Thank you for updating us on your situation. I've often thought about you since your first post years ago, and genuinely, I am so incredibly sorry for everything you went through. Please know that what you were put through was not your fault in any way. Abuse is a real mind F word. Excuse my language. And looking back from a place of freedom, your actions can seem odd even to yourself. But in those moments, you aren't entirely yourself. Of course, we can throw around what ifs after the response to your last post, and of course, I wish you hadn't had to go through the last few years the way you did. But what's most important is that right now, you are safe again. Your dad and your uncle are wonderful people who have shown you great support, and I can guarantee your father does not want to see you as a burden and is likely just happy that his child is safe. And I wish you all the best with your future and hope you find only healing and comfort in the years to come. Good luck with your therapy. Make sure to take all the time you need with it and do everything at a pace best suited for you. You are the priority, and I hope it all works out for you. Well done on getting away from her. I'm so proud of you." And the OP responds and says, "It's hard to feel proud because I'm still messed up. I feel like it's been too long for me to feel this way still. Thank you, nonetheless." And this is the last we have ever heard from the OP, and hopefully the OP is doing better now. And man, that ex-girlfriend of his was a complete psychopath. I mean, who plays around with knives like that? And who, intentionally tries to make someone scared and re-trigger their past traumas? I mean, this lady was a complete psychopath, and the OP is honestly lucky he didn't get hurt or honestly killed, because this girl seems completely off her rocker and a danger to everyone around her, So hopefully she gets the help she needs. But for now, it's good that the OP is away from her. And hopefully she doesn't, get back in contact with him. And hopefully the OP doesn't, go back to her like he did prior. But I guess we'll have to see. But comment down below your thoughts. I'm curious to see what you guys have to think about this. And on to the next one. I've been spending time with a good friend more recently, but I think he's only doing it so he can look at my daughter. The last few months, I've been chatting to a friend more regularly than previously. We've been friends for over a decade, and we used to be really close, but we slowly drifted apart. I should probably mention we are both men in our 40s. It's been great catching up with him, and honestly, I really needed a friend, so it's just been great. He's got a long-term girlfriend and 2 children. A couple of months ago, we visited his house for the first time. He recently moved, and we weren't speaking much before that, just an occasional comment on Facebook. And me, my son, and 20-year-old daughter spent a few hours honestly just chatting about nothing, but in a good way, While we were there, I noticed that he kept looking at my daughter out of the corner of his eye. I never really caught him fully looking, so I thought nothing of it, especially as he has known my kids for over a decade. I didn't mention it to my daughter, as I didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable if it was nothing. A couple of months went by, and we visited them again. He kept talking to my daughter, and not really to me, which is fine, but it just seemed odd when my daughter has really bad anxiety and she can't really hold a conversation, and she makes it clear when she's uncomfortable talking. He just seemed to keep looking at her and talking, even if he was talking to me. He would just look at her. The final straw was last week. We visited them and we've been having a heat wave, so we are all dressed in as minimal as possible. My daughter in a thin pair of skirts and a t-shirt, and my son in a pair of athletic shorts and a gym top, and me in a polo shirt and white chino shorts. Nothing unusual, just basic summer wear. When we were in conversation, he would look at my daughter. When anyone told a joke, he would smirk a little, or give a small laugh depending, but if my daughter told something mildly funny, he would really laugh to the point that even she would look awkward. He kept dropping out of conversation and just staring at her. I think she noticed it as well because she started to lean back in her chair to try to cover herself, even though she was fine. She looked uncomfortable. Then, when the sun set, she put on a thick jacket and zipped it up. I don't know if he's just trying to be friendly and he doesn't know how to act, or if he's only inviting us around to stare at her. And if so, then I don't know what to do. Yes, she is 20, but she's still my little girl, and this man watched her grow up. It just seems strange. I don't know if I should say something or just don't go around there again. Either way, I think it's the end of the friendship, which is a shame, but oh well. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "Trust your gut. It sounds like this guy is around for all the wrong reasons. Also, who just stares at someone like that, as the whole situation seems creepy and way out of line. Definitely best to keep your kids safe around this guy and cut off contact. At least that's what I would do." Another user says, "Even if you want to say it's no big deal, it looks like it's a deal to your daughter, and she always comes first. You know what to do." And someone else says, "Why not hang out with your friends without your kids? If he has no interest in that, then you know his intentions. Also, ask your daughter if he has tried contacting her on social media." And then the OP gives us an update 2 days later. And let's get into it. It reads, "Updates from my last post. I spoke to my daughter about the whole thing and wanted to know what she thought about it. All because I didn't want to say anything if she didn't think it was odd. She told me that after the first time we saw him again a few months ago, he had appeared outside our work after she finished her shift and asked if she wanted a lift home instead of getting the bus. She said that since he was a good friend of mine, she trusted him and got in his car. On the ride home, he repeatedly touched her leg and started talking about how much she's changed since he saw her last, before we all met up, and how much of an adult she looks now. He told her she's growing into her body, quote, like a good girl. My daughter said that she would walk the rest of the way home because she didn't want to put him out too much, but he insisted on driving her all the way. She said she kept moving away from him, but he was leaning to touch her knees. She said that at a red light not long before the house, he gave her his mobile number and texted himself from her phone and told her to call him if she wanted a lift or anything else. Then, when she got home, she went to leave the car, but he grabbed her arm and asked her where his hug and kiss goodbye was. Not a new thing. He gives us all a hug every time. And when she leaned in, he held her tight and whispered that she should call him. In the last few months since then, he has repeatedly been sending her explicit texts and images and waiting outside her work, asking her if she would like a lift home, even though every time she's said no. She said she didn't want to say anything because she didn't want to upset me, as he was the only friend I had. I feel sick thinking about this. This is my daughter. She's 20, but she's still my little girl, and I feel like I have put her in danger. I have messaged him asking him to stop contacting my family, and I've sent him the screenshots from her phone as reasons why, but he is messaging me, asking me why when she's an adult, and the only sleazy thing he's done is cheating on his girlfriend, as my daughter never physically said the word stopped. She just ignored him. I'm so angry at him and myself. Edit. I'd like to say thanks to everyone for the advice. Also, I've been getting a lot of mom comments, and although I appreciate the sentiment very much, I am her dad. Unfortunately, her mom passed away quite a few years ago, but I really appreciate that everyone thought I was her mom. It really is the biggest compliment to me. I must be doing something right. We went and spoke to our local police, and they couldn't really help us as she had willingly gotten into his car. They did say that as we have spoken to him already, they could keep a file open, and if it continues, then they would be able to take action. Honestly, it seems that they don't really care about it at all, which is alarming and upsetting. We sent these screenshots and an explanation to his girlfriend, and we've had some missed calls from him, but that's not our problem. We've blocked him on everything and have completely removed him from every social media. My daughter has spoken to her work, and they have said that until she is able to find another job, they will ensure that at least one other staff member will wait with her for the bus, and I will be meeting her at the first stop in our town to take her directly home on days I'm not working, and on days I am, then her grandparents will be picking her up. She is safe. I also had a lot of comments suggesting I get violent with this man. Although I do appreciate that a lot of people would be choosing the other route of resolving the problem face to face, I'm not like that. I would like to be. I would like to say that there's no problem I couldn't solve that way, but that's simply not me. It doesn't make me a bad dad either. I found another way to solve the problem and make sure my daughter is safe and comfortable. Thank you all for your help and advice. It's nice to find some support through the internet sometimes. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "It's not your fault, but you need to have a sit down and talk through the socialization for women to be nice and how to get past that mental block. This is something a lot of us go through, and it puts us in really awful situations. Help her understand that her safety is the most important thing. She doesn't have to be nice or put up with things like this. There's probably some very eloquent people who can speak to this topic on YouTube. It's not me. But I want to make sure she knows she doesn't have to take this shit for the rest of her life, even with the anxiety and desire not to rock any boats." And the OP responds and says, "I've told her many times growing up that if she doesn't feel comfortable doing something, no matter what it is, then she needs to say that. It doesn't matter if it upsets someone or offends someone. All that matters is that she is safe and comfortable. I'm hoping that she will be like this from now on. and I just hope that she knows I'm here for her no matter what. And then another user says, get her a weapon. And the OP says, we are in the UK, so she's legally not allowed any weapons, including pepper spray. The only thing she is allowed is an alarm, which she already had anyway. We are looking into some objects which can be carried around legally or discreetly. Currently, we are looking into a key ring, which is like a long, sharpened stick, though there's not many places willing to ship them to us. I'm so very sorry to hear what you've been through, and I wish you well throughout your life. And then we have never heard from the OP ever again, so I don't know if the OP's ex-friend ended up going to jail or getting in more trouble, but I just hope that the OP's daughter and the OP are able to remain safe from this creep that the OP once called his friend. My 41 female partner of 2 years, 44 male, is adamant I am cheating on him. I am not. Help? Just a bit of context. We've been together for 2 years. He has 2 kids, I have 1 kid. Irrelevant to the story. We live apart. I bought a home a few months before we started dating, and are together only when our kids are with their other parent. He's the guy that has treated me the best of all my relationships, and I love him dearly. I'm a chronically anxious and stressed person, and he's absolutely my peace. But today, he sucker punched me with this. He's absolutely convinced that I am cheating on him. The reason he suddenly started thinking this is because 2 days ago, I wanted to show him something on my phone. There was an irrelevant tab opened. My Hotmail account that is full of spam. Had this account for the past 24 years, but mostly used my Gmail. He saw, quickly in passing, that there was a folder with a man's name. Let's say James. I don't remember the purpose of the folder. It's empty. I haven't touched it in 15 years. No idea why it exists. It was probably useful at some point, but no idea. Well, now, he's convinced that, number 1, I closed the tab too quick. Number 2, I was acting weird and nervous and suspicious. And number 3, this means I have cheated or I am actively cheating. That's his perspective. Now, on to the actual truth. I am absolutely not cheating on him. He is the man of my dreams, love of my life. I have never ever given him a reason to even suspect I'm cheating. I spent 1 entire week with him at his place. Never hid my phone or anything like that. When I'm at my house, it means I'm with my kiddo, and my time is 100% devoted to her. I also work a lot. There is not a single second in my life where I would have time to devote to any other person, even through email. I spend my downtime at home being with kiddo and the cat, watching YouTube videos. I send him a lot of pictures of me chilling with my cat as well, and we have a constant communication going. I'm very chatty through text. Anyways, at first I was super pissed and also confused because why on earth would you not trust me? What is happening? No matter what I say, he says I don't make sense whatsoever, and he's just adding 1 + 1, and to him the answer is 2. I keep telling him that he's the one not making any sense. We're back and forth on the texting. He doesn't even want to speak over the phone or come over to talk about it. I've sent him numerous screenshots of my email with unopened emails that go back more than a year. I've sent screenshots of me typing the keyword James in the email and nothing coming up. I've shown him the completely empty sent folder, which to me is weird. I've sent numerous emails over the years. Why is it empty? And I've also given him the login and password so he can look for himself. I have accumulated a lot of junk in that email over the many years I've had it, but rarely use it now. It is just a receptacle of all my Amazon orders, my McDonald's app receipts, and various spam emails. I'm pissed that he doesn't trust me. He says he needs time to think. I'm stuck in a loop of pissed, confused, and sad. What's going on? Help. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, is this incredibly out of character for him? Or has he always been a bit jealous and suspicious? Could he be the one cheating and projecting? And the OP responds and says, "This is wildly out of character. I am unsure if he would be projecting his own cheating. Anything is really possible, but I would hope not. I don't believe so. His high libido and we have intimacy daily when we're together, which is every other week, except when one of us is sick. I give him everything he needs in that department and all the other departments as well. We take good care of each other typically." Another commenter says, "I hear so many stories about stuff like this happening on Reddit. I feel like most people would say, he's projecting and he's the one cheating and just try to push the blame on you. You're the only one outside of him who truly knows this relationship. Has there been anything else going on in the relationship as of late?" And the OP responds and says, "Nothing. Everything is fine. We are great. We have excellent communication. We talk through things. Never had a fight. Never scream at each other. We're very loving physically, but we can also coexist quietly in the same space doing our own thing. It's truly, truly amazing typically. This is completely bonkers to me right now." I told him I understand where he was coming from, and I am willing to work through this with him. He has full access to everything he ever wants, whenever he wants. I have shown myself to be trustworthy to a fault. When I say haven't touched, I'm not sure if it's a translation thing. I just mean I have not used it as my primary email in a very long time, and the email is only used as an inbox for receipts and useless crap. And then we get an update 4 days later. And the OP said it best themselves. This one does not end well. Let's get into the update. The OP says, "So it did not end well. After 48 hours of back and forth through texting, because he refused to even speak to me over the phone or face to face, and me giving him my password so he can go check for himself that nothing was messy, he still wouldn't back down. At this point, his behavior was concerning, and I thought he may have a mental episode going on. It was getting to be too much. He was texting me at all hours of the night trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense in the first place. So I blocked him. When he realized that he sent me emails at my work email asking me to check my Hotmail, which had nothing different in it. When I blocked his email, he decided to message my best friend and telling her, if I can't talk to her, I'll go through you instead. My friend has literally nothing to do whatsoever with this whole thing. She never replied and is sticking with me because she's also seen how crazy he is acting. So I thought that was that. Yesterday at work, I was visibly sad and distressed, and my whole team hugged me, offered support, and I had lunch with my other good friend and colleague. So the day goes by, and I get off of work at 4. I am walking to my car in the parking lot, flanked by 2 colleagues, and I'm kind of explaining the whole story. They go to one of the girls' cars because they carpool. I walk towards my own car, which is parked 2 rows away. I hear a loud man's voice behind me. I turned around, and it's him. He's walking very quickly towards me and still talking nonsense about emails. I hold my hand up and say, I'm not doing this with you right now. All the while calculating whether I'm safe to go to my car or not. He was screaming at me that I was a horrible person. I've never seen him act like this before at all. A little energy pushed me to turn around and go to my colleague's car. At this point, I'm shaking and scared. I enter her car and start hyperventilating. They're like, we'll drive you home. He was about 6 feet from the car, hate in his eyes, motioning me to get out of the car. We drove off. I kept apologizing to them, crying and looking behind us the whole trip to make sure he wasn't following us. When I came home, my mother was there. I broke down and she called the cops. A nice officer told me over the phone, I got nothing else going on right now. You're my priority, and I'm coming to you as soon as I can. He came to my home, took my deposition, was extremely patient and understanding, explained everything that he was going to do after. My ex was placed under arrest for criminal harassment with certain conditions to follow. Not sure about the legal terms here, but they did not handcuff him or take him to jail. It was just a verbal thing, and he will probably be summoned in court at a later date. I have a good network of people who care, and I believe I am safe. Thanks, everybody. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, "The one piece of advice I will offer. People like this often ignore the police because they are no longer living in our reality. Been there. Just because they have mental health issues, clearly here, it doesn't mean you have to feel 1 ounce of sympathy or guilt because whatever is going on. It's destroyed any chance of them being allowed in your life anymore. You may well get guilt/sympathy pangs, and you should grab them by the collar and throw them out on their ass the moment they enter your head. The only way to mentally deal with stalky exes is to literally stop caring about them at all, as then the only decisions you will make will be around your own safety." And the OP replies and says, "Thank you. I needed to hear this. I am angry at him, but sometimes during the day, I have small bouts of things like, did I overreact? Am I being too harsh with having him arrested? And I have huge regrets about it. But then I realize, hey, the actual officer of the law told me he had enough motive to literally arrest him. So I'm doing the right thing." Another commenter says, "Reminds me of an episode of ER, I think. And the person acting irrationally ended up having a brain tumor." And the OP responds and says, "Yep, some tumors can change a person's personality drastically. Sadly, this is not the case here. He's a drug addict and uses multiple times a day, which leads me to think that's where his little mental episode stemmed from." And another user says, "Stay safe, OP. Change passwords, monitor bank details and credit, limit your visibility across social media to friends, and maybe consider asking friends not to tag you when out for a reasonable period of time. This will limit his ability to bump into you unexpectedly." Unfortunately, the police can be quite slow to act on these cases, so do look after yourself by taking reasonable legal precautions. Continue to document any unwanted interactions and report them to the police. And then the OP makes a mini update on the same post a few hours later, and this reads, "I just had a 2-hour conversation with his ex. Let's call her Jess. Not the mother of his kids, but the girl he dated between the kid's mother and me. A very interesting conversation. She has lived exactly the same situation as me, minus the calling of cops. She told me he was ultra controlling, physically and verbally abusive to his 2 sons, a bad drug habit, an unhealthy/borderline inappropriate relationship with the mother of his children, and he was psychologically and SA towards Jess. She told me he used to put her on a pedestal, same as me, but he had a lot of behavioral problems that I've noticed but chose to ignore just because I loved him so much. I hope he gets the help he needs." And then the OP makes another mini update the next day, and it reads, "He's following me. Saw him twice today where he shouldn't have been. Documented that to the police station. They are super nice and understanding. Thank God." Then the OP makes another update that says, "So far so good. Nothing worthy to mention since the second update. I have many people in the hospital I work at offer to walk me to the car. I am never alone. I am actually safer at work than at home. Everyone has been wonderful." And this ended up being the last post we have ever received from the OP, and I just really hope that this guy left her alone. I mean, this guy is completely psychotic, delusional, and unhinged. I mean, he obviously has a drug problem, so he might not be in the best state of mind. And so hopefully he was, arrested, or the OP got a restraining order in place and got this guy to get away from her, because this guy could be dangerous. And never got an update again, so we don't know what ended up happening. But hopefully the OP is doing all right. Reds. My wife and her best friend accused me of having an affair, then got angry when I didn't have one. And just a quick warning, this is a tragic Reddit thread. But let's get into it. I, 31 male, and my wife, who is 29 female, Had a baby last December. It was a traumatic birth, and my wife developed postpartum depression. While she was originally going to go back to work after the birth, she's been struggling enough that we decided to wait until our daughter was a year old and reassess. She has been going to therapy weekly. With my wife home full time, I've had to work increased hours. This is something we discussed prior to making this decision, and she knew this from the start. A few weeks ago, my boss approached me about a project that would require a lot of overtime in a short amount of time. It would both be great financially and for my career. I talked to my wife about it, and she agreed that I should say yes to my boss. For the 4 weeks I'd be working on this, my mother-in-law and her best friend, Jessie, who is 29 female, name changed, would come help out with some of the duties that I typically do. Jessie is a stay-at-home mom with 2 young kids. She began coming over during the day and would watch the kids with my wife. 3 weeks into the project, it became clear that we'd need a few more weeks to get it together. I went home that night and talked to my wife about it. She said she was okay with it, but got very cold in the days after. It wasn't unusual behavior over the past few months, so I didn't think much about it and tried not to take it personally. During the last week of the project, I got home one night and saw that Jessie was still at the house. I didn't think much about it. Said hi to her and my wife, and then went to go check on our daughter. Before I could get to her room, I heard Jessie say something along the lines of, "He doesn't even stop to greet you. Definitely a sign." I turned around and asked what it was a sign of. Immediately, my wife started crying, and Jessie started accusing me of having an affair. She told me that I must hate my wife because she has postpartum depression, and I'm not attracted to her because she gained weight from the pregnancy. Neither of these things are true. I'm trying my best to help my wife through her PPD while supporting our family, and I think she looks great how she is right now. She just hasn't wanted to have intimacy, and I haven't pushed. Jessie then demanded to see my phone. I told her no. She told me that's a sign that I'm guilty. I told my wife that I would let her see my phone if she wanted to. She nodded, and something inside me broke. I guess it was the thought that she actually believed I was having an affair really got to me, and that she didn't trust me after everything we've been through. Well, she looked through the phone and there was no evidence. Jessie started saying that I deleted the evidence. She started screaming and woke up our daughter, so I told her to get out of the house. Eventually, she left and I went to calm our daughter since my wife was still on the couch crying. When my daughter was asleep again, I sat down by my wife and tried to talk to her about what's been happening. She told me that she's been worried ever since I started working all the overtime. I told her that we'd talked about how good of an opportunity it was, and she agreed to letting me take on this project. She said it was very suspicious to increase the length of the project. I told her that sometimes that happens. She wanted more evidence, so I showed her messages and emails with timestamps from work and pay stubs showing the overtime. She said she believed me and was sorry for doubting me. It was just that Jessie had been telling her that these were all signs that I was cheating. I asked her why she believed Jessie more than me, and why she didn't come to me with her concerns. She didn't have a real answer. It's been a couple of weeks and the project is over. I actually scaled back and am trying to work a little less than I was before the project so I can spend more time with my wife and daughter. But I feel so burnt out trying to do everything and becoming resentful because in the back of my mind, I know that my wife doesn't trust me. I ask myself, What happens the next time I have a project? Or I have to run errands one day? Or if I have a business trip? Am I going to come back every time to accusations that I'm cheating? I've tried bringing it up a couple of times, but my wife tells me it's not the time and that she's tired or sad. I try to be mindful of her feelings, but I wonder if that means that I can never have any of my own. I'm not sure what to do here. Any advice for how I can move forward? And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, you need couples therapy and to ditch Jesse. Someone else says, this is a bad situation made worse by your wife's friend, who is possibly projecting her own relationship issues on you guys. I would go to couples counseling and keep reassuring your wife that you love her. Depression makes you think crazy things. I hope the best for you. And someone else says, Jessie probably projected her own problems into your relationship. You have to tell your wife that she should trust you. Maybe some therapy. Her best friend damaged a lot of something that wasn't her problem. She is the devil on your wife's shoulder. And then the OP gives us an update a few days later, and let's get into the update. It reads, thank you to everyone for all of the advice and support on my previous post. I think a lot of you pointed out what should have been obvious, that I need to get a therapist and start looking after my own mental health. A couple people asked for an update, so I'm giving one, but it's not happy. That night, I approached my wife and told her that I was going to find a therapist. I didn't connect it to her accusations or anything, just said that I was having a tough time and needed therapy. She shrugged and told me to do whatever. Next day, I got home from work and our room and my home office were ripped apart. Things everywhere. Important papers scattered. I don't see her, but our daughter's in her room crying. My wife left her alone. Her cell phone's off. I call my in-laws and a few friends, but no one has seen her. I'm starting to get worried and I call my mom to see if she can babysit while I go out and look for her. Before my mom can get home, my wife gets back. Jesse's driving. Jessie doesn't come in. She hasn't been back in the house since I kicked her out because she was offended by my behavior, but my wife does. She's clearly upset, been crying. I asked what happened. I thought at first the house might have been robbed. She starts screaming at me that I'm being unfaithful and that the therapy is a front so I can meet my mistress. I try to calm her down and tell her that's not true, but she came at me and she hit me. My nose is broken. She kind of realized what she did and sat down on the couch and went comatose. Just stared at the wall. I went into my daughter's room and locked the door. Called my mom to tell her what happened. She was already on her way. And my mother-in-law to ask her to come over and take care of my wife. I packed a bag for my daughter, and when my mom got there, we left. My wife didn't even look up. We dropped my daughter off with my dad and then went to urgent care for my nose. I got blood all over my mom's new Subaru. My daughter and I are staying with my parents for a while, and my wife's staying with hers. I am looking into getting a restraining order against Jessie. My wife and I are separating. I love her, but I won't live with someone who hurts me and who could potentially hurt our daughter. I'm not going forward with a divorce yet, with the hopes that my wife will get the treatment she needs and can work things out. My in-laws told me that they're looking at an inpatient treatment at a local hospital, but I also have everything well documented in case of an eventual custody battle. My heart's broken because I know this isn't my wife. This is a sickness in her mind. but I need to keep myself and our daughter safe and give her the space to recover. I'm hoping that this is the right decision. Thanks again, everyone. Edit, thank you all for your feedback. I've talked to my parents after reading your comments and came to the conclusion that for my daughter's protection, I need to file a police report. I am headed to the station now. And let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, F Jessie. I'm not saying she's the cause of all of this, but she definitely was the catalyst. Bet she enjoyed the circus show she helped produce. And someone replies and says, yeah, sounds like she tried to brainwash OP's wife at every chance and was for the most part successful. This is some premeditated psychopath. I hope for the best, OP. And someone else says, I'm so sad to hear all this. Breaks my heart that you and your daughter have to go through so much pain. I hope it gets easier. And someone else says, wow, from reading this and your previous post, it sounds like Jessie deliberately got in your wife's ear in order to ruin your marriage. More than likely, her life is in shambles and she wanted your wife's to be in shambles as well. For her to be with your wife and not have the baby is pathological. Good for you for having your child with you and for working to get Jessie out of your life. She will not be happy until your marriage has been completely destroyed along with your wife. Jessie is pathological. She most definitely isn't a friend. She did what she was accusing you of. She didn't care about your wife at all and caused this break. You are right to get yourself into counseling. You have a long road ahead of you. Keeping you and your daughter safe are your main concern. I am sorry this happened. Jessie took advantage of your wife's vulnerability and planted her evil thoughts in your wife's head. Wow. There are no words for what she did other than evil and psychotic. And then the OP posts another update a few days later, and let's get into it. The update is titled, Do I let the woman I fault with my wife's death let her speak at her funeral? There's more context for the situation in my post history. My wife passed away on early Monday morning. Convinced by her friend Jessie that I was having an affair that I did not have. She had a mental break, which resulted in me taking our infant daughter and staying with my parents for a while. She was with her parents, who planned on taking her to the hospital for an inpatient treatment on Monday. On Sunday night, she came to my parents' house and demanded I give her our daughter. Because she had left her alone for several hours the last time she was responsible for her and had gotten physical with me, I refused. I offered to let her come in and spend time with her while my parents and I were present. But she didn't want to come in and wanted to take our daughter with her. She was upset, but left eventually. A few hours later, she drove her parents' car into a tree and died. The friend, Jessie, came to see my daughter and me yesterday. After some tears, she told me that she was planning to speak at my wife's funeral. She had already cleared it with my in-laws, but was letting me know as a courtesy. I told her she would not be speaking at the funeral. We fought it, and she left after telling me that I was an asshole and not the only person who loved my wife. I talked to my in-laws, who are adamant that Jessie be allowed to speak. She and my wife knew each other since they were kids, and my in-laws are close to her. We are all very fragile right now, and I fear that pushing this further would hurt my relationship with my in-laws, which I don't want. Still, the thought of seeing Jessie up there at my wife's funeral makes me feel sick. I don't think I can stand to listen to her. Knowing that she took joy in my wife's deteriorating mental health and picked up my wife, leaving my daughter home alone. That being said, I don't trust myself to make the best decisions right now. My mind is clouded by grief, guilt, and fear. My parents are split on what to do, and I don't have the energy to reach out to my friends. So I'm coming here again to ask for advice. Thank you. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, my concern is that if Jessie is given a platform to speak at the funeral, she will try to shift the blame for your wife's death onto you. She will call you the bastard that took his wife's reason to live. Giving someone manipulative a platform to be heard is one of the worst things you can do. My concern is that if you don't put a hard boundary here now, you will have this woman haunting your life and stalking your child for years. You need to have a conversation with your in-laws. Air every single detail. Contact a lawyer to see if an order of protection can be granted to you and your child so that Jessie cannot be allowed to see either of you. If you don't do it now, one day, she could try and steal your child, and your in-laws might try to help her. And someone else says, do your in-laws know what she had said to her? Because sitting down and having a conversation with them would be the logical choice. If they knew that this woman had a hand in causing your wife's death, I sincerely doubt they would want her even at the funeral, let alone speak at it. As a matter of fact, make sure as many people as possible know what she said and caused. She preyed on her friend at her most vulnerable time. I'm not even sure how she can look in the mirror knowing she was behind this. And this is the last update we have ever received from the OP. And this is just a beyond tragic story. I mean, the poor OP's wife was dealing with postpartum depression, and instead of getting the help she needed, she got a manipulative friend that spoke just complete nonsense into her ear and honestly probably made her go crazy and worsened the postpartum depression even worse. And now the OP's poor child won't have a mother growing up or throughout their entire lives. And the OP lost their wife in a tragic and just, heartbreaking way because of this unhinged woman who, manipulated and made the OP's wife just descend further into, poor mental health. And I really wish that the OP's wife could have gotten the psychiatric treatment she needed before this entire thing happened. But this is truly just one of the most tragic and heartbreaking threads I have ever read. And I really hope that the OP and the OP's daughter are doing better now. OP discovers her husband has been sleeping with her mother and fathering her children. The OP thinks she ruined her mother's life and reputation. My 40 female parents, dad who's 63 male and mom who is 60 female, have been married for 43 years. I have 6 siblings, 42 female, 38 female, 34 female, and 20 male, and 18 male. I have been with my husband, 39 male, since we were 15. I got pregnant at 17, and we moved in with my parents. I gave birth to my now 22-year-old daughter. We got married at 18 shortly after. My dad's father passed shortly after our wedding and left his ranch-style house to my father. My grandparents built a house next door to my parents when they retired. My parents decided to let us live in this house and told us this would be my inheritance. My husband and I had no issues with this. We went on to have 20 male, 14 female, and 5 female. And I'm currently 7 months pregnant with my last child, a boy, due in April. I thought I had a good marriage. We were intimate more than twice a week. We went on date nights. We bought each other gifts. We didn't fight. My entire world was shattered on New Year's Eve when I returned early from a girls' trip I had taken with some friends. I walked into my bedroom to find my mom having intimacy with my husband. My mother screamed at me to get out of their bedroom, which really shook me up even more. Unfortunately, my oldest daughter was also home in her bedroom across the house, getting ready for a party. She ran out and witnessed my all but a bed sheet unclothed mother run out of her house next door to her house and slam the door. My daughter was devastated and went to my sister's house. I asked her to not say anything until I first talked to my husband. I asked him for the truth. He told me that my mom seduced him when we were 18 and living in their house. They'd been having unprotected intimacy at least once a month for longer than we were married. I ran the math and was horrified because the timeline meant my twin brothers and youngest brother could be my husband's. I immediately called my dad and told him to come to my house without my mom. I made my husband confess, and my dad was devastated. He and my mom were high school sweethearts too. Needless to say, we could hear my mother screaming from her house when he confronted her. I then told my older sister, and she and I decided to have her throw a party for the whole extended family, and we invited my ex's family as well. At the party, I had my 22 female daughter take all the kids to our basement and put on a movie. Leaving only the adult children and siblings, and I told them exactly what they'd been doing. Most of the family is on my side, except my 3 youngest siblings. 38F sister, ex's entire family, they all say I'm an asshole for dropping this publicly. Word got out, and my mom's best friend, who is on a leadership role at my mom's church, my childhood church, called me to verify. My mom has since been let go as the children's pastor there, and she claims I've essentially ruined her reputation in life. My dad kicked her out, and she's now living with my 38 female sister. And lastly, my dad insisted on a DNA test for the 3 youngest boys before he'd consider doing anything with their marriage. The twins are my husband's bio children. I've since kicked him out, and he's living with his parents. My father and I are discussing me moving into his much larger house, and him selling my grandfather's house, and him giving me the money to buy a new house somewhere else to get rid of the memories. My husband is appalled and furious that I proved he is actually about to have 7 kids instead of 5, that I'm going to be taking half his business away from him. My husband started his own HVAC company a few years back, and for the first 5 years, I helped him get it set up, ran the office completely, and took time away from my teaching career to help him get this established. In my state, all marital assets, including businesses, are split 50-50. Since the house was still in my father's name, my husband will get no money from the sale. Neither will my mother, since inherited assets are not subject to be split in divorces. My mother is also likely to not get an alimony, as our state is not a no-fault divorce state. I'm now over a month removed, still extremely bitter and angry at my mother, especially at her hypocrisy of calling me a bad word and shaming my family when she's done so much worse. I also despise my ex with everything within me now, as he was having intimacy, both my mom and me, in some instances coming to our bed minutes later. He got my mother pregnant less than a week after getting me pregnant, and while I thought it was so cute and fun that I shared a pregnancy experience with my mom, she was carrying my children's half-siblings. He has broken all trust I had in men and being faithful. I have already procured a good lawyer from the firm that helped us in financial matters for both me and my dad, and my dad is helping pay for it. My twin brothers, one of my sisters, and my entire ex's family have gone no contact with me and my minor children, and my children have essentially lost all of their grandparents but my dad, 2 uncles, and an aunt on my side, and my husband's 3 brothers, due to this mess. I've also developed ulcers and digestive issues because of this, so I'm visiting the doctor soon, and I've been in therapy since the first week of January. I've offered this for my 2 adult children if they need family therapy with all of us, but they're doing individual therapy right now. My daughter knows that we're getting divorced and why, and she's so angry at her dad that I struggle sending her to his house on the weekends. I feel like she's old enough to make a decision on that, but I don't want to damage her relationship with her dad. I've told all my kids it's okay to love their dad, even if he hurt me, but the oldest 2 have cut him off 100%. I won't tell my youngest 2 until they're teens why we got a divorce, and everyone else has agreed to not spill anything until they're old enough to understand. As for how I had no idea this affair was ongoing, my husband confirmed to me that they would have intimacy at my mom's office, at church, in their cars, at a motel, and when we built the business. They started having it routinely in his office once I went back to teaching. They also had it in our houses too. When my father would go away on business trips or I'd be out of town, it was pure happenstance that I came home a day early from a trip because I was uncomfortable from being nearly 7 months pregnant and just wanted my own bed for me to find out. Knowing they'd be carrying on this full-blown affair, still, if I hadn't caught them, is what I'm still upset about. The fact that the grandmother and father of my children cared so little about destroying our families is what I can't get past. What's hardest for me is that my own mother would do this to me and would continue to do this for years and not caring when it all blew up in her face that she would be destroying her entire family. Edit. Also, to add insult to injury, my husband confirmed in one of our mediated conversations, the affair started when I apparently made him angry. He didn't tell me and instead vented to my mom when they were alone. She comforted him and they had intimacy. He loved it and then pursued her after that. He said he would have divorced me, but knew he'd get cut off from her, and she was so much better at intimacy than me, so stuck it out with me. He told me I was a placeholder of all the betrayal and low blows. That statement is what keeps me up at night. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, "Good on you for not literally killing your husband. I wouldn't be so strong." And the OP replies and says, "My pregnancy is the only reason I didn't end up in jail." And another user says, "Check with your state laws if in the US. But where I live, kids can decide whether or not to go to their non-custodial parents' house for visitation. If that's the case with you, I wouldn't force your daughters to go if she does not want to." And the OP replies and says, "Thanks for the advice. I'm hoping to have an official custody agreement in place in the next few weeks." And someone else says, "This is a level of horrible that is so twisted, gross, and horrific. I hope OP and dad and remaining family move on with their lives stronger and better." And someone else says, "Oh my God, this is extremely hard to even imagine. You and your kids might need to see a therapist. I'm sorry you have to deal with this, and I hope one day you make some relevant peace with it." And someone replies and says, "I'm literally shaking like I'm going to have a panic attack from just vicariously reading about this. I cannot even begin to fathom how this woman hasn't completely fallen apart. I would be hospitalized from a S-word attempt or psychotic break or catatonic depression. This is the deepest, worst, most shocking, and far-reaching betrayal. And she's pregnant, living next to twin brothers / stepsons that are a product of her mother and husband's betrayal. My God. And the OP replies and says, "My pregnancy is the only thing keeping me going. I have to remind myself that I keep going on for him and my other children. I refuse to let this ruin my life. My husband and mother won't get the satisfaction of destroying my life." And then we got an update a few days later, and let's get into it. "I tried hard to go the route of a mediated divorce, but my ex told me yesterday through his lawyers that he doesn't believe that the baby I'm carrying is his, and he wants a DNA test as soon as he's born because he doesn't want to support a child that isn't his. He also believes I routinely cheated on him through our marriage and that I knew about his ongoing affair and used that as my excuse to have my own affairs. None of that is true, but I kind of wish it was because it would make this divorce easier. My lawyer basically told me to get ready for a long, drawn-out, brutal contested divorce, and that my ex is likely going to try every underhanded tactic in the book to make my life even more miserable." And someone replies to that and says, "Hold your ground. He's mad he got caught and has to pay the consequences. Stay calm and don't let any of what he says get to you. The only intent is to rile you up. He sounds like a child. Anyone who sides with him needs to be cut from your life. It sounds like they're just as toxic as your mom and ex. Being a single mom is hard. Protect your peace." And then we get an update a while later, and let's get into this update. It reads, "This has gone viral on Twitter, and thanks to the people who let me know in DMs. So I will answer some questions posed both here and there. Number 1, my twin brothers look like my egg donor's side of the family. They look very close to my uncle and grandfather. They clearly don't look like my dad at all, but they also don't resemble my husband much either. My son looks like soon-to-be ex, and he's the only child that you can visibly tell is his kid, although my daughter has his nose and jaw shape. Number 2, I was definitely enraged the day everything went down, but my dad talked me off the murder ledge and reminded me that I needed to think of my baby and my other kids before I do something that would remove both of their parents from their lives. That is what spared them. I still lived in a rage fog for the next few days, which is what led to the revenge party. I only regret not telling my brothers privately that my egg donor had been cheating. Number 3, I honestly don't know all the reasons my 38F sister is on my egg donor side. She doesn't get along with me or my sisters and hasn't since high school. I'm not that worried about her. Number 4, my twin brothers are upset that I sprung the news publicly. That is what my dad has gotten out of them. They are also in therapy, and my dad has told me to just give them time. He thinks it's just them killing the messenger. I did not tell them the possibility that my ex was their dad, but they can do math and figured out that they're the same age as my son, and he's younger than the length of the affair. My dad sat them down and explained his reasoning for the DNA test was to prove cheating and not because he was going to abandon them. He is their dad regardless. Number 5, I don't believe that my egg donor and soon-to-be ex waited until he was 18 to have intimacy. But at this point, I'm letting my dad fight that fight and letting them do what he needs to do when dealing with her and their divorce. Number 6, I have contingency plans ready to enact in the event they decide to move in together. But my lawyer doesn't believe my ex is stupid enough to do that, with the divorce proceedings turning ugly. And finally, number 7, I forgot to add this in earlier. My husband is 4 months younger than me. My birthday is in December, and his is April. He will be 40 soon. We were in the same graduating class all through school from kindergarten through high school. He's not a full year younger than me, as others have speculated. I'm focusing on my pregnancy, my kids, and moving on. I may provide an update after divorces are finalized, but thanks to everyone for the support and advice. Thanks for letting this hormonal, sad, ragey, bitter woman vent and get this off her chest. And also, you keep hearing egg donor. I think that's just the OP's way of kind of insulting her mom after finding out about the affair. And so basically, egg donor is just the OP's mom, but she obviously doesn't have the respect anymore to even call her mom. But now let's get into update number 3. This reads, I had a phone conversation with my aunt today, my egg donor's sister, and she told me there is a family history of cheating in our family on their side of the family. My grandma cheated on my grandpa for years, but they reconciled. My aunt herself had multiple emotional affairs, but is still married to my uncle. She tried blaming genetics on my mom's affair. I laughed out loud at the absurdity of that attempt to justify our affair, and my aunt is now mad at me for not hearing my egg donor out and her explanations for cheating. My dad and lawyer both say I should hear her out, so I'm still considering doing it right before we meet in early March to establish custody. Edit, I should mention that I asked my aunt if my mama inherited the cheating gene, which child did she pass it on to, and how did my grandma manage to pass it on to both her daughters. So that's probably why she's mad in retrospect. I've honestly lost all sympathy for cheaters after this. And now let's get into update number 4. I tried updating this on that post, but it won't let me add another edit. So here is the latest happenings. I met with my egg donor, dad, and our lawyers last evening. Essentially, my egg donor said she knew it was wrong, but enjoyed the attention. The intimacy was great, and she enjoyed the thrill of it. She kept sleeping with my dad because she enjoyed their financial stability and carefree life and wanted to stay married. She purposefully slept with him after each intimacy encounter with my ex to endure if she got pregnant, she could pass the child off. She also admitted to enjoying the knowledge that my ex enjoyed intimacy with her more than me. She then said that she is moving in with my ex to his new place and that she invited the boys to live with them. The twins have visited once since the affair went public and told her they don't like my ex and refuse to treat him like he's their father. She said eventually they'll come around once she's married to my ex, and then she'll have her family back. I laughed out loud and told her she was delusional and needed psychiatric help. Then I told her I would be taking out an order of protection against her so she'd have no access to my minor children. She called me a jealous and ungrateful cow for not appreciating that she didn't have an operation to get rid of me and let me live. She said I should be happy that they didn't kick me out when I came home knocked up. She even had the nerve to say I should be thankful she kept my husband happy when I couldn't, so he didn't divorce me and leave me a broken and damaged goods single mother. She then told my dad she suffered from postpartum depression after my birth, and my dad ignored it and her and made her feel alone, so she felt justified in hating me and to have affairs. She admitted to having multiple affairs from 6 months after I was born until New Year's Eve and said she'd still be doing it if I hadn't ruined anything. So, my 38 female sister and 34 female sister could not be my dad's either. My dad is even more heartbroken and angry, but we did have both our lawyers present and we got it on record. My dad has already reached out to my siblings, but to nobody's surprise, I guess my 38 female sister already knew it was a possibility because my mom told her about both affairs when the twins were born, and she knew they might be my dad's and kept it from us. My dad is devastated by that even more than losing his relationship with my mom. I'm not sure the relationship will ever recover. I genuinely have no clue what is wrong with my 38 female sister. My 34 female sister doesn't want a paternity test and said our dad will always be her dad. My dad is fine with that. I sent a message to my ex through my lawyer that I will be filing an order of protection tomorrow so that my kids won't have to go to my ex's house if my mother is there. Neither one has even attempted to find new housing either. So I guess she's planning to move into my ex-in-law's house. I really don't want my kids around that mess. He has yet to respond, but at this point, I really don't care what he wants. P.S. My family knows about these social media posts, as do the lawyers, but my ex and egg donor have zero chance of a good outcome in the divorce, so I'm going to be petty and enjoy their anger about being exposed, so I'm leaving it up. They can stew in their filth and know that not only does our town think they're terrible, so does the world. And I have permission from my younger sister to share what happened last night. I don't really care what my 38 female sister thinks. And now let's get into the final update the OP has for us. And the update reads, "Hello. Thank you to everyone who has sent me chats and messages supporting me and asking how I'm doing. I do have an update. Number 1, I gave birth to my son in the beginning of April. He is healthy, and I had no health complications. 2, at the end of March, I was able to get temporary full physical and legal custody of my kids. Number 3, my daughter asked me if I'd be willing to do family therapy with her and her dad. I did not want to do it. I fought it, but eventually I chose to do so for the sake of my daughter and her need to process everything and hopefully move on. Number 4, I learned a lot more about the relationship between my ex and my egg donor due to homework the therapist gave us. My ex did reveal more things which I believe to be true. Number 1, my mom had actually tried to seduce him well before we were of age. From my ex's recollection, when my egg donor took over the youth group, I was mid-teenage years, and he was a few months from turning mid-teenage years, and the manipulation began then. She'd counsel him privately because he needed it. They kissed at some point until he was still very young, and that was all they did, meaning they'd make out during these sessions until he turned 18. It was right around the time of the first kiss that my mom convinced him to ask me out and date me so they could keep seeing each other without suspicion. That is legit just beyond messed up. At this revelation, I was both devastated. My entire relationship was built on a lie, and my husband never loved me. And also a sense of relief knowing that I had absolutely nothing to do with their affair. The reason I believe this is true is that when he asked me out, I had to get permission from my parents to date. At the time, the rule was no one could date before age 16. My mom went to bat for me, or so I thought. We started dating right after he turned mid-teenage years. The timeline adds up. Edit, my dad is currently looking into potential other cases of abuse and manipulation right now with the help of the church officials. Nothing has turned up. And truthfully, while I hate my egg donor, I find it hard to believe she'd have the stamina to carry on multiple affairs with other guys. I think she seduced him knowing I liked him and wanted to feel superiority over me. Looking back, all of this makes sense. Her treatment of me and my children in relationship to her other grandkids. I think all of this was a seriously effed up case of her being narcissistic and punishing me for ruining her life. Number 2, they did not have full intimacy until he turned 18, and I guess that was his birthday present from her. Number 3, My 22 female and 20 male children are still not speaking to him, which he has come to grips with and understands they'll likely never reestablish contact with him. Number 4, the twins and I have fully reconciled. Now for the egg donor. After the last phone call with my aunt, I cut off contact with her and my grandmother. I was tired of my aunt trying to guilt trip me into talking to my egg donor. My grandma is a whole other problem and is beginning to show signs of dementia and senility. She is still harassing my egg donor and calling her a horrible woman, which I'm okay with. But the other stuff she's doing and saying is not something I want to add to my life of stress. My 34 female and 42 female sister were the ones who helped me with labor and delivery plan. My ex knew what the plans were, but also that I did not want him at the hospital until I had already given birth and was in a better place for him to meet his son. He agreed to this. The day I went into labor, my sister took my children to her home while my 42 female sister was with me in the room. Apparently, my child needed something from the school and reached out to my ex to pick it up as he was still on the official pickup list. He no longer is. And drop it off at my sister's house. My egg donor was with him when he took the call. He refused to let her come along as I did not want my children around my egg donor. She apparently followed him in her car to the store and then my sister's house and threw a temper tantrum on the front lawn of my sister's house. My ex broke up with her and told her she was too much drama and it just wasn't worth it anymore, and she flew into a rage and physically attacked him and started destroying things in my sister's yard. The cops were called. My egg donor was arrested for domestic violence. At that point, my ex, my sister, and I all took out orders of protection against her due to the instability and the situation. My ex moved into an apartment close to the HVAC company. My daughter has decided not to forgive him and told him that she didn't want to be around him currently, so only my youngest child visits my ex. He comes to my dad's house and visits her one weeknight and one weekend evening when I take my other kids and twin brothers out for dinner. We've established contact through a custody app and will be revisiting the custody issue in June. I will be pursuing full legal and physical custody until my ex can prove to me he's done the necessary therapy and treatment he needs. I still hate my ex with everything in my being for what he did to me from the time I was young until recently, but I hate my egg donor far more for what she did to us all. I do have some sympathy for him, and I truly want him to be okay for the sake of my kids. Edited, yes, he has met his newborn son. He met him the night I gave birth. I also allowed his in-laws and brothers to meet him as well. His in-laws and I are currently setting up plans for the youngest children to have time with them as well, as they can come visit my newborn. My ex is allowed supervised visitation at this point, not a court-ordered visitation, but my wishes, which he is adhering to as he does his therapy and rehab, and he gets regular time with the 5-year-old. He does get access to our newborn at least once a week, if he comes with his parents, if he wishes. He's seen his son at least 6 times since I gave birth and 3 in my presence. We are slowly rebuilding civilized communication. As for the other divorce proceedings, he's agreed to a mediated, uncontested divorce, and I'll be getting half of everything, including the business. I'm choosing to sell my shares to one of my ex's workers who will likely become a partner. The ex is happy with this, and I'll be happy to be completely rid of any ties to my ex. My dad was able to sell my old house. It didn't even get listed as our realtor knew a family looking, and I have begun looking for houses about 45 minutes away from my dad. As for the egg donor, she has gone into hiding. Once the twins told her unequivocally they'd never live with her and that they wanted nothing to do with her, especially after how she got arrested, she began a whole lot of guilt tripping and blaming them. She is now contesting the divorce from my dad and only speaking to him through her lawyer. As for my 38 female sister, she got a wake-up call from this whole thing when my mother called her and berated her for 45 minutes for not bailing her out of jail. Apparently, my 38 female sister has been going through fertility issues. Like I said, I don't talk to her and had no idea. And she's been stressed out and anxious and feeling bad about herself, which is why she let our egg donor manipulate her, because she felt good about herself when she was getting all the positive attention, when she wasn't willing to pay the money to bail her out, as she and her partner were saving up for another cycle of IVF. She realized that she was being manipulated and reached out to me. We have begun slowly talking again, but she is on my side regarding this all. She is also talking to my dad again, which for his sake, I'm happy that he is able to reconnect with her. Having my son, by the way, we did the DNA test a few weeks before his birth. He is definitely my ex's. Has been a pleasure and joy, and he and my other kids and my support system of my dad and siblings has gotten me through this and will continue to do so. I am hopeful that at some point I will be able to deal with my ex without anger and bitterness, seeing as he has trauma from what my egg donor did to him. I'll be okay. Like I said, this will be my last update on this. So thank you all for the kindness, love, and support. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, OP sounds like she's showing a lot of grace during an absolutely horrific situation. I'm glad she has supportive family and friends around her. And someone else says, what a cluster F all around. And I agree, this whole situation is beyond messed up, and it is just downright horrible. And like the OP said, this is their final update, so hopefully they're doing well and good now. Hopefully her newborn son is doing well, and all of her other kids and family. But yeah, what a horrible and horrific situation, and I really hope that the OP is doing better now. My 29 female boyfriend, who was 25 male, admitted that he forced himself on a woman several years ago. I'm going to preface this post with a disclaimer. It contains R word. If you find it distressing to read about this kind of topic, I urge you to stop reading now. I've been with my boyfriend, Jason, for about a year now. Jason is the first boyfriend I've had who puts real effort into truly listening and understanding me. He can listen quietly as I describe a list of events from start to finish, while he only back channels and then in the end expresses nothing but sympathy or helpful commentary. When I'm facing a tough decision, he asks helpful questions which help guide me in the right direction. When I'm in trouble, without a second of a thought, he is the first person I call. He is a dream come true. My parents love him. My sisters love him. My friends love him. The only person who ever disliked him was a male friend of mine, completely platonic, who said he gave him the creeps. I have since fallen out with this male friend for tangentially related reasons. Also, he was just kind of a giant D-head, so I don't think he had any sort of sixth sense. He just never had a nice thing to say about anyone but himself. Anyway, 2 nights ago, Jason and I were discussing our first real crushes. It was innocent enough topic, as being completely devoted to each other, we have grown well past any jealousy issues in our relationship. I went first, talking about a boy I knew in college who ultimately broke my heart. When it was Jason's turn, I realized it wasn't a silly rom-com like mine. It was a effing horror story. He called it a dumb misunderstanding. He described stealing a pair of her underwear. He called it a drunken mistake. He described pushing up against her and touching her butt without her consent at a party. He called it one stupid night. She was completely drunk in her bed. He climbed in. He unclothed her. She was half asleep. He did the deed. The way he tells it, it wasn't even intimacy. It was one person acting on a victim. His retelling of the events ends with her crying and kicking him out, never to talk again. I know he truly regrets it because at the end of the story, he was full on sobbing. He didn't deny a thing and said that yes, he had R-worded her, which led to him wanting to improve himself and learn how to respect women. He saw my reaction and asked if I thought he was a monster. I told him I needed space and left. I didn't even pack anything. My sister picked me up and drove me to the Rite Aid where I bought toiletries. My life has been torn apart because no matter how much I think it's over, I have no desire to talk to him. Hearing his voice would probably give me a panic attack. In a true Jason fashion, he has given me all the space I need, not contacting me once. I've never been in a situation like this. The person I would normally turn to when my life was on the ropes just admitted he did something which, if convicted, would get him put in prison for several years. I can't talk to my sisters or family because if I do, they'll probably never let me within a mile of him again. Sorry, I think I'm just rambling now. I'm desperate for any ideas on how to proceed, or even if my relationship can proceed at this point. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, I am a victim of SA, and my R-wordist got prison time but is getting out soon. It's not oblivious to the fact he may go on to have a normal relationship one day. It's unfortunate because I am stuck with PTSD for the rest of my life, while he may be able to get out and have everything go back to normal. Some things for you to consider. Is it still in the statute of limitations? Could she one day report him? Would you be willing to stay by his side? Has he been in therapy since? R-wording a woman is one of the worst things you can do to her. Has he actually tried to better himself so it won't happen again? He admitted to you he R-worded someone while they were in one of the most vulnerable states. Can you live with that? He said it was at a party. How many other people at that party know what happened? How do you feel knowing other people know what he did? If you ran into the girl one day, how would you feel knowing you're dating him? Would the argument, he's been good to me, still apply? I'm not saying people don't change. I've forgiven my R-wordist, but it's something I will carry around with me for the rest of my life. This is much bigger than Reddit's pay grade, but I hope it helps you think a little bit more about everything. And then someone replies and says, I'm glad this is the top comment. People can change and be rehabilitated, but is he? And if he is, can you live with it, what he's done? Unfortunately, you have to either be all in or all out. OP, I think both of you should talk to a therapist. And someone else says, I've clicked on and off of this page because I feel very torn between saying something and feeling like it would be too irresponsible for me to give you any real advice. You need to see a therapist as soon as possible. In my opinion, you don't need to speak with Jason until you talk to a professional. If you ever speak to him again, it may need to be on the grounds of only speaking to him in the presence of a therapist. Tall order, I know. And I want you to know there are amazing men out there who can't even stand R-word scenes in movies and are great listeners and partners that will absolutely make you happy without you having to internalize a horrific moral conflict. Here's why I think the more neutral or forgiving comments in this thread are potentially dangerous. For one, they're tempting for you because you want to go back to the supposedly loving relationship you were enjoying a couple of days ago. But second, they very seriously undermine the real possibility that Jason has other faces that he does not present to you, but might do so eventually if he can successfully manipulate you. There is a real chance he might do you some harm one day. If not you, your sister, best friend, or maybe even a child. Women and girls are killed or R-worded by someone they know far more than by a stranger. And it happens because predators are just the right amount of manipulative. It doesn't surprise me that the only one person in your life has ever gotten the creeps from him. It doesn't surprise me that he's often a voice of reason for you. I know it's tempting to empathize with him and to buy into his remorse and deny that he could be a monster now. But you don't have to sacrifice your moral compass to be in a happy relationship with someone. You don't have to risk your safety like this. Don't try to interpret the morality of his voluntary confession based on the comments in this thread. That's not something I would try to unpack without professional help, because you're going to want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm so sorry, hun. I hope you feel comfortable enough to share this with someone close to you soon. And someone else says, R-word, murder, and being a predator are 3 past mistakes that are unforgivable and inexcusable. If he really felt remorse, he would go and tell the police what he did. A R-wordist crying about them R-wording a woman making themselves into the victim is disgusting. That girl's story is so similar to mine that for a second I thought your boyfriend could easily be my R-wordist, but then I checked his age and it didn't match. You and your family love a facade. And the OP gives us an update about 10 days later, and let's get into it. The update reads, "Hello again, everyone. It has now almost been 2 weeks since my boyfriend admitted he committed one of the most despicable acts possible against another human being. Trigger warning, R-word, essay, and violence. If these topics hurt you in any way, please stop reading now. The whole situation still feels surreal. I have gone from being angry at him to being angry at myself. I have written long texts to him and then deleted them completely. I've gone through stages of denial where I thought that Jason, being such a good guy, may not have actually done anything wrong. Maybe a woman gaslighted him into feeling that he had committed a crime when she consented at the time. Then I realized that everyone who commented on my last post hit the nail squarely on the head. He didn't go to the police to turn himself in for what he did. If he truly felt remorse, that is what he would have done. His charm and natural understanding of women's problems were complete ruses. Many people with sociopathic tendencies are great with people. Most of all, he gets to cry and move on with his life. He gets to love another woman again. His victim, I can't even fathom what she's going through. I finally called him 2 nights ago. He wanted to talk about how we could mend our relationship. But after 2 weeks of not hearing his voice and being scared of how I may run back into him, it hit me like a truck. I don't love him anymore. I told him that I wanted him to vacate his apartment for 3 hours while I gathered my belongings. He said he would do so. I ended the call by telling him that if he felt any remorse, he would go to the police and accept all charges for what he did, not contest them in court, and take his punishment. He started talking about how that wouldn't bring justice to his victim. Then he said that he loved me. Twisted F word. I showed up the next morning at the decided time with my sister. He was nowhere to be seen. I'm confident he won't contact me again. Thank you all so much for helping me through this. I'm going to find a therapist as soon as possible. Edit, I apologize for editing the post, but after receiving a couple of private messages asking me to drop his personal information, I must make one thing clear. I will not, under any circumstances, post any identifying information about him. It is not only against site-wide rules, but if I were reckless enough to do that, he could sue me. Again, I repeat, nobody is getting his information. He is a monster. He probably deserves worse, but it will not be coming from me. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, "Our word isn't a mistake. It's a deliberate torture that ruins lives." This guy's assaults kept escalating up to the R word. He had many chances to stop harassing his victim before he irreversibly damaged her psyche. I'm proud you left. I can't imagine a self-respecting person continuing the relationship with a R word. And someone else just says, "I respect you." And the OP replies and says, "Thank you, but I don't want to act like this was a hard decision to make. My mind was made up, and other than short periods of self-denial, I knew it was over. He's a monster through and through." OP overhears his wife telling her friend that her ex-boyfriend, who manipulated and abused her and also threatened to kill OP, is back in town. Wife is also in contact with the ex and believes he has changed. And let's get into the post. I wasn't spying. I was cutting the grass and stopped to have a drink. She was on the phone and I overheard her. Basically, her ex is back in town. He tried adding her on Facebook and she accepted. She'd been talking to him and feels he's changed. He wants to meet up to apologize for all the horrible things he has done to her. She thinks he's sincere and is happy to forgive. Her ex-boyfriend is a genuine, crazy monster. She had a restraining order against him after I convinced her. We were all afraid he might end up murdering us. We were scared that he would. He was that much of a monster. Have I mentioned how abusive he was to her? This was 9 years ago. We haven't heard from him since, and I have forgotten about him. I confronted her about this and voiced how concerned I was. Honestly, I told her I felt it was a betrayal, and she should be open with me. This isn't some old flame. This is a guy who threatened to murder us. He told her that he'd absolutely murder me to show he truly loves her. She acts as if it's no big deal. She's more upset I spied on her, and she claims he's changed and isn't a monster anymore. Yeah, sure. Once a monster, always a monster. I refuse to believe he's reformed. Not one bit. If he's reformed, he'd stay away from her and cut off all contact. She admits she wasn't going to tell me. She didn't want to add to my stress, and it doesn't involve me. He was the abusive to her, not me. I barely even met him. She dated him for years. This is closure for her, not me. I don't really know what to do. I do not believe he has good intentions. I do believe there is a good possibility he may wish to do something to me or her. I can't really find out. I don't have Facebook and his is private. How can I convince her that this is a very bad idea? How can I tell her that I'm not controlling and that this affects me too? And let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, no, just no. She does not need to meet up with him for any reason. She should unfriend him immediately. 9 years of no contact is all the closure he needs. And the OP responds and says, that's what I said. Why would she want contact with the guy who did so much damage? Guy is at least mid-40s now. Why would she even want to talk to him? He manipulated her at an early age. They met when she was a young teenager. The moment she was legal, it was game on, and he took over her life. Another user says, I am sorry, but your spouse is being naive, insensitive, and reckless. Please go to the police station ASAP with a copy of the old restraining order and talk to an officer about what is going on between your wife and her ex. Get the officer's card and advice. There is absolutely no reason for her to meet up with him. The fact that she was willing to withhold this information from you clearly demonstrates that her ex still has control over her, and that is what he wants. I would let her know in no uncertain terms right away that the choices you both make affect you as a couple, and if she engages her ex in any way, you will never be able to trust her to have your family's safety and best interest at heart. If her ex wanted to see your child, would she oblige to that too and not tell you? The choice is hers. Number 1, appease her abusive ex, assuage his feelings, and risk losing everything you've accomplished together, sneaking away from your home to honor her ex's demands, or number 2, block all lines of communication with her ex and commit to honoring her marriage vows and personal safety. You have some hard decisions to make too, because she has a trauma bond with him that allows him to manipulate and access her, and that makes this triangle dangerous for your life and future. Check to see if she has a new insurance policy on you. She can't love and respect you well because she does not love herself or really know what love is at this point. If you don't adamantly put your foot down on this and be willing to walk away, she will never respect you. And another commenter says, not sure what to tell you to do here, but I empathize with you. It takes a lot of time and effort to distance yourself from a psychopath. Getting back in contact is like erasing those 9 years of progress. The fact that your wife intended to hide this from you and was even considering meeting up with him absolutely indicates that he still has a grip on her and is influencing her thoughts and actions. I feel like an ultimatum is in order here, although the outcome will be dramatic either way. And the OP responds and says, that scares me, because he absolutely would have murdered her. Hell, even if she didn't break up, he still would have killed her eventually. He R-worded numerous times, and once so hard it sent her to the ER. I begged her, pleaded with her to go to the police and see him locked up. She wouldn't. All she would do was a restraining order. And then someone replies to the OP here and says, this is a situation that is beyond your control. And for your safety of you and your kids, I think dramatic action is warranted. If it were me, I would say cut off all contact or we're getting divorced. And then the OP comes back with an update 2 weeks later, and the update reads as follows. It's been a wild 2 weeks. I didn't have much of an update, but I knew this wasn't going to end well. I got a text from her sister warning me about it. She was begging me to stop her from doing this. So I did something really stupid. I broke into her Facebook. My fears were confirmed. She'd been talking to him for a good while. Most of it was on alt accounts he made, but she finally conceded maybe he was genuine. She said she thought about him and thinks they were young and made stupid mistakes. He claims it was just because he was not mature and never meant any of the terrible things he did. BS. They're going to meet up at a cafe, have a few drinks and talk. They were flirting. I didn't confront her. I wish I did, but I didn't know what else to do. Wednesday of last week, she said she was visiting a friend for dinner and wasn't going to be home. I wasn't dumb. I told her if she's going to meet her ex, don't bother coming home. She told me I was just being paranoid. Again, BS. After much stewing, I decided no, I can't trust her. I go to meet up with them. Surprise, she's with him, and they aren't just talking. They're being really intimate. I can tell she was flirting. I just lay it out. I made a fool of myself and effed myself over. I confronted them and told her we were leaving. I made a big scene. She was mortified and enraged when she learned I broke into her Facebook. In the end, I left alone after the manager threatened to call the police. She didn't come home that night. She came home in the morning and didn't say a word. Just threw her ring at me and packed her bags and took the kids. Don't contact her ever again without a lawyer present. She's going to file a restraining order against me. She's staying with him now. It's over. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, get a lawyer and file for temporary full custody as she is exposing your kids to a person who made a verified attempt on murdering you. And someone else replies and says, yes, make sure the lawyer gets any criminal records of the guys. My mom had an abusive boyfriend when I was a kid, and watching a parent get beaten up when you're so little is not something I'd wish on anybody, even if they don't hurt you. Witnessing abuse as a child is traumatic. And someone else says, when she tries to come back, tell her to go F herself. The end. And someone replies and says, and we all know she will. Another person says, the trash just took itself out. It hurts now, but there's nothing you could have done differently. Your only role is to try to find peace and move forward in a healthy way. And the OP replies and says, she's not well. Her ex is abusive and has been manipulating her since she was very young. And another user says, I was correct on my previous post. Most abused go back to their abuser, but the story repeats itself. The guy will abuse your soon-to-be ex-wife again. That's a fact. It will happen and nobody can stop it. You have to consult a lawyer now and get your kids out of there. She's not a safe partner. She never was. All the best. And this is the last we have ever heard from the OP. And I mean, it's insane how short this thread is. In total, it's 6 paragraphs. The first, post that the OP made and then the update. And this OP's life just unraveled so fast. It's just terrifying. That's how quickly, your life can just spiral out of control. I mean, one moment the OP is in love with his wife, has kids, safe, whatever. And the next he's worrying about, his wife going to this ex-abuser who threatened to kill them both. And then she ends up doing it, and she comes back after possibly staying the night with him and throws her ring at him. Says, don't contact me ever again. She took all her stuff, took the kids, and the OP is just left alone in his house. I mean, that final line of what the OP said. The OP said, "She's staying with him now. It's over." I mean, like, that is just so, I don't even know what the word is. It's just so depressing because this OP's life was just unraveled and there's nothing he could do about it. And it wasn't his fault. The OP did absolutely nothing wrong here. He was trying to hold his family together. He loved his wife. He loves his kids. And this abuser comes in and basically steals his wife back. And we have never received another update. And so all we can do is just hope the best for the OP. I mean, wherever you are, OP, I hope you're doing better now. I mean, this was 5 years ago. So, you know, this has probably worked itself out. But, you know, this is just truly so depressing. And I hope you're doing better now if you're somehow watching this. But, man, that was just a shocking and sad Reddit thread. OP spends 5 years believing her best friend tried to R-word her. The truth is much more disgusting. So the title kind of says it all. And this is a bit to unpack, so sorry if the post is kind of long. The details all seem relevant though, and I'm kind of rambling since a bomb was dropped on me today that I just don't know how to handle, and I need some advice. Trigger warning, SA. 5 years ago, when I was 23, I had been working with a company that handled hospitality training and stuff like that. What we did really wasn't important. But at that point, I'd been dealing with the company for about 3 years already. Mark had gotten hired around the same time as I had, and we did a lot of training and stuff together. We got put in the same call center group and all around just became extremely close friends that hung out after work since we lived close to each other and we were both unattached. To point out how close we had gotten, since we were both single folks in the company, and our department always made jokes that we needed to just say screw the company policy and start dating. We always laughed it off because at the end of the day, we both made it abundantly clear to each other that we only saw each other as friends. For what it's worth, I don't remember how the conversation came up, but it had, and it was just a strictly platonic relationship. So yeah, we were basically attached at the hip for about 2.5 years when I met Paul. At the time, 29 male and currently 34 male, and began dating him. Paul and Mark got along somewhat fine at first, but a few months into dating Paul, started to get upset if I said I was going to grab dinner with Mark after work, even if Paul was working at the time since he had his own long hours. For what it was worth, Mark seemed to understand where Paul was coming from and only grabbed dinner with me when I asked him, never prompting it himself. Well, on my 24th birthday, I decided to throw a party at my apartment, and when Paul flaked on helping me get supplies, Mark stepped in and helped me, even going out and buying the lion's share of the booze for the party. The party got going and Paul ended up showing up an hour after most of the others were there. After a few hours, most of the people started heading out, leaving a few people sleeping in the living room because they were too drunk to drive, and then Mark, Paul, and myself. Mark insisted I go lay down since it was my birthday, and he knew I was already pretty drunk myself, so it wasn't right for me to clean up after my own party. So I said goodnight to everyone, and Paul helped me back to my room. Like I said, I was pretty drunk, and while I remember the night, I also remember being very off my normal composure. He put me in bed on my side, facing the wall, and then left, and I pretty quickly dozed off. Trigger warning now, skip this next part if you don't want the bad details, but it's the only way I've been able to even sort of come to terms with all of it after my time in therapy. The next thing I remember is loud music blaring in the room and feeling completely bound. I was still inebriated, but as I tried to move around, I could feel I was tied to the bed and could feel someone on top of me. I was laying on my stomach, and there was a hand on the back of my head pushing it into the pillow, so I couldn't see anything, and I could feel someone stumbling to try and pull my pajamas down and shoving his hand against me. Someone was pounding at the door until I heard a loud crack and then Mark and Paul's voices arguing. The pressure pulled off my head and I could see the one of them pulling the other away, but in the darkness, I couldn't tell who was doing what, but there was a lot of screaming and crashing. A few minutes later, Paul comes back in the room and unties me from the bed and just holds me, telling me Mark had been trying to R-word me. I wanted to file a police report, but Paul convinced me not to since he had gotten there in time and, quote, nothing had happened, which I should have taken as a red flag, but I just didn't at the time because I was so relieved that I had been saved. I took a few days off from work, blocked Mark on all social media, but not before he texted me trying to tell me that Paul had been the one to attack me and that he was the one that saved me. I didn't believe him because it had been Paul that came in and untied me, and if Paul had been trying, then why would he do that? Plus, if we were dating, and it just didn't make any sense to me, so I thought Mark had just snapped or something. I ended up quitting from the company before my time off ended because I had been starting to look at advancement in my career and moving on, so I just decided that was my sign and tried to run away from it all. Paul and I kept dating for about 6 months after that until I caught him cheating on me with a lady from his office. Maybe this should have been a bigger red flag to me too, but I had been trying to distance myself from what had happened. Then life went on. I got comfortable in my new job, stayed away from getting too friendly with anyone from work, and have never had a close guy friend again. Occasionally, I'd see Mark at the grocery store or around town. Like I said, we had lived closer to each other, and neither of us moved, and I never felt the need to, since he kept his distance from me completely. And I thought I was mostly over what happened half a decade ago, until I get a notification a few hours ago that Paul had messaged me. I thought that was odd because I had blocked him. He made a new account, but I opened the message up anyway because of curiosity. I don't want to share the whole message because there's a lot of personal details in it, so I'm going to just hit the important details. So, according to him, Paul is an alcoholic and has been for years. Even back when we first started dating, he pretty much was always drinking something or looking for an excuse. He got fired from his job for showing up to work drunk and assaulting the receptionist by trying to force his tongue down her throat in the front lobby at 9 a.m. He was in court-mandated AA, and as part of his recovery, he was trying to make amends with anyone he has wronged because of his habit. And finally, Mark never tried to R-word me. It was him. He had been jealous of my friendship with Mark and saw an opportunity to get him out of the picture because of how gullible I was. His words. I'm not gonna lie, I threw up after reading the whole thing. He had so much detail behind all of it that I just felt sick to my stomach that he not only remembered everything, from how he had secretly put ties on my bed before I even went to sleep once he saw how drunk I was getting, to how he beat the crap out of Mark and threatened to kill him if he went to the cops. I know it's not a healthy reaction, but I've been drinking a bit since all of that messages hit my inbox, trying to decide what to do. I know I need to call my therapist to talk about all of this, but my mind keeps going back to Mark and how betrayed he must have felt over it all. I even unblocked him on all my social media. He never blocked me, so his profiles popped back up pretty quickly. And I've been trying to decide if I should message him or not. I know logically that Paul should be the one messaging him as a part of his AA stuff, but I'm also pretty sure that Mark did block him since Paul mentioned not being able to find him on social media. But he also might not have remembered Mark's last name either, so it might be hard to find him. So I guess my question is, should I message Mark? What would I even say? Sorry, I didn't believe you when you said you didn't try to R-word me? Short update / edit. A close friend of mine answered her phone and is swinging by to spend the night with me here just so I have a shoulder to cry on, because I could just use a good cry right now. I'm going to leave Mark alone for now while I get my thoughts in order, but I'll probably send him a message in a few days once I can talk to my therapist. I did put the wine away. It's not helpful right now, and I don't want to make the wrong decision and message Mark strictly on a somewhat drunk impulse. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, yes, you should message him because that has to be an open wound for him that never healed. If he came in to try to stop Paul and ended up being the bad guy when he was actually the good guy, is a punch to the gut. And never being believed about it is a constant pain that never really goes away. Good luck, that Paul guy. Glad he isn't part of your life anymore. Wow. And the OP responds and says, this is exactly why my mind has been going to Mark, because I feel so incredibly guilty. I've been sort of, I guess, cyber stalking him a bit here and there, and it seems like he's had an okay life, but I just feel like I owe him some sort of message now. And another commenter says, all I'll say is that you shouldn't be surprised if Mark wants nothing to do with you after you tarnished his name and kind of his soul in a way. I'll bet that because of this, there's more than a couple of people that think of him as Mark the R-wordist, not just Mark. I hope you learned that you shouldn't believe the first story you're told when someone else's life is in the crosshairs of your poorly informed decisions. Y'all can get mad at that if you want, but this isn't a time to coddle anybody's feelings to avoid speaking an uncomfortable truth. There can be two sides of an argument without anybody needing to go to call their therapist because they got triggered over an ounce of opposition. I'm sorry any of this happened to you at all. That should have never happened. But what happened to him is even worse, and at the end of the day, you are the villain of his story. And the OP responds and says, while I completely understand that might be Mark's reaction, and it is totally understandable if it is, I want to make it clear that I didn't ever go around calling him that or outright telling anyone, even though my first instinct was to file a police report. Paul had stopped me when I had brought it up, and in hindsight, it's probably because the investigation might have revealed it was him, but I never told the company I was quitting because of Mark or anything like that, and only a handful of my close friends and I, and my therapist, even know of the assault. While that doesn't stop gossip, which may be what you're referring to, I didn't actively go out on the streets screaming Mark was a R-wordist. I'm also not saying I expect to even want to be close friends with him again. And maybe now this is just my own selfish guilt that is telling me I need to tell him. But as other commenters have mentioned, and I'm taking the advice of, it's better for me to process this new information and talk to my therapist first. And the OP gives us an update the following morning, which reads as follows. I went to bed last night after putting the wine away when my friend got here and woke up to so many comments and PMs that I can't quite give it back to everyone without being repetitive. So I want to just answer a few common things I've been messaged or seen. In a comment I mentioned I have told a handful of friends. To be specific, I told 3 plus my therapist. I didn't have a whole lot of close friends back then and wasn't a part of a big friend group either. That said, one of those 3 were here with me last night after I got a hold of her, and she's every bit of disgusted, as pretty much everyone else. I can't say for sure if any of them told anyone, and honestly, given the passing of time, I wouldn't expect them to have the same crystal clear image of who they might have told. But I do understand this might have spread without me knowing. I am looking into statute of limitations in reporting in my state here. From everything I've read over coffee this morning, I believe it hasn't passed, and as several have mentioned, he literally gave me a written confession. As for how I didn't realize Paul was an alcoholic, well, I don't have a good answer for that. I'm going mostly based on his message that told me he was always drinking, even back then. We weren't living together, and as I mentioned, there were plenty of days that I didn't see him versus when I did, and I don't even know now if he was even working late all the times he told me he was. I have texted my therapist and I'm waiting for a reply now. I'm hopeful she has some time this afternoon or tomorrow that I can speak with her, but my friend is staying with me until I can speak with her just so that I don't have to be alone right now, and I can't say just how much I appreciate it. To those of you that have provided advice or shared your stories with me, thank you. Deeply, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Last night when I received that message, I was thrown for such a loop that I didn't know where to begin or how to unpack it all, given the time that had passed. Old wounds can be reopened so easily, and this one was a scar that didn't need much to make it pop. And then we got an update a little while later, and let's get into it. First off, I want to thank everyone who messaged me to check up on me or to share their own stories with me. I truly appreciate each and every one of you. I would like to start this off by first saying I haven't gone back to the wine, though I did super desperately want to yesterday. I haven't really been much of a drinker since that night 5 years ago, and last week when I learned the disgusting truth about Paul. To those, if you're hoping I would file a police report, I did. I spoke with my therapist at length the Monday following my post, and she was shocked but extremely helpful in helping me process everything. And she spent some time last, what should have been the end of our video appointment, looking up the statute of limitation laws in my state. There are none for the type of crimes he did. And while she warned me that my report might just be added to a pile of other charges Paul could possibly have against him, given that he was assigned court-mandated AA. All the same, I filed the report with screenshots of his messages to me printed and attached. I'm not sure what to expect from that, and at the end of the day, I hope he has an absolutely horrible life if it goes nowhere. Now, as for Mark, my therapist was incessant that I, at the very least, write him something, whether it be a letter to mail him or a message on Facebook. He never reached out to me after I unblocked him, but given what he thought I thought of him, I think it's understandable. She, like many of you, pointed out that while he knew he was innocent, the thought of someone believing him capable of something monstrous like that could have weighed on him for all this time, and even if his reception of my message wasn't ideal, he deserved at least the closure that this new turn of events could provide. I took a few days writing and rewriting a message in Notepad. I didn't want to accidentally hit send before I had the wording right. And each time I sat down to write it, I felt like I came up short, even though the message just got longer and longer. Again, I didn't think just saying, "Oh, guess what I learned? Paul's an absolute psychopath last week, surprise," would have been super appropriate either. But I wanted to find the right balance. So here is the message I ended up sending him. Quote, "Hi Mark, so this is a bit out of the blue, and I really don't know how to start this, so I'm just going to put it out there. I'm sorry for not listening to you. Paul messaged me last week and revealed everything, and I'm just sorry. This isn't easy to write, and you deserve so much more than just an apology so long after the fact. There's no excuse for me not giving you the benefit of the doubt other than I let myself be stupidly gaslit by a psychopathic maniac." And then a screenshot of his confession to me. This is the message he sent me. It even confesses to an assault on you in the event that you'd like to press charges against him, as I have already filed a police report for what he did to me. If you would like to talk about any of this at all, my inbox is open. If you want to tell me to F off, well, I guess I understand that too. I'm not sure what I expect really, because this has ripped open a wound I would have been trying to heal, and I'm sure this might cause you some distress, but I felt you, at the very least, deserve to know. I know I probably could have said more, but anytime I kept trying to write, I felt like it was just me making excuses. I sent that to him this past Friday, and I'm pretty sure he read it sometime between Friday and Saturday, as the red notification had been there when I checked Facebook again at lunch on Saturday. I had been out with my friend Jenny, who had stayed over with me after I learned the truth, and when I told her I had messaged Mark, she wondered if he had responded, so I checked. Last night at around 6 p.m., my phone dinged, and while I thought it might have been a text from Jenny or maybe my mom, I don't really text or talk to a lot of people, I actually found that Mark had sent me a reply. Quote, "I wish you would have listened to me back then, but I'm glad you know the truth." I thought that was all he was going to send me when the three dots kept going across the bottom of my screen. He was still typing when he sent me pictures as well. They were graphic, and Paul's assertion that he had beat the crap out of Mark did in fact also come with documented proof from him in the form of pictures. Mark went on to explain that he filed an assault report the next day after my birthday, but that the police had warned him against accusing Paul of SAing me given the turn of events and my "don't speak to me again" text I sent him when he tried to explain himself. Nothing had ever come of his police report, and he wasn't even sure why. Neither am I, but he intended to follow up once more today. Mark is still very much the kind of person I remember him being, and while I was bracing for him to hold a grudge against me, he instead just expressed his happiness that I finally knew the truth. We exchanged small talk through chat for a while, but it was nowhere near the conversations we used to have. Mark is actually engaged to a girl he has been dating for about 2 years now. He had apparently never brought any of this up to her until she saw my name flash in his screen with a notification and asked who I was. While some of you expressed concern that my friends had smeared his name, he apparently never heard anything of it. He actually still works for the same company we had both been at, just now in a copywriting role for the marketing team. So at the very least, the lack of a police report from me or making a scene at work worked out in his favor there. I asked if we could keep in touch, even if only with small talk, and he said that he thought it would be okay, though he was a lot busier than he was back then between working and planning his wedding. While I thought that was going to be the end of it, he messaged me a few hours ago to let me know he refiled his police report with the added messages I had sent him, and that if I'd be open to it, he'd like to meet for coffee with his fiancée in tow and a friend of mine if I felt more comfortable doing it that way. Not really sure if that's an entirely good idea, but I shot Jenny a text to see what she thinks and if she'd be open to coming with. She said it's ultimately up to me what I decide to do, and she'd be with me either way, so yeah. That's the update for those of you who have reached out and asked. And that is the last update we have ever received from the OP, and all we are left wondering is if Paul ended up going to jail like he deserves. But like I said, we have never received any sort of other updates, so I wonder if Paul and the OP went to court along with Mark and, Paul went to jail or what happened, but we don't know. But what do you guys think? Am I overreacting? A little kid keeps coming into my house. I live out in the country, near a big main road and on a country road. I'm the closest property to the main road, but as you continue down, I have a couple of neighbors. We live on 40 acres and have a little farmhouse where I live with my husband and dogs, along with some farm animals outside. I do not have kids. We live a calm and peaceful life. However, there have now been 2 occasions on which a young child that lives a third of a mile down the road has come into our house uninvited. The first time I was home alone and had just showered, doing my nails and watching a show in my makeup room. Next thing I know, I see a small shadow, looked like a preschool-aged kid, open my fence gate and open my front door. I had no idea who this was, and I FaceTimed my husband in case he knew who it was. But as we checked the cameras, there were no cars or other adults around. I was in my underwear, with my door closed and freaking out. Like I mentioned, I live out in the country, and due to my neighbors all being so far away, I had no idea who this kid was or where he came from. I put some pants on and went out into my living room, and this kid was running around my living room and kitchen, playing with my dogs without a care in the world. I tried to get him to calm down and asked him what his name was or where his parents were. Nothing. He ignored me and kept playing. After a couple of minutes, I think he got bored, and he opened my door, went out of the gate, and ran out to the back of my house. I lost sight of him and kept looking toward the main road in case I could figure out where he came from. Finally, I saw a young girl approaching from the neighbor's side of the road, and she shouted at me, "Where is he?" I told her I had no idea where he was, but that I had seen him go towards the back of my house and she could go look for him. She looked annoyed, but I guess she was able to grab him at some point and took him back towards the direction of the neighbor's house. At that point, I was honestly super upset and yelled, "Keep that kid out of my property and out of my house." She just yelled sorry over her shoulder. No one ever came back to apologize. My husband eventually went to the family to ask what happened and was told they had been unloading groceries and the little boy had managed to run away. How they didn't realize this until so much later, I'm not sure. A year later, this little boy is still very young, and I get a call from my husband while we are at work. He tells me there's a little boy in our house and that he came in through our dog door. Immediately, I ask if it's the same one as last time. He says he saw them on our cameras but can't be sure. He tells me that before calling me. He already called the cops, and they are on their way. The footage shows this kid opening our closed, fenced gate and coming to our front door. Our dogs are barking at him in the yard. He attempts to open the front door, sees it's locked, knocks, and then just stands there thinking. Then he crawls in through our dog door. Our dogs can go in and out of the house as they like since their fence is closed in. But I guess this kid figured he could do the same. He comes in, opens the dog door to make sure the dogs can come in too, takes off his shoes, jumps on my couch, and plays with my dogs. After that, he turns on my TV, goes into my fridge, grabs ice pops, and eats an orange from our fruit basket. He's in our house unsupervised for about 15 minutes until the cops arrive and get him out. He crawled out through the dog door. The cops ask him his name and where his parents are. He tells them. They tell him he is not allowed to do this, that it is not his house. A couple of minutes later, a car pulls into my driveway. It's the parents. The cops talk to them for a bit and they all leave. My husband had left work to get home, but by the time he got there, everyone was gone. The cops basically just said it was a kid being a kid. My husband then went down to talk to the neighbors and told the parents to take care of their kid. I was upset because he didn't wait for me to go talk to him. He knew how upset I was. The dad apologized and said the boy had been grounded and snuck out through his open bedroom window. Apparently, he likes to just play with my dogs. The dad told the little boy to apologize to my husband, at which point the boy spit at his dad. A week later, my husband got a call from the parents asking if, by chance, this kid was in our house again because they could not find him. We were both at work and didn't see him on any of our cameras. At this point, I've calmed down quite a bit, but as soon as I think about it, I get mad again. I think it's insanely upsetting that I'm more aware of where this little boy is than his own parents are. Once again, he is not right next door to me. He had to be unsupervised for at least 30 minutes to make his way to my house, about a 5-minute walk. Be here for 15 minutes and have the cops arrive before his parents found him. He knows what he's doing. The parents are aware, but no one truly takes accountability for it. The little boy says he likes to play with my dogs, but instead of playing with them in my yard, he comes into my home and makes himself at home. I feel bad for calling the cops, but I truly feel there's a need to report this because I'm scared for my safety and that of my animals and property. If he were to leave the gate open, my dogs could run into the main road and get run over. My house is not child-proofed at all. We had a flamethrower on the kitchen table the day he came in. My husband had killed a spider outside with it. I am concerned for this little boy's safety, but at the same time, I do not want to be responsible or liable if anything were to happen to him on our property. I also want to feel safe in my own home. I don't feel like I should have to keep my dogs in a kennel all day and close their doggy door just because there is a kid out there who is not monitored and has never been taught to respect people's privacy. If he snuck out through his window, I'm sure he could sneak in through one as well. There are so many what ifs in this situation, and maybe it's just my anxiety, but I am definitely upset. I guess this is more of a rant, and I just hope this doesn't happen again, because I do intend to have the cops on speed dial. But again, am I overreacting? And on this thread, the OP links a picture of what she saw through the doggy door. And as you can see, look at this little kid crawling through her doggy door. And honestly, that is very unsettling and honestly scary. I mean, especially the first time around, like the OP just got out of the shower, and imagine like a little kid runs through your house that you've never seen before. Like that is like stuff of nightmares. Like I just got goosebumps saying that, because like I'm imagining like in the room next to me, I just see like a little kid run by. And I mean, just the thought of that is terrifying, but also not to mention how terrifying it is that the little kid's parents aren't watching this little boy at all. I mean, this poor kid who is very, very young is able to just wander out, disappear for like almost an hour, and his parents just like don't know where he is. Like that is super concerning, and hopefully this little boy is okay. But now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, "This is insane. Your home is supposed to be your sanctuary, and it can't be if you're always anxious some strange child is gonna break in." And the OP responds and says, "Thank you. That's exactly how I feel. Is he a threat? Not really. Should he be there? Absolutely not." And someone else says, "You're not overreacting. A child that small should not be able to get that far, and you could literally be anyone. This is a huge safety issue for the child, and it is very strange how comfortable the child is with it, and really shows an amount of neglectful parenting that is not a recent thing. Sure, the cop was right that the child wasn't in danger, but the child is being repeatedly allowed to put themselves in danger. Like someone else said, report to CPS. They don't always do their job well, but if people don't report incidents like these, they don't even have a chance." And then the OP gave us an update 2 days later, and let's get into it. The post reads, "I was able to look through a lot of the comments on this post, and I was able to respond to some, but I did want to say a few things. I commented on the original post, but I was not able to edit. Thank you to all that have provided helpful advice and suggestions. To those that think this is funny, I really do wish I could have a sense of humor about it, but I'm unfortunately stuck being frustrated and stressed. And to those who think it is fake, I wish I could make this up. Given this situation has occurred more than once at this point, I do feel like calling the cops was the right call, and we will do it if this happens again or if I see him on the property unsupervised. I do not want this boy to get hurt, go into the property of someone who does not care that it is just a boy, and get hurt, etc. A lot of the comments made sure to let me know of our liability if something were to happen on our property, and I want to make sure there is a record of this. I unfortunately did not call the cops when this happened the first time, since it was such a random incident. A lot of people suggested he could be autistic or neurodivergent. I understand it could seem that way, but I don't think it's correct to just assume or diagnose him based on a post. Regardless, I think for me it goes back to the parenting. If the parents were aware that his running away / hiding / etc. was a problem, I think the most responsible thing to do would have been to let us know and address this, so it did not catch us by surprise. Neurodivergent or not, what he is doing is not okay or safe. We will definitely be putting a lock on our gate and we'll look into getting our dogs some sort of chip/collar sensor dog door so they can continue to go in and out, but also lock that way in. I really hope the family ups their security in their home as well. While these are the only times we have had a problem with their boy, we have unfortunately also had issues with their animals coming onto the property. Their horses would break free of their enclosure and come onto ours and eat our hay. I get it. They are animals. But from the looks of it, they were very hungry, and this happened more than once. The owners never really took any responsibility for it. Secondly, we had recorded incidents of their big dogs coming onto our property and attacking our farm animals. They would let their dogs loose and they killed a couple of our chickens and some baby sheep as well. We did contact them on several occasions as soon as we saw the dogs on the cameras. And while they eventually did end up keeping them tied up, the dogs kept getting loose. My husband called the cops to ask what he could do to protect from the dogs. And he was told that since they were on his property, he could shoot if he wanted. My husband and I love and care for our animals and wouldn't ever want something like that to happen to them. So obviously, we never did anything to hurt the dogs. It was hard to tell whether they were killing out of hunger because they weren't fed or just out of instinct. We also just wanted to keep a normal relationship with our neighbors, and harming their animals wouldn't be a good way to do that. But it was a very upsetting situation. I am unfortunately not sure what happened to the dogs. I have not seen them around. A lot of people were surprised by my dogs being so chill about this. I forgot to include a picture, but they are two Maltese/Shih Tzu mixes and one small mutt, potentially Schnauzer. He was a rescue. Overall, small, loving dogs, all bark and no bite, and very excited to play. Therefore, I am glad they are not a huge concern in terms of causing any sort of damage. But one can never be too sure, and like many said, they are animals after all and can be reactive unexpectedly. There was a comment that said, quote, "I am totally on board with it takes a village, but you just can't draft people into your village without their consent. If this kid had found his way into your life in a way that made you feel less violated, maybe you would have opted to join his village. But he didn't, and that's not your fault. OP, if it's anyone's fault, it's his parents' fault," end quote. And honestly, I really do agree. I have never had this kid or his family over to my house, much less inside. We have had very limited interactions. Most of them have been to address problems caused by their animals, which my husband has mostly dealt with. I am perfectly fine with having a good relationship with my neighbors, but we truly do all live so spread apart that it is hard to connect with them. Some suggested I make this kid my friend and have him over, but truthfully, I do not feel comfortable having him come over or doing play dates with my dogs. Maybe if we had a proper introduction, I would have been more open to the idea, but at this point, it just makes me feel like the more comfortable he feels to be here, the more he will, and I personally do not want to deal with it. He intruded on our privacy more than once, and I am not inclined to be more involved with this family than necessary. And about the flamethrower, my poor husband was getting so roasted. Get it? Pun for this. And I just want to say, no, he is not crazy. That was my bad. We call it a flamethrower. I'm not sure why, because I Googled it and these things are intense. It was a propane torch. We have a wood stove and keep a torch inside to help light it. We just got done cutting hay in the field, and I've noticed more spiders near our house since then. The reason my husband used the torch was that he saw a huge wolf spider carrying their babies on their back on the pavement outside our front door. If he would have squished it, They would have all ran off everywhere, and I personally prefer them out of my house. This is not our preferred method of killing spiders, and the torch serves a more normal purpose. He left the torch on our kitchen table before he left for work. Either way, it is kept inside the house, and I would assume it's not necessarily a child-friendly device. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One person says, as an attorney, a parent, animal lover, this is a disaster in slow motion. These people are completely irresponsible parents and animal owners. I wish there was some way to hold them accountable, but short of investing significant funds to secure property via tall fences and locking gates, I don't think it'll stop. And someone replies and says, if their animals are visibly malnourished, they could call animal control. Also, for the animals the dogs killed, I'd have sent them a bill. They apparently don't give a damn until they are held accountable personally. So hitting them in the pocketbook is probably the only way to change their attitude. And then we don't get any sort of update from the OP for a long time, about 9 months. But 9 months later, the OP comes back and let's get into their update. The post reads, a lot of people interacted with my first post last year. Many let me know I was NOR. Some had some different opinions, and I greatly appreciated the suggestions and advice. And NOR stands for not overreacting. I did end up calling CPS to make a report for that incident. I now have locks on the gate to my yard. My dogs still have access to the yard through their dog door, and all my exterior doors are locked. We still have cameras on our property as well as the one in the living room. But for the most recent update, something happened a few weeks ago when I was home alone in the afternoon on a weekday. Almost a year had passed since the last time he crawled into my house through the dog door. And the same kid, whose house is a third of a mile away on a country road, showed up at my house again. About a year older now. Recall, we live on a 40-acre farm and have no connection or relationship to this kid or his family, besides the various times he has barged into my house uninvited. As soon as my husband got a notification that a person was detected on the cameras and no vehicle was seen, my husband checked the outside cameras and noticed the kid was back. So he called me to let me know. I looked out the window, and this time, the kid was shirtless and pantless, only wearing underwear and muck boots. I immediately called the police. They took approximately 35 minutes to get to my house. I live in the country on 40 acres. In the meantime, the kid played with my farm animals outside and ran into the open garages and shops. My geese and turkey, which are aggressive and do attack, seemed to scare him off enough that he did not want to get near them. I watched him from inside to keep an eye on him and to make sure he did not run off anywhere, especially toward the highway, which my property is next to. At no point at all did any of his family members come to look for him. He looked through my windows and saw me in the house. He knocked and asked and yelled to come in, to which I responded no. He attempted to open the locked door for a minute or two. Once the police arrived, they asked him some questions which he seemed to ignore or mumble answers to. As they placed him in the police vehicle, I noticed he had 2 baseballs that had been taken from one of our shops. The police noticed too and asked him to please return the baseballs back to me. He said no and asked if he could keep one, to which I said no and had him to give him back. The officer told him it was not okay to go to other people's houses and take things that were not his. I let the police know this was not the first time he came onto my property and let him know he had previously also gone into my house. both when I was home and also when my husband and I were both at work. I made sure to let him know I was very frustrated. The police took him back home, and he was at his house for a while. The officer did come back to let me know it seemed like he was just a kid who did not listen. Apparently, he had asked Grandma to go outside. She had said no, and he had gone outside regardless. Grandma and Mom were both home, and no one noticed he was not around for the 35 minutes plus however long he was outside, not on my property, and or however long it took him to get to my house down the road. The officer stated, "There is not much I can do, but keep calling them if this happens again." I did call CPS again to make a report, and made sure to let them know this was not the first time something like this happened and that I had called last year. I let them know that I continued to be concerned for the child's safety, as well as that of my property and my animals. This kid continues to be unsupervised for prolonged periods of time, and once again, I do not want to be responsible for him and want to ensure there's enough documentation of these incidents. My husband and I are often not home, and we have no kids of our own. They probably see us as bad neighbors, but this kid continues to disrespect our space and privacy. Even the cops said he told Mom and Grandma that this behavior is not okay and can eventually develop into more dangerous or criminal behavior. The parents have never taken any initiative to apologize, communicate, or to provide us with contact information. Am I overreacting? Any suggestions? And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, "Not overreacting. I would never go on their property. You have no idea what kind of people they are, and they already are neglecting their child. So don't endanger yourself by going near their house. You have done all you can. Keep calling the sheriff every time. Don't bother calling CPS. They won't do anything." And the OP responds and says, "I have had the thought of taking him back home myself, but I just do not feel comfortable since I have been home alone on both occasions, and I have no idea who is at his home." Someone else comments and says, "Not overreacting. You're doing everything you can. I would continue to call the police and CPS whenever he shows up. His family really is too much." And a commenter replies and says, "Yes, every time he arrives, call the police, make it their problem and create the paper trail. I don't think continuing to call CPS will help anyone here. The police will report to them now and take that off your shoulders. Also, if this happens again, you should stress to the police that not all of your animals are friendly, and the child could get in trouble. I feel like the parents will only care if that eventually happens. I know wandering and escaping can be habits of neurodivergent children. His parents really need to get an AirTag on him via a bracelet or in his shoes. This is so stressful. I also don't think you walking yourself to their house to talk face to face will help. Reasonable parents would have already come to speak to you and apologize. These aren't reasonable people." And the OP responds and says, "I will definitely continue to call the police. If the parents, from the beginning, had provided me their contact information and had taken some sort of accountability, I feel like maybe it could have been dealt with on a more personal level. But they have never taken the initiative or responsibility. And I feel like the only way they will maybe take this seriously is if police continues to be notified." Another commenter says, "Not overreacting. I understand calling CPS on a kid would feel intense or harsh, but it's so realistic. This kid is not in a good home that can handle his bad behavior effectively. It could escalate and get himself, you, or plenty others hurt. Just keep documenting it." and beef up your security however you can. I'm really sorry. This has both got to be frustrating and feel tough to do." And a commenter replies underneath that and says, "Yeah, I posted something on another thread. Lots of people act like calling CPS is a punishment for the parents, but their concern is the well-being of the child. Don't hesitate. It's their job to figure out if the child is safe, not yours." And the OP replied and said, "That is what the CPS lady I spoke to on the phone told me. I am not trying to hurt this family at all, but CPS needs to be aware of the situation." And another person says, "Hundreds of people told you to trespass the kid on your last post. Why haven't you done this yet? It's really the only lane you have at the moment." And the OP replies and says, "The cops told me that because he is a minor, I am unable to press charges. They refused to press charges against the parents either, and cited the reason for my call as a welfare check." And someone else comments and says, "If this is happening in the middle of the day, why isn't he at school? Unless it's summer or a weekend. Seems like a case of neglect that they don't even know he's missing. Please keep calling the police and file a CPS report. Also, document each time he has been on your property without your permission, breaking and entering, trespassing, etc. Keep copies of the videos. It may be worth it to consult with an attorney to see if they can send a letter confirming the child or any other family members are not permitted on your property, and perhaps anything else we haven't thought of here. It may also be interesting to contact the local school district/school, and if he is trespassing during school hours, let them know this is going on. I wonder if he is being homeschooled or just never enrolled, or whatever the situation is. They may send out a social worker to investigate if they are not familiar with the family." And the OP responds and says, "I'm keeping records, videos, and recordings. We may look into getting legal advice if this happens again. Thank you." And that is the last update we have ever received from the OP. And I really wonder what ended up happening. I mean, I really hope that CPS or the police went back to the little kid's house and really, talk to the parents, because this kid, in my opinion, is being obviously neglected. Like, these parents don't care that he's running out pretty often and also going into a random stranger's home. Like, that is beyond concerning. Also, it's just a very scary situation for the OP. The OP is at their house doing whatever, and a little kid crawls through the dog door. I mean, that's scary. Like, I wouldn't know what to do, and the OP didn't know what to do either. And they're going to have to continue to deal with this because the parents are just being neglectful. So I really wonder what happened, and I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on it. So please comment down below on what you guys think about this. My boyfriend displayed my explicit pictures on a wall of women he and his friends have slept with. I feel like my life has been ruined. This all just happened 1 hour ago, so I'm really shaken. I'm sorry if it's too long. My boyfriend and I have been together for 2 years and 4 months. We met at the college that we go to. My parents live in the same city where our school is, but my boyfriend lives about 6 hours away. When school's in session, we both live on campus. I haven't been able to see him since it closed due to the pandemic, and we had to go home. Some background. My boyfriend has a group of friends in his hometown that I've never really liked. They've been friends since high school, and believe me when I say that they still belong in high school. 2 of them are brothers from a rich family who don't go to work or go to school. They spend their days smoking pot and playing video games. One of the other friends is in the military, and the 2 last friends, and as well as my boyfriend, are in college, but all go to different schools. It's pretty rare that they're all home at the same time, especially with the one being in the military. He's away a lot. My boyfriend is really protective of the time they have together. I've spent a lot of time with these guys because every time I visit my boyfriend's hometown, I see at least the two brothers. You may be wondering why I don't like these friends. For one, they don't have any girlfriends. My boyfriend is the only one in the group who has been in a relationship for longer than a few months. They think women are good enough for intimacy and not much else. I'm not putting words in their mouths. One of them literally told me that to my face. I'm very outspoken, so they hate me because I call them out on their BS. It goes without saying that it's basically their mission to convince my boyfriend to dump me. Whenever there's an issue between his friends and I, he just tries to stay out of it. He doesn't stand up for me. I hate who he becomes when he's trying to impress those a-holes. The majority of our arguments have been a result of him allowing his friends to treat me like trash. They've been rude or blatantly ignoring me. My boyfriend is the calmest, sweetest, most wonderful person, or so I thought. I never understood why he kept them around when it was so clear to me that he had outgrown them. It appeared that they had pretty much nothing in common. I see now how alike they are after all. For the record, I knew I should have held him more responsible for his friends. However, it was just too easy to put them out of my mind. They were only ever an issue if they were outwardly rude to me during one of the few weeks per year I hung out with them. The rest of the time, he was a really great boyfriend. I never imagined him hurting me in this way. Now back to the story. The two brothers live in a house that's detached from the main one their parents live in. It's where they all usually hang out. I've been there many times. It has its own kitchen and everything. It's literally a smaller house. They also have a basement that I've only seen a couple of times because it's their man cave. I never cared to enter anyway. I had no idea, but apparently down there, all of the friends have this wall that has their names on it and pictures of the women they've each had intimacy with lodged below. Apparently, not all of the pictures are explicit, but there are mostly explicit pictures because they have this sick point system like it's a game, and they get more points if the picture is fully explicit. I guess all of the pictures look like they were taken with the knowledge of the women in the photo, but I doubt any of them know it was going to be tacked up on display. They'd been doing this for years. I'm disgusted and horrified and devastated because I had no idea this is the type of man I was with. I found out because I'm friends with the sister of the two brothers, and she saw the wall herself. She reached out to only me because I'm the only one she knows personally. She said that my boyfriend had the least amount of pictures by his name. She showed me the picture of me he had tacked on the wall. It was a full body explicit photo I had sent over a year ago. Thankfully, it does not have my face in it, but I have a tattoo on my thigh that makes it very obvious the woman in the picture is me. I would never consent to let these guys see my body in that way. I let my boyfriend because I trusted him. I feel shocked, embarrassed, betrayed, violated, objectified, and a little frightened. I called my boyfriend, I admit, in hysterics. It took many attempts before he was able to fully understand what I was saying. He at first denied the existence of this wall. Then he admitted it exists, but he didn't use a real picture of me. He used a picture of someone else and pretended it was me. I told him I'd seen the picture and knew damn well it was me. Then he started sobbing hysterically, begging for forgiveness. Then he was annoyed at me for being so upset and asked what's the big deal, since I'm hot anyway. I just hung up because I can't talk to him. I can't look at him. I feel physically nauseous thinking about what he did. How he could not only share my explicit photos with his friends who look down on me, who treat me badly for being a woman. He allowed those men to have access to my body. I have never been so wrong about a person. I could never forgive him. I think I may want to press charges if I can get the sister to send me more pictures of the wall. But I'm sure my boyfriend has alerted the friends so they could be taking it down as I type this. I'm heartbroken. I don't know how I'm going to tell my family because they're very conservative. They don't even know about my tattoo. I'm so ashamed. I don't know what to do. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, quote, he at first denied the existence of this wall. Then he admitted it exists, but he didn't use a real picture of me. He used a picture of someone else and pretended it was me. I told him I'd seen the picture and knew damn well it was me. Then he started sobbing hysterically, begging for forgiveness. Then he was annoyed at me for being so upset and asked what's the big deal, since I'm hot anyway, end quote. This is what the commenter was quoting and referring to, and the commenter comments on this quote and says, this part disturbed me more than the rest. The fact that he didn't just fess up straight away, but went through the entire list of excuses shows he has no actual remorse. He may seem like a sweet guy, but he's obviously not. He and his friends are just a group of losers. And the OP replies and says, I can't believe that this is the man I loved. I don't know him. They are all terrible people. Another user says, you should press charges, even if you only have the picture of yourself. And if you haven't already, break up and block this guy's ass, along with all these other guys. I'm so sorry this happened to you. You should take legal action if that's possible. What a horrible thing for these boys to do. Absolutely disgusting. And someone replies to the commenter's comment and says, what the F is this? And they have a sister too? Do they not care about her? Do they think she is only good for intimacy as well? This is messed up on so many levels. I hope these photos were not shared online. And that's a great point that this commenter just brought up. I mean, these guys have these pictures printed out and posted up on their basement wall, which is just deranged and unhinged as it is and just disgusting. But I mean, that is a real possibility. These disgusting weirdos took a picture and maybe posted it online, which opens up a whole other possible can of worms that would just be horrific. And so hopefully this commenter is wrong, and hopefully these disgusting weirdos didn't post this online. But the OP replies to the comment and says, I sent them to my boyfriend over text. It bothers me even more that they went through the effort to print them out. I have no idea if there are any awful things he's done that I haven't found out about. I want to throw up. And OP, when told to tell her parents, the OP says, I don't know how my parents would react. Telling them is what I'm most afraid of. They'll be so upset I even took the picture. And I think my mom will never forgive me. She is very religious. My dad is less strict than her, but he's anti-premarital intimacy. He and I have gotten really close recently, but I think this will ruin that forever. And then we don't get an update for quite a while, about 2 months, but 2 months later, the OP comes back, and let's get into the update. The post reads, I wasn't prepared for the post to blow up as much as it did. Thankfully, aside from a few mean messages or creeps PMing me for explicit pictures, the majority of the messages I received were so wonderfully supportive that it motivated me to make some big decisions I will get to momentarily. I've even became friends with a few Redditors who reached out through my post. I thought I'd give an update on the situation for those who have been asking as my small attempt as a thank you. I'm sorry if it gets removed again. So the first thing I did was tell my family what happened to me. I separately told my mom. She was not angry at me like I had feared, not even after learning about my tattoo. She hugged me for a long time and we both cried. Then I had to tell everyone else. My dad was upset with my ex, and later he apparently told me that I've broken his heart and I'm disgusting. He doesn't know I know he said that, as my mom swore me to secrecy, but it was soul crushing to hear. My relationship with him is virtually non-existent now. It's like we have a silent agreement to interact as little as possible. The rest of my family has been supportive of me with a few outliers. So I did it. I put on my big girl pants and went to the police. They let me give a tearful interview, and that's about all they've done as of now. I knew the odds of getting charges to stick in a case like this would be difficult, but I thought the police would try. I don't even believe my ex-boyfriend has been contacted. Yes, my ex-boyfriend. I know the way I titled my last post confused some people, but rest assured, he is an ex. I've only spoken to him once since my post. We talked on the phone for hours about everything. I admit it was really emotional because even though he'd betrayed me, I still loved him and it was hard to let go of the good times. His mood changed a lot throughout and it was really jarring. One moment he'd be crying, the next he'd be angry, telling me I was giving up on him. In one particularly nasty moment of his, he confessed to me that my explicit photo had been deducted points amongst him and his friends because of faint stretch marks I have on my chest. Normally, I feel good about my body, but I have to admit that confession was the last blow in this whole effed up situation that took me down. I still toy with the idea of telling his mother everything when I'm feeling especially angry. I have no idea of any of these women in those photos or if they were underage. The only one I know of who was on that wall is myself. The sister who told me everything immediately shut down and refused to help me any further after a while. I don't know if the wall's up anymore. I can't blame her that much, but it did suck because she was really my only chance at getting justice. I don't know how many of my explicit photos those men saw. I don't know if they're online. I reverse image search them constantly out of paranoia. Not everything to come out of this has been bad. Something I hope warms your heart as much as it does mine is something my mom came up with. She claims to like my tattoo so much that she wants one herself. She and I are going to get a matching tattoo together once the world goes back to normal. One she chose herself. And even more importantly, I saw my ex for who he really is, so now I get to move on and potentially find a man/woman with a soul. Thanks again to all of you. Much love. Does a verbally and mentally abusive man really mean it when he admits to his faults and says he wants to change? I've been with my boyfriend almost 3 years. It's been a seriously rocky relationship. He has been verbally abusive towards me, referring to me as stupid, an R word, spastic, B word, ugly, a piece of trash, worthless, and also wished a miscarriage on me and hoped that it hurt when I thought I was pregnant. For the past 10 months, he has also been breaking up with me and getting back together so frequently, it's almost a weekly thing. He's flirted with other girls behind my back and has binged on drink and drugs and left me to deal with him in some out-of-control states. Along with all that, there has been a lot of passion and chemistry between us. I feel a complete connection to him when he's not being abusive. I love the good person in him. I can honestly say I have never felt more comfortable and content when we are together. And when his personality is pleasant, I am in love with him, and I can't stop loving him. I ended things with him on the morning of my birthday after sending me a message saying, "You're a piece of crap. Happy birthday, you effing C-word." I wasn't even upset. I had just reached the point where I could walk away. Since then, he's been apologizing profusely, has admitted that he needs to mature and change his ways, has told me he doesn't want to lose me, and he wants to give me all the love I deserve. He's never talked like this before. I told him to change before, and his response was, "I don't need to change." So I'm questioning now if he really means what he is saying. Everyone I've been getting advice from in my life has been women. I would just like to get a man's perspective. Can men like this really change? Or should I let him go? It would be so much easier if I didn't love him. But I do, and it's so difficult to let go. And the top comment on this post reads, "Nope, that's pretty standard behavior for abusive people. They want you in their control, and they will do anything to get you back in there. You finally managed to get away. Don't mess that up now. It's just nice words, nothing more. Cut contact, block him, maybe sleep at a friend's place for a few nights so he can't come knocking at your door." And then the OP makes an edit to her post and says, "Thanks to everyone who replied. I have read all your messages. I have had a good think and have decided I deserve better and to move on." And unfortunately, the OP did not move on. And 7 months later, the OP comes back with an update titled, "7 months ago, I posted to r/ask men asking for a male's opinion if an abusive man can change. I didn't listen to the advice and paid the consequences. I think others in my position should see this." And the post reads as follows. "Well, I was stupid enough to take him back. To cut a long story short, one of the conditions for me taking him back was that we tried long distance, as I went to study abroad from October to February. I have to say, throughout this time, I did see a slight change in him, and honestly, my insecurities about the past were the main cause of arguments. However, he did still have those abusive tendencies, playing mental games, threatening to have intimacy with other people, breaking up with me every second, etc. He was so good at what he did though, declaring his undying love and other BS to reel me back in. In January, however, he suggested he moved with me to stay with me for my last month abroad. Silly me agreed. I paid for everything. His flights, rent, food. Was just so happy that we were reunited. Everything seemed to be perfect. But looking back now, the saying, 'too good to be true,' comes to mind. The day before he moved, he begged me to trust him and reassured me all his future plans included him. The last week together, he told me he couldn't imagine us ending. He couldn't imagine starting all over again with someone else, as we had seen and been through too much together. I was walking on air. Then it happened. After a really fun night out where I introduced him to my friends, everyone's spirits were high except his. He became verbally abusive after we parted ways with my friends, telling me to shut the F up for no reason, with a smirk on his face. Not going into too much detail, as is a long story, but when we got back to our apartment, an argument escalated. Next thing I know, he has me pinned down to the bed, strangling me. I felt his fingers pressing down deeper, so I reached for his face and clawed it. It was only then did he let go. I was bent over on the bed on all fours in hysterics, screaming, crying, choking for breath, and he actually rubbed my back and asked if I was okay. The only words I could get out was, "You strangled me." Within 10 minutes, he had packed his stuff and left. Not before telling me I'm pathetic and that nobody would believe me because he has marks on my face and I have none on mine. After he left, I ran for help. Police and paramedics were involved. They have pointed out a black eye that I didn't even notice. He obviously hit me before pinning me down. Turns out, he was arrested at the airport trying to leave the country and questioned but was let go and was told to go home. I flew home a couple of days later to be with my family and have since taken out a restraining order against him. I have had no contact now with him since that day, but I do have a court hearing with him this month to see if I should be extended or if he wants to contest it. I feel like I should apologize to the people who offered me advice. I literally did not listen to my family, friends, and strangers on the internet, and it nearly cost me my life. I'm now left to deal with trauma of it. I'm pretty sure he is ruining my reputation behind my back, as friends and people who once interacted with me have stopped. I confided in one of my good friends about what happened, and I discovered she had been in close contact with him, going out with him, etc., and she's claiming she's trying to keep it neutral, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's told people I'm lying. The level of betrayal I feel is heartbreaking. I genuinely loved him and was committed to him. He was always mentally, verbally, and emotionally abusive. The height of the physical abuse was a few pushes and shoves, but this escalated so quickly into attempted murder, and it's scary how quickly someone can snap. I'm now reading old messages between us, and I'm completely disgusted with myself. I stayed with this animal for so long. The way he spoke to me and treated me was horrific. That being said, it is still early days, and I still find myself to love him. God knows why. I need counseling. So hopefully anyone, male or female, who is in the same position as I was, learns from my mistakes. These people certainly do not change. Edit. Seriously overwhelmed by all of the support. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Although you are all strangers, it's nice to know that there are people out there who care. I may not be able to reply to all your comments, but I'm reading every one of them and value the advice given. And this is the last update we have ever received from the OP. My spouse is a pet hoarder. And just a quick warning, this one is horrifying. It's 6 a.m. and the roosters have been crowing nonstop for the last 2 hours in our sunroom adjacent to our bedroom. I'm now sitting in the basement as flies swarm around me, and I've given up swatting them because there's too many to bother. The basement is the area of the house with the least amount of flies. On top of the rooster noise is the cackle of male quail that reside in our living room. They live in the base of 3 cages that are filled with budgies and cockatiel. When I wake up, I remember to put on my slippers, and I hope I get to them before stepping in dog urine or fresh dog poop. Our carpet in our master bedroom is saturated in dog urine with many spots that haven't dried out yet. Yesterday, my wife bought our daughter a new tortoise and a frog. The tortoise will be added to the aquarium with our bearded dragon. The bearded dragon, which is often free to roam the house because my wife feels it'll be happier. It is free to poop on our furniture or floor or where it was left out last. As I sit here in my basement, the only place where I do not allow any pets, I'm listening to a rabbit thumping its paws on the floor above me. or it's the sound of it biting and ripping apart our wall or furniture. I'm not sure which noise it is, but I don't care anymore. We have at least 6 rabbits. Their little claws make a loud scraping and tapping noise as they scurry and hop across our laminate floors. The main level of our home is littered in rabbit droppings. The droppings get pushed to the side as our 4 children and us inadvertently kick them around while walking through the main level of our home. The dogs won't likely get let out this morning to go to the bathroom. The smaller dog doesn't even obey the command to go out anymore. He just stares at you, confused by your directive. If he does go outside, he just comes back in to find a place to pee and poop in one of our bedrooms. Our backyard doesn't have much dog poop because it's mostly in our bedrooms. It'll stay there for days on end because there's no expectation that it shouldn't be there. The new smell from the giant rug I bought for the basement has worn off. It smelled like glue and dye, and it drowned out the odors from the dozen chickens that reside in our family and living room. They live in a couple 36-inch fabric pop-up enclosures filled with pine shavings. It is saturated with chicken, poop, and urine, and has soaked into our oak hardwood floors, permanently damaging them. The stench is eye-watering. We have a lot of feathered friends here. In our master bedroom are 3 more cages with a variety of exotic birds that sing loudly all day long and leave a permanent mess of seeds on the floor around the cages. They are free to roam, and so our room has droppings along our bed's headboard, on our pillows, along the sides of the doors where they perch, in our bathroom mirrors, and down our shower curtains. Our sunroom has 30 plus chickens, and about 8 or 10 of them are roosters, and the roosters crow all day. This is where the flies breed. They come in through the 40-year-old siding door that is often left open. This door separates the sunroom from our living area and our kitchen. The flies swarm in, and at any given time, there are dozens of flies in our living space. The heat and humidity bake the sunroom floor, which is covered in chicken poop and urine, and the odor spreads through the house. Our house is in a suburban neighborhood. We do not live on a farm. In addition to these animals, we have 2 pet rats. They are sweet, but as you would expect, their cage is not well maintained and it stinks 90% of the time. Our boys' room has a snake and axolotl aquarium. One of our daughters has an algae-covered fish aquarium that we fill with wet water whenever we hear the filter screech because the water evaporated too low. She also has an unkept cage with a hamster that is rarely played with. Right now, I'm listening to the mice eat through the foam board insulation in my basement. I want to get rid of them, but it's challenging with all the access to feed throughout the house. They seem to be breeding and entering through the home at a faster pace than they can be exterminated. I am not a pet person, and this is driving me nuts. My wife is a pet hoarder and has ADHD. Our backyard is a ghost town of quail cages from last year when she was really into quail breeding, and we had over 150 living in our backyard. Now there remains broken and half-built cages and mounds of shavings and wood chips that she intended to use as bedding. Scattered in random places in our backyard are household garbage bags of chicken poop. When you try to lift them, they fall apart because they weigh 30 to 40 pounds and the bags have deteriorated from the sun. When challenged, she seems to delight in the frustration it causes me because she is not happy in our marriage. It seems that accumulating animals is bringing her little bits of dopamine with each acquisition. I'm tired of living like this, and I don't know what to do. Our children think this behavior is acceptable, and they often confide at me for not being on board with the animals. They say I'm not a pet person. It's true that I'm actually not a pet person, but what we have going on here is irresponsible, unsanitary, and illegal. This is pet cruelty and normalizing neglect of animals. Edit. People think this is a fake post, but it's real. I'm not uploading pictures for privacy, but it's genuine. I wrote it in this style just to express everything because it's distressing and aggravating, and I haven't expressed it to anyone. I'm seriously asking for advice. It is slipped out of control. The amount of pushback from my wife when I address the problems creates a lot of tension and distresses the children. She just keeps bringing home animals. The last time I threatened to rehome the chickens that she was keeping in the house, she became extremely angry and combative. She rehomed them, but not after a slew of insults and claiming I was being totally unreasonable. Then she just slips back into the same behaviors because she never believed it was a problem in the first place. We've had company come to our house, but no one has called CPS or animal control yet. Seeing all these reactions has me realizing just how bad it is from an outside perspective. And a CPS call is a serious possibility, and that is terrifying. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, for starters, if you know it's illegal and you get busted by cops feeling particularly aggressive, then you'll face just as much legal trouble as your wife. As for your wife, she desperately needs a therapist. Another user says, dude, I grew up in a house like this and it effed up all of the kids. If you care about your children, you would get off your butt and call animal control. Then get everyone in your family therapy. Are you asking for advice or just venting? Because I get the need to vent, but you need to take action now. And the OP replies and says, I'm seriously asking for advice and also venting because it really effing sucks, and I feel trapped as a hostage for the sake of providing sanity for my kids. In what way did I F up everyone if you don't mind sharing? And the person replies and says, my mom was an animal hoarder. Please, please help your children. Get them out of there. My brother and I are 27 and 28 now. We both have a wide array of health problems and triggers. My brother can't smell animal waste without feeling violently angry. I feel physically dirty every day from sitting in filth for years, even though my own house is now clean and I have good hygiene. It's like I can't get the smell off me. All this time later, days where I have nightmares of being stuck in my mom's hoarder house are even worse. I know you feel stuck. I know it's easy for a stranger to look at it in very black and white and you deal with all the nuances. But please, I need you to know without a doubt, even if your kids seem to enjoy and love all the animals, of course they do, what kid doesn't? Them living in filth is going to eat at them if it hasn't already. Also, from experience, get your kids checked for parasites. And someone else says, this is abuse. It's animal abuse, it's illegal, it's disgusting. There is not anything vaguely okay or even redeemable about this. This is effed up. And then we don't get an update for a long time, about a year and a half later. But let's get into the update, because the OP did come back a year and a half later, and the update reads as follows. Some of you may remember my post venting and looking for advice on what to do in regards to an extreme animal hoarding situation with my wife. Dozens of chickens residing in the home and a variety of animals roaming outside of cages in the home. Feces and a rampant mice infestation. After posting, I sought therapy and started getting my bearings straightened out. In the midst of setting firm boundaries and beginning the work to clean up literally 2 tons of chicken poop, sand, and pine shavings, and resolving the rodent problem, a call to CPS was made by a third party and an investigation ensued. Believe it or not, by that time, much of the situation was resolved, animals rehomed, home cleaned and sanitized. Nothing came of the CPS investigation, and it was pretty quickly closed out. However, the relationship was essentially permanently damaged as my wife continued to deny the problem was out of hand. Deep resentment developed towards each other. Fast forward nearly 12 months and my wife requested a divorce. We are now separated, awaiting an official legal divorce. I have moved into a very nice home and have the kids 50-50. My physical and mental health has dramatically improved. My kids now have a organized and clean haven. They seem happy. It seems inevitable she may lose custody of the kids at some point altogether. I'm hoping she can keep things in check, but due to the constant denial that there was a problem, it'll most likely repeat. I may have no choice but take steps to ensure the children's safety at some point, further disrupting the children's lives from their otherwise loving mother. Limitations on pet quantities and cleanliness standards are written into the divorce settlement agreement. By the way, wife has been in therapy for a couple of years in the midst of the hoarding. I guess you could say the therapist was either not savvy to the situation or enabling to an irresponsible level. I'm leaning towards the latter. She became more and more emboldened that I was causing her problems as opposed to looking inward. Her therapist seemed to fuel the delusions as far as I could tell. Anyways, thanks for all your advice and getting me to wake up to the madness I contributed to through inaction. And then the OP gives us another update 6 months later, titled, I called CPS and am having regrets about it. And this update reads, my soon-to-be ex-wife has a bit of an animal obsession, but otherwise is a loving and attentive mother. We share 50-50 custody of 4 children. When we split up last year, I had worked really hard to get the house cleaned up, helped to rehome dozens of animals and eradicate a mice infestation before moving out. Since then, she has collected dozens of animals again, and the home reeks of animal urine. My oldest child has reported that the mice have returned. There is so much animal feed around the property and inside the home that wild mice have endless food supplies. The dogs are not potty trained, and every caged animal cannot be cleaned regularly enough to keep the odors at bay. When I got the kids for the week, all their belongings, clothing, had the strongest, pungent odor of dirt and urine. My home is clean and smells fresh, and the kids' belongings made my whole house stink. 2 of my kids are wearing the same clothes day and night for multiple days at a time. I called CPS based on my attorney's advice, and I feel awful about it. It feels and looks vindictive, even though that is not my intent. I feel like garbage, and like I'm betraying my kid's mom's trust. I want to co-parent amicably, and I feel like this will take away from that. At the same time, she has a problem that is interfering with raising our children in a safe and sanitary environment. Also, my kids love having all the animals. Granted, they love them, but they don't recognize the amount of time and cost to properly care for them. They just like the excitement of having a bunch of pets and animals. This is going to also strain my relationship with the kids to a degree. They don't realize that, number one, the animals cannot possibly be cared for adequately. Number two, that they're going to school stinking to high heaven. Number three, that the home is a health concern for them. And number four, they see me as the mean dad that wants to take away all their precious animals, which are a part of the family. Part of me is just scared of my soon-to-be ex-wife. Like actually afraid of my safety, lol. I don't know if she knows yet, and part of me wants to go over to her house and help her again clean up and tell her again to rehome the animals. I know this is not realistic, as it was the primary source of our arguing in our home when we were together. I told her before moving out that I would always expect that our home be sanitary and not overrun by pets again, but that I would be amicable and fair in our divorce process. Now it just feels like I'm being petty in the process of a difficult divorce, even though logically it's not true, but I can't help but shake a yucky feeling about calling CPS. And the top comment says, "You prioritized your kids' well-being over doing the easy and comfortable thing. I can assure you that your kids will be thankful that you took steps to intervene when they are older. If you allowed them to continue to live like that, you'd be complicit in neglect and betraying your own children. It's not fair to them that they are living like that or going to school smelling bad. The only way your ex will change is if there are consequences for her actions. If you go clean up her house, you'll be shielding her from those consequences and enabling her to continue to neglect your children. So while it might feel bad to do the right thing, and it might make life more difficult, it is your responsibility as a parent. I hope that you follow through and do whatever is necessary to protect your kids." And another user says, "Just don't admit to her that you're the one who called. For all she knows, the school called about them stinking. Reports are anonymous. I have had to call CPS on my co-parent too, and it sucks. But you have to do what's best for the kids. I just sat on the stand of court and testified that my ex sends my daughter home stinking while watching him roll his eyes at me. But I got a modified custody arrangement that keeps my daughter from going unbathed during the school week for too long." And then the OP posts another update a day later, and let's get into it. Update. I continued feeling uneasy all day and a bit panicked that before CPS came that she would be able to conceal, hide, or talk her way out of the situation. I started feeling like I would come out looking worse and the kids would not get a clean home out of the call. CPS talked to all of my kids while at school today. My 3 little ones all reported that they are all fine from what I could tell. I did not pry or ask for more details of their conversation, but just generally asked if the interview was okay and how they felt about it. They all seemed fine and like it was just discreet and no big deal. However, my oldest child's visit from the agent was separate as he goes to middle school. He spilled all the beans and complained heavily about the unsanitary conditions in great detail. I did not tell him, warn him, or coach him in any way whatsoever. In fact, I try not to even complain about the home to them, as there is nothing they can do about it, and it would therefore not be helpful. It would only cause them stress. He detailed that he asked his mom to buy a new $10 shirt and she told him no. She doesn't have the money. He then told the CPS agent that 2 days later, he saw her come home with tons of new chickens and animal supplies. Ouch. I'm saddened that he has been living in those conditions. I feel bad that their mom was probably humiliated by that story being retold to her. My son corroborated every complaint. The only reason I know what he told the agent was that their mom called him tonight and was quizzing him on his interview. I overheard everything he said as I was cleaning the kitchen, and he was right there, boldly telling his mom all the things he told the agent. I didn't even know he was interviewed today, as we had a full afternoon of driving to kids' activities and making dinner, rushing to do all the parenting things. Anyway, I am relieved that there was corroboration, and it sounds like this may light a fire under their mom to again make some changes. I feel like this could end up being a regular cycle in the years to come. I hope she hangs out in there, finds the courage to recognize there is a legitimate issue, and works to get better. I haven't been reached out to by CPS yet, but I suspect to get a call soon, and I hope they are able to convince her that changes have to be made. And the top comment says, "You did the right thing. Did you offer to help her before calling?" Many times when it's a breakup, the dad leaves cause behavior, etc. of the partner, but you leave the kids. If it is horrible for you and you leave, why leave the kids? Imagine what kids must be going through at school. Surprised school hasn't reported the situation. And the OP replies and says, "I didn't offer to help clean up. I feel like offering to help clean up would be enabling when what she really needs to happen is finding homes for these animals, and that would be entirely offensive to her. She fought me bitterly when we lived together over her right to keep the animals. I really want to help clean up the house to help her, but I cannot do that if she is not willing to address the core issue." And then we don't get any sort of word from the OP for a long time, but 2 years later, the OP commented on a post that was titled, "My ex's home that we used to share with our kids is really filthy," which concerns someone going through almost the same thing, and offers small updates. But then the OP's comment on this is, "This is challenging and I don't have a perfect answer, but I do have experience with the same issue. My kid's mom had dozens of animals, including birds not in cages, that were not potty trained, not properly cared for, nor cleaned up afterwards. When I would pick up my kids, they would be wearing the same clothes as they were dropped off in a week earlier. My entire home would smell like urine just from their belongings they would bring over. It was sad, alarming, and maddening. It left me with no choice but to get authorities involved. The problem is that the co-parent may not see it as a problem, so they may villainize you for raising an alarm. If there is any way to amicably have a conversation about your concerns for your children's health and social well-being, then do it. I would exhaust myself trying to first have conversations that express concern. If changes are not made, I would escalate it to let them know that the kid's health is a concern, and you may make a call to authorities if needed. Just bear in mind this escalation that will result in permanently affecting your co-parenting relationship. They will likely retaliate, become more difficult in every way possible. It's easier for people to react in this way than to get proper mental health and take accountability. I'm about 3 years from when the situation was at its worst, and I don't regret calling authorities. If anything, I'm still frustrated that she put me and the kids in a situation where that was our only option to enact a change. My comment is to provide you with validation and reassurance that you can get through it. Try to keep the relationship amicable. Document the concerns and take pictures if needed, because your co-parent is likely to deny and downplay the legitimacy of your concerns. Keep it civil and fact-based, and focus on the kids and not being vindictive towards your co-parent. Best of luck. And the OP adds in the comment and says, "We had guidelines regarding quantity of pets and cleanliness standards written in our custody agreement. Neighbors also began calling in to make complaints about the dogs barking. Chickens getting out. Home is in a suburban neighborhood, not a farm. Between visits from CPS and animal control, things have improved." And so from that last final comment that was, 2 years from the original thread, it seems like the OP said things have improved, which is a great sign. But let's get into some of the top comments on what people's thoughts are on this thread. One user says, "These poor kids and animals, they deserve better than to live in filth." And someone replies and says, "I hope OP found a way to teach them how animals should be cared for, because if he didn't, one or more of them could simply repeat her behavior in adulthood. I'd personally make them volunteer at a local animal shelter for a year, and then have them pick out a pet together and be properly responsible for it." And someone else says, "I am an adult who grew up in a pet hoarder house. I remember reading the first post and showing my friends to explain this was a little worse than my house, but it was the first post I've ever seen that could describe how awful it was. We had tons of animals. They would rotate out and in because my mother had zero attachment to them and always wanted another animal. We had like 8 outdoor cats, 10 plus dogs at all times, multiple birds, rats, ferrets, and other caged animals, lizards, ducks. We did not have a farm. We lived in a regular suburb. We couldn't play in the yard because she didn't pick up dog poop. Our house smelled awful and was super dirty. Things were broken and chewed up. I didn't mind it as a kid. I loved some of the animals, but at some point she'd get rid of them because they were bad to get something else. But as I got older, I was too embarrassed by the state of our house to have friends over. The animals running wild stressed me out, so I hid in my room with whatever dog I was currently attached to. I can tell you sad stories that make me upset even now, how some of the animals were neglected. I'm 35 now, and I haven't talked to my mother in 6 years. We had a falling out over her having 15 plus dogs that she wasn't taking care of. I couldn't handle it anymore. She is a part of rescues that encourage it, which is insane to me. I live in a really tidy house and have one single spoiled cat." This was a long-winded comment, but I'm glad OP got the F out and is doing his best for those kids. And like I said, this is the last update we have ever received from the OP, but I'm just kind of blown away by this entire thread and also the commenters on this thread, because I have personally never heard of pet hoarding. I have, of course, heard of hoarding where people, just get a bunch of stuff or junk and keep it up in their house, don't want to throw it away. It creates a unsafe, unsanitary, and just gross living conditions. But I've never heard of pet hoarding, where these people have just tons and tons and tons of animals just living in their house, basically just like a zoo, and just pooping and peeing everywhere. And I've just never heard of pet hoarding before. Obviously, it's probably some sort of mental illness, but I just find that concept so interesting and unique because, I've just never heard of it before. But it truly is sad, and I hope that the OP's ex-wife got the help she needs, because she obviously needs a lot of help. And I hope that the OP and his kids were able to move on and, hopefully reconstruct their family. But this is just a wild and honestly horrifying and gross thread. But I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on this. 26 female, caught my 34 male husband texting a minor. I am on a 8-hour road trip with him and don't know what to do. I am absolutely shaking right now. My husband and I have known each other for 3 years and have gotten married 6 months ago. He is perfect and everything I could have asked for. These past years, I thought I had been living the dream, but now everything has fallen apart. 2 hours into our road trip, my husband decided to take a stop at a gas station and get us some snacks. I stayed inside the car and was waiting for him until I noticed he got a notification from Instagram. This surprised me because he was always adamant on never wanting to get Instagram. I opened up his phone and decided to check who it was. Upon opening, I found messages with a teenage girl. I only saw a couple of them, but they consisted of "I love you," "I can't wait to see you again," and him sliding on her stories saying she looks beautiful. I clicked on her profile and it was obvious she was a teenager, around mid-teenage years. The fact he was cheating on me didn't even register in my brain, and it was more so the fact that he was texting these things to someone underage. I did not have the chance to look further because he came back within 10 minutes. I don't know what to do. I am terrified, betrayed, and disgusted. I am stuck with him for 6 more hours, and he is noticing I am acting weird. I don't want to confront him on the road, and I feel like these hours are driving me crazy. I need to vent and need some support or something. Edit. I want to thank everyone for the replies and support. I have been faking sick just to get him off my back. As to why I'm not holding his hand or be affectionate with him, I know I should go along with it and pretend for my sake, but I physically can't bring myself to. I'm going to try to take a nap as we have about 4 hours left to go. Truly taking everyone's advice to heart, and thank you for everyone taking your time. I just need to rest my brain before I do something I regret. Thankfully, we are on a trip to see my parents, so after these hours, I will truly feel safe. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, he's going to figure out. You guys have her going in like Tom Cruise from Mission Impossible to screenshot his phone and text or email them to herself and erase the text all before he came back. She's going to be sweating bullets, and he is going to put the 2 and 2 together, especially when he sees his messages from this girl are already read, even though he didn't read them. He's probably already on to her knowing. Doubt she will get any more alone time with that phone. Another user says, when you get the phone again, screenshot as much as you can and text it to yourself. Delete the screenshots as well as the deleted images in the Photos app and the text. Compile this and email Instagram support. Tell them everything you know about him, including / make and model of phone and where he would be logging in from geographically. They should be able to take it from there. They have teams internally that will make the authorities are involved. These actions are criminal. I'm sorry you are going through this. P.S. It is probably safer to make a plan to leave ASAP and don't confront him directly. Source, I used to work at a social network as a moderator, and we had a process that fast-tracked these kind of things to a team that worked with the authorities. ETA, at the very least, get his username and get the girl's username. Instagram employees will have access to the rest. Edit 2, my suggestion to send from his phone was to explicitly create digital breadcrumbs. The image would be created on his device and sent via his accounts, so that it would be inextricably linked to his phone. Thanks. And then the OP replies and says, hello. Thank you so much for this reply. The next time we make a stop, I will make sure to do this. I'm terrified it'll turn into a whole she said, he said story, and I want the facts straight. I also want to make sure I know this girl's information to help her so she doesn't get away from it. And then we get an update a few hours later, and let's get into it. The post reads, first, I want to thank everyone for the support and advice they gave me. Like I said in my previous post, I just fell asleep during the car ride and told him I felt sick. We were heading to my parents' house, and I really wanted to be by them. However, within 45 minutes, my husband woke me up and told me he found a nearby hotel for us to stay in. He said he was worried about me and wanted me to rest in a real bed. He also bought medicine for me. At this point, I was freaking out because now I was in an unfamiliar area and he was being extra clingy. Once we got in the room and we laid down, he kept cuddling me and giving me kisses. It made me feel sick, and so I left to go to the bathroom. I stayed in the bathroom for about an hour. I scrolled through everyone's comments and kept pacing myself about what to do. I knew my husband was growing concerned because he kept checking on me. And after I left the bathroom, he looked so worried, and I just needed to let everything out. I know the number one advice given was not to confront him, and I know it probably was a horrible move, but I couldn't take it. I told him I found his messages on Instagram. He immediately started apologizing and saying he wanted to tell me sooner but couldn't find the time. He was apologizing, but not as intensely as what he could have done. So I confronted him about that, and he said, "What a lousy apology coming from a predator." He immediately went silent. He was probably silent for about 6 minutes when he broke it and asked what I was referring to. I told him, and he looked so hurt. He took a deep breath and explained everything. He told the person I looked through his messages with was his 15-year-old daughter, Sarah. He explained that she reached out to him a year ago on Facebook, and ever since, he was trying to connect with her. He said within 6 months, he was confirmed he was the father, met up with her a bunch of times, and truly formed a strong connection with her. However, 6 months ago, we got married, and he didn't want to stress me out with that news, as well as his daughter not being ready to face the others. He also explained that when he was 18, he had an on and off relationship with Sarah's mom, when one day she just up and ghosted him forever. According to Sarah, her mom is also strict, which is why the messages on Instagram to avoid her mom finding out right now. My mind is spiraling, and I knew he knew that. He then placed his phone into my hand and let me scroll further. Upon scrolling, I found her referring to him as dad, and she sent him a happy Father's Day a while back as well. He even said he would do another DNA test to prove it to me. I immediately felt guilty. I feel guilty that my immediate mind took innocent texts and turned them inappropriate. And I felt guilty that I saw my husband in that way. I kept apologizing to him about the accusation. However, my husband just apologized and said he understood my point of view and told me it was not my fault. I kept trying to tell him that I was sorry, and he kept saying it was okay. I can see the look in his eyes though, and I can see how hurt he really is. He said we should both just get some sleep and talk more later. To be honest, I can't fall asleep as I feel just disgusted with myself. About his whole secret daughter, it doesn't bother me so much, maybe because it's miles better than the alternative, but I understand the situation and I'm happy for my husband because he wants kids desperately, but we have decided to wait 2 years to grow our marriage. I feel as if right now I flushed everything down the drain and have no clue how to make things better. Edit, to answer some common questions or concerns, to the people who think my husband sucks for not telling me earlier, he acknowledged that it was wrong, and though his apology, I understand why he did it. I am slightly hurt. However, if I put myself in his shoes, revealing a secret daughter would be hard and difficult. I don't take it as he doesn't trust me, more of it's a delicate situation to bring up. To the people who think I suck for invading my husband's privacy and making rash assumptions, yes, that is horrible of me and I take full accountability. My husband understands my point of view and doesn't blame me for rushing to conclusions. Although he is hurt, I can imagine him as that sort of person. Long story short, we both empathize with each other's actions. Yes, we are both hurt, but understand why the course of events played out this way. Thank you to all the comments, and I don't know what kind of proof I can give, lol. Am I the asshole for supposedly labeling my sister's boyfriend a perv? Hey everyone, I kind of feel conflicted about this, and I really need advice on this because so far it seems like I overreacted. I, 37 female, have a daughter, Leah, fake name. Leah wanted to go sleep over at her aunt's house, who is my younger sister. Her cousin, who's slightly older, who is my brother's child, was going to be there, so I guess cousin bonding time. My sister is considered the fun aunt, so I agreed, and Friday morning we dropped Leah off. The same day at around 11 p.m., Leah calls and tells me she wants to come home. I asked her why, and she explained that my sister's boyfriend was there and she just feels a little uncomfortable. I asked and made sure everything is okay and that nothing provoked her to ask me to pick her up, then convinced her to at least sleep for the night, then we will pick her up in the morning. She calls again after what I think is 45 minutes and says she wants to come home and she will only sleep at home. I got ready and drove 30 minutes to get her, and when I got there, I found my sister was pissed. To cut the long story short, she thinks that I think her boyfriend is a creep and a perv and that I do not trust him around my daughter. She thinks I'm being too overprotective and Leah would have adjusted if I left it alone. She said kids do this with new people, and I made it a big deal. Since then, things have been sour. My sister says to fix things, I should apologize to her man because he feels like I do not trust him. I asked my husband, Jason, 40 male, for his input, and he says he understands where my sister and her boyfriend are coming from. He said, as a man, even he would feel some type of way if a child called her mom twice to come get her because he is present in the house. He advised me to apologize to them and try to get Leah used to the boyfriend being around. All I did was peacefully get Leah. No accusations were made towards my sister's man, and I have never said I do not like him or think of him as a perv. I don't understand why all of this became an issue. My husband thinks Leah should just try to adjust because her cousin was okay at the sleepover and didn't complain. I feel conflicted. It's not that I think I was wrong, but I also don't think I was right. I just need to know if I was dramatic by getting her. I also want to hear from the men if this would offend them and if I should apologize. I feel bad about all of this. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One commenter says, not the asshole. Listen to your kids. Did you ever ask what he did to make her uncomfortable? Regardless, you do not need to apologize for listening to and respecting your daughter's concerns. That's called being a good parent. And the OP replies and says, she didn't really explain. All she keeps saying is that she was uncomfortable. Another commenter says, did your daughter know that the boyfriend was going to be there? Was he staying the night? If any of this was a surprise to her, then the evening wasn't going to go the way she thought it was. Either way, not the asshole. I would have done the same thing. And the OP replies and says, no, my daughter did not know he would be there. Yes, he was spending the night. And someone else says, not the asshole. I don't care if he's Nelson effing Mandela. If your kid says she feels unsafe, that is all that matters. And she should not be taught that she should get used to being uncomfortable and just deal with it. Your husband sucks. If I, as a kid, told my parents a grown man was making me uncomfortable, my father would at the very least tell that man he wasn't allowed near me. Your husband choosing the concept of false accusations of men to ignore someone who's making your daughter that upset, it's disgusting. And the OP replied and said, I am a bit disappointed. I won't lie. And then we get an update the next day, and this update reads as follows. Hello everyone. I want to thank you for the post I made last night and all the responses I got. I also do understand why some were angry I didn't pick Leah up the first time, and also about leaving the other kid there. With that being said, I have an update. For the sake of privacy, I will name my sister Jane and the boyfriend Mike. So here's how this went. I called Leah to talk to her dad and I. She refused to talk at all and said that she just uncomfortable and missed us, and my husband asked her if she would be looking to apologize to Auntie Jane, and she refused. I wanted to be sure she is 100% okay, so I asked my husband to excuse this. I told her I will not shame or be angry at her for whatever she tells me, and asked specifically for what made her uncomfortable. She said Mike played a tickle game with Amanda, and she kept saying no. And she also told me that he talked about how they were developing well. He also did the same tickling game with Leah, and when she told Jane she doesn't like being tickled, Jane said it's just having fun. That's when she called the first time. The reason for what made her call the second time, she said Mike insisted on the girls showering before bedtime and gave Leah a lingering bedtime hug. She told me all about when they were eating, that he would call her his favorite smart little girl, or he was sitting too close. She didn't want to sleep there, even with the door being locked. To say I feel guilty for not picking her up the first time is an understatement. After this talk, I called my brother and we talked. Amanda says she slept okay, but she could hear feet moving at night. Other than those uncomfortable instances, nothing else happened afterwards. My husband knows now about all of this, and he doesn't understand why Leah would wait this long to tell us if something was really wrong, considering how close we are. The sleepover was last week, Friday, so a week. He thinks she feels pressured into giving a reason for her discomfort. I don't care what he has to say, to be honest. I believe my baby. I did apologize to Amanda for not taking her with, and she has no hard feelings. She knew her dad wouldn't have come. Leah feels like her feelings are dramatic, and I'm trying to make her understand that she is valid. My brother, surprisingly, just seems unbothered about all of this. With that being said, the only sleepovers that will take place will be in our home. I thank you all for the advice. I don't know when I will talk to Jane, or if I even want anything to do with her. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, your husband needs to read these comments and take very seriously his daughter's very legitimate concerns. He needs to understand that his reaction and dismissiveness is exactly why she didn't tell you right away. His defensiveness about this. His first reaction was how he'd feel if this happened to him, not how his child is actually feeling. That's awful. He's prioritizing his feelings as a grown male adult over a young girl's feelings who is very vulnerable. Girls are their most vulnerable to abuse when at sleepovers. Your daughter did the brave thing, asking to come home twice. She was being preyed on by your sister's boyfriend. He was manipulating those girls with that behavior. And your husband's dismissiveness is proving to your daughter that her father won't protect her. You need to hammer that point home to him and explain to him what girls and women go through all the time. It's disgusting how he's behaving, and I feel so bad for your daughter." And the OP replies and says, "You're right. I will try to make him understand." Another commenter says, "Not the asshole. And your husband and the other girl's father should both be ashamed of themselves for minimizing their daughter's discomfort. They are leaving them wide open for predators. I'd give serious consideration to taking my kids and leaving this situation immediately. And there would be no unsupervised visitations if I can't trust you to protect my kid. Not with dad, aunt, or uncle. Protect your baby, OP." And the OP replies and says, "I will protect her with all I have. If my dad was alive, he would have talked to my husband since my late mom was abused." Another commenter says, "Your husband and brother are dismissive because they don't believe Leah. Your husband saying, 'Well, we're close. Why didn't you say something before?' This means you're lying. Is only him trying to teach your daughter that she shouldn't have bodily autonomy. If she doesn't want to be tickled or hugged or touched, she is right to say so, and all others need to respect that. Your husband is trying to teach his own daughter to be sweet, and it's infuriating." And the OP responds and says, "He sees her behavior as a child being a child. It is infuriating and quite frankly disappointing. I don't want Leah to feel like her dad doesn't care about her because it'll affect her. I am looking into therapy for her." And another commenter says, "Where is Amanda's mother in this? I think it'd be wise to tell Amanda that if she is ever sent there again and she doesn't want to be there, she can call you and you will come and get her. Also, having the chat with your brother and telling him that if you ever find that Amanda has been subjected to the guy again, then you won't hesitate to contact the police. On the note of the police, it might be worth looking into this guy to see if he has anything in the system against him. Tell your sister that your daughter will no longer be attending her place due to the obvious safety concerns. When she tells you that your daughter and Amanda are wrong, advise her that she should be thankful you have not contacted the police yet." And the OP replies and says, "Amanda's mom left after my brother cheated when Amanda was younger, but they have made progress in healthy co-parenting. I do not know if my brother told Amanda's mom. I would tell her if I could find a way to contact her. My sister blocked me." And then we get an update the next day, and let's get into it. Hi everyone, thank you for all the support on the previous 2 posts. This is just a short and quick final update. First things first, I take full accountability and admit that I was wrong to tell my daughter we will pick her up in the morning. I agree that she should not have had to call twice for me to come get her. I have apologized and spoken to her about it. I also do accept that I was wrong to leave Amanda there. Even though she told me she was okay, I should have pressed on and told her to come with me. I will always look out for her as I will Leah. Currently, my sister and I are not on speaking terms. I am blocked. I drove to her house, but she wasn't there, so I left after about an hour. The trash took itself out, I guess. My husband and I are also not on speaking terms. He has not talked to me since I showed him the last 2 posts and the comments. Leah thinks her dad thinks she was wrong, and I had to assure her countless times that she was doing the right thing. He thinks we made drama up over the matter that could have been solved over lunch. He still thinks Mike was just being friendly. I want to file a report, but I do know if the reasons are credible enough to, but I'm looking into it. I do want to look into separation. I cannot stay with someone who go and dismisses our daughter's emotions. She has been feeling so guilty and apologized to him multiple times. So I have to do what is best for her. Amanda's mom told me he will talk to my brother. I do not know how that went. I will ask her later. I do not understand how a phone call and me picking my daughter up caused such a ruckus. My husband does not like Reddit advice, and to be frank, he was quite offended I posted. I just don't get what this man's problem is. I really don't get it. The way he dismisses Leah because he feels like nothing major happened, so it's an overreaction. Either way, it's just disappointing. Anyways, I appreciate all the advice and correction from you all. And now let's get into some of the top comments. Someone says, I appreciate you thinking of separation. Your daughter did the right thing, and I'm suspicious why your husband isn't furious at a grown man being that way with your own child. I hope your daughter doesn't internalize his reaction. I would talk to a therapist to figure out how to handle if you guys need to separate so she is okay. And another commenter says, my recommendation, get online and do some background research on this guy. He may have a criminal history that you want to know about. And it may be that knowing about it will protect your niece too. Your sister, well, you said it. The trash took itself out. Your husband, people like him are why girls are afraid they won't be believed. And finally, another person says, I'm glad your daughter has you in her corner. You wouldn't believe how often stuff like this just gets swept under the rug. It's crazy how little children are believed. As someone who works with kids, I know firsthand that while children will not always tell the truth, it's a hell of a lot easier to believe them first and foremost than to brush them off. They will always remember how you reacted to the situation and who is a safe and trusted adult. Wishing you and your daughter the best, OP. And that is the last update we have ever received from the OP. My 30 female husband, who is 33 male, of 8 years, died 2 months ago, and I just found out he had been cheating for the past 2 years. First, I apologize for my English mistakes. It's not my first language. I lost my husband and my sister-in-law in a car accident about 2 months ago. We had been together for 8 years, married for 6. He was the light of my life, and someone I was extremely excited to spend the rest of my life with. We were compatible on so many parts. The intimate life was amazing, even after 8 years, and I still got all giggly just by thinking about him. I think I've coped with his death quite well. The first month was just a big shutdown. I didn't leave the house. I hardly ate, and all my time was just spent looking at our wedding video over and over again. Luckily, I have a great boss who understands and without hesitation gave me a 4-month leave. In November, I pushed myself to get out of my bubble. I've tried to keep busy to get back to my everyday life. I've cleaned the house, had people over for dinners, gone out for lunches, and tried to be a good support for my husband's family, who lost 2 precious family members in one day. We are all devastated, but we cried out together, and I feel we've become even closer by being there for each other. So as I've been feeling better, I decided to slowly look over my husband's stuff to see if there's anything to throw out and put everything in boxes until I can manage to go through it all without crying. That's when I decided to access his computer to look for any important mails or such. So I check his mail and also logged on to his Facebook account, and except for over 100 goodbye messages on his wall, there were 3 private messages. And one was from this woman whose name I've heard him mention a long time ago as a childhood friend. I was so disgusted by their conversation, filled with clear evidence that he had been cheating on me. It had places they agreed to meet, trips they've made when I thought he was on a business trip or trip with his friends, intimate flirting, hugs and kisses, and even declarations of love. When checking his phone, there were no messages, but the last phone call was from her. Having to confirm, I called his closest friend and asked about the trips. He just paused and then apologized before telling me everything. Apparently, he had a crush on her in middle school and awoke old feelings when she flirted with him at a reunion 2 years ago. It seems a lot of our friends, even his secretary, knew about it and tried to convince him to stop. I don't even know how to function anymore. One part of me wants to mourn for my husband. I miss him so much. I want him next to me when I go to bed. I want back our fun drives to work in the morning, and I miss his warm smile. But the other part of me feels so deceived, and I want nothing else but to go kick and spit on his grave until I am satisfied. A few days have passed. I haven't been able to answer any phone calls or messages from his family. I know they probably don't know and they are sincerely worrying for me, but I just can't face them with the hate I have in me right now. I'm so frustrated and confused. I want him here to explain everything to me. So I created a Reddit account just to get this out of my system. I have no idea who to talk to about this, since most of our friends knew about it for some time but never told me anything. I've never felt this alone and betrayed. Please give me some wise words to handle this. I feel strange and confused for mourning and missing him when I, at the same time, hate his guts. How do I face his family? Should I tell them? We just had a private funeral, and in 1 month we're having an open reception for everyone to come and pay their respects. Now I'm worried she might come. I know it's open for the public, but I really don't want to meet her. Should I try and prevent it, or just skip the reception myself? Edit. Oh gosh, thank you everyone from the bottom of my heart for taking the time to give me advice in a difficult situation. It helps me so much just to know that you all spend some time of your life comforting me and giving me advice. I will spend my afternoon reading through everything, and maybe in 1 or 2 weeks I'll post an update if I've decided what to do with the situation. A lot of people pointed out that I need counseling, and I've already booked 2 appointments this coming week. So I'm on it and feel very positive towards it. Once again, thank you. And now let's get into some of the top comments. One user says, I think you should be honest with his family. Not completely honest about all the details, but something like, I was going through his email and found something I wish I didn't. I still love him and am still grieving, but it's added some other feelings to my grief and I will need to process it alone for a while. I hope you understand. They need to know that you haven't abandoned him randomly and that you will come back to them when you can. They've lost a son and daughter already. They shouldn't have to lose their daughter-in-law as well. Don't stay in touch with any of your friends who knew. One day, you may forgive them. Today is not that day. When you are at the service, be civil to them, but don't have any conversations or discussions. If they try talking to you, just walk away. You are the grieving widow. There's a lot you can do to break the usual rules of politeness. Get one of the friends to tell her not to dare to show up. If she does, get the funeral director to kick her out. She has no role there, but you do. Don't skip it because of this. You will regret it. And definitely look for grief counseling. You have way more to handle right now than any one person can. And at the same time, you can't turn to a lot of your usual support systems. You need outside help. Please get it. Do not contact her yourself. Do not contact her husband if she has one. She's just not worth it. This is about you coming to terms with two losses at the same time. It's about your husband. She has no role to play here. And another user says, death is not an excuse for the life someone lived, and dying does not martyrize them into someone who cannot be criticized. And the OP replies and says, these are some really wise words. I will keep them in mind. Thank you. And someone else says, honestly, if I found out my husband was having an ongoing affair, even after he passed away, I would be lividly pissed. Just because he has passed away doesn't excuse or make it all right that he cheated on you. I wouldn't tell his family. It's none of their business that he had an affair, it's yours. I would question your friends as well for not telling you. I would cut anyone out of my life that knew, but chose not to tell me that my husband cheated on me. They took away the opportunity from you to decide whether you wanted to forgive him or not for cheating. And then we get an update a while later, and let's get into it. I still have very confused feelings regarding my husband, and right now, I feel like there is no way to forgive him. I try to think of the great times we had together, but I always find myself caught in the he knew what he was doing, yet he smiled at me like that thinking. I'm working on it though. I've already been to 3 counseling sessions and I go along great with my counselor. She's helped me a lot already, and I'm so glad I took your advice to get professional help. After speaking with my counselor, we both agreed that to ease the burden I had about not being able to face his family, I should get away from them for a few days. I sent my in-laws a mail apologizing for not answering them in the past days, and that everything has been too much for me, so I need to just get away. So using that as an excuse, I went on a spontaneous trip to Madeira, a destination I've dreamt about for a long time. It was amazing, as I'd imagined, and after coming home, I realized it was something I needed very much. I was ready to face my problems at once. After a lot of consideration, I decided to tell my brother-in-law and his wife just so someone in his family knows of my situation. Something I did not mention in the original post is that my husband's family is very important to me. I only have my big brother after dropping contact with our parents, so his family has always been more like a real family to me than a in-laws family. So that makes me even more worried to tell them, because I'm afraid it would put some distance between us. But at the same time, I don't have the energy to fake myself through the funeral reception for my husband as if I have the same feelings for love for him as I've always had. Because I don't. This way, my brother-in-law can take me away, or at least have some explanation if I were to lose it at a future meeting with the family. They both took it quite well and were immediately on my side without me having to ask for it. I apologize to them both for having revealed this about such a close family member, and it was not my intention to badmouth him, but just the fact that I needed the support I could get. He said there's nothing to apologize for. The blame is on his brother, and it's nothing I should apologize for. My brother-in-law is like a big bear and probably the nicest person I know. But I was still nervous telling him, so I'm glad he reacted the way he did. We both agreed on waiting to tell his parents and little sister until the time was right. I go along really well with his wife. The couple lived abroad until 6 months ago, so I never had a good chance to meet and talk to her, but I really enjoyed her company. Yesterday, we went for a shopping trip and dinner, and it's been a long time since I forgot about time and just enjoyed myself. So, about the other woman. I don't have the strength to face or even talk to her, so I decided to entrust her to his closest friend, the one who told me about her. Let's call him Alex. Though it was a little awkward. I told him he owed me this for having kept quiet about it for so long, even though I considered him a friend. He agreed and apologized sincerely. I know he's always been a good guy, and he told me he made a big mistake, but he didn't tell because he was always held on to the trust that my husband would end it with her, as he said he would when Alex asked him to stop it. I'm still very angry, but he's the only one I can trust to make sure she's not there. And my worry's right, because she didn't take the phone call from Alex well. I sat along with him from the phone call, and we had her on the speaker, and during the whole time, I was furious. He didn't tell her I knew at first, and she seriously had planned to be there at the reception right in front of me. When she wouldn't budge, even though he asked nicely that she can go to his grave, but she won't be welcomed at the reception, he told her that I knew everything. She went quiet. Alex told her that she's hurt me and that she should understand it's not acceptable for her to be in my presence during the reception. What she said next was a mix of sorry, that she loved him. The rest was just incoherent. And then she hung up. Alex has been trying to reach her 2 times since, but no answer. I think she got it that she's not welcome. But I have already arranged for Alex and 2 other friends to be at the entrance to welcome people and stop her if she were to come. And apparently, she has a boyfriend since about 9 months back. I'm not sure what to do about that yet. I'll deal with my own problems first. So, that was my update. I have dinner with my in-laws tonight, which I'm looking forward to. Overall, I'm okay. As mentioned above, I'm still confused about my husband, but I guess time will show how I deal with the situation. It feels good that some people around me know about my situation, so they can be there to support me and understand if I behave strangely. Thank you to everyone who posted on my original post. I think I maybe read through all of your advice over 4 times. It was a great help in making my decision and helping me through my sadness. As many of you have seen, I have used your advices. So thank you once again. And one of the top comments says, I am so sorry this happened. It sounds like you're coping admirably well. I'm so glad your in-laws are being supportive. I think the security at the reception sounds like a great idea, though I hope it turns out not to be necessary. And another user says, whoa, I am so sorry you're going through all this, and I'm glad you have a strong support system. Remember, you don't have to feel anything specific right now. You are entitled to grieve for the husband you had or thought you did until 2 weeks ago, and still feel justifiably angry with him. I'm also glad you're seeing a counselor who eventually, I hope, will help you come to terms with the situation. Right now, just do whatever feels right at the moment. For you. And we have never heard from the OP ever again.